3 days in the dark. When I was 8 years old, my brother Elliot went missing. He was just 13 years old, but older siblings have this aspirational quality to them. He just didn't come home one day. They looked for days but couldn't find any trace of him. I was too young to understand what was going on, so I had to sit in my room and play with my Legos, hoping there'd be a knock on the door telling me things would be okay. There never was that kind of knock. They didn't find him. As days turned to weeks, the search parties stopped. But even after everyone went home, I was still out looking for him. I'd take the long road home from school. I'd go down paths I hadn't checked. I had a crumbled up map in my pocket with circles around places that I knew he liked, and I was hell-bent on checking them all. People don't just disappear. It doesn't work like that. But after a while, there were no places left to check, no circles left to draw, and Elliot was still gone. Last thing he said to me was, "Later, Gator." I don't think you ever truly come to terms with something like that. Once you've run into an impossible question, you look for answers in everything. I got really into puzzles and brain teasers, not because it was fun, but because leaving unsolved mysteries could give me this immense sense of dread. I was a great student and one of the top contenders in the debate club. Again, not because I enjoyed it, but because I hated not knowing. When I got a little older, I started volunteering for search and rescue parties. I'd made myself known with local law enforcement and informed them that I'd gladly volunteer. I figured if I couldn't find Elliot, perhaps finding someone else's missing sister or brother was the second best thing. At the very least, it could help me sleep at night. I know there's a lot of people saying, "Get over it," but you can only get over so much. I'm in my early 30s now. You can forget their face and the hopes you had growing up, but you can't forget the impact they had on you. You can't forget your own lived experience and the damage those years of uncertainty have left. Even if I never were to hear the name Elliot again, I can never forget the feeling of having the trajectory of my life take a sudden left turn. I'd like to talk about a search party I signed up for a couple of years back. At that time, I had been part of dozens of organized searches. I knew some of the people involved, and I was familiar with the gear. I got there early, taking some time off work. I put on the high-visibility vest, the gloves, and got the backpack. Radio, water, flashlight, a couple of chocolate bars. A first aid kit in a waterproof bag. Now, I'd never found someone on a search like that, but that didn't mean I never would. You must believe in the best-case scenario. We weren't handed a GPS, which surprised me. Turns out we were going underground, so we were handed these filtration masks to protect us from harmful dust and dead air. The missing person was a 17-year-old urban explorer. I live in a city with a metro system, and he'd been exploring an abandoned station on the outskirts of town. The family had been notified of a social media post pointing at the approximate location, but the details were sketchy. To help with the search, power had been restored to this part of the tunnels. Most of the emergency lights were meant to last for years, so there shouldn't be too much of a problem getting around. We were assigned into sections and teams, where we were instructed to only follow lit-up corridors and hallways. However, as parts of the station had been abandoned mid-construction, there would be dark sections that were unfinished. If we found such an area, we were ordered to call it in and ask for further instructions. And with that, we were off. I was a bit miffed about not getting to see the abandoned station platform. That thing was supposed to be huge. Instead, I was assigned to one of the maintenance tunnels. It was originally meant to house heating pipes, but the pipes were never added. Instead, there were these lines across the wall and the occasional holes in the ceiling. You could tell they must have been surprised about the project shutting down. I found a whole toolbox abandoned by a half-mounted door. There were some personal items still in it. I was in a team of 4 people. We went down the halls slowly and methodically, calling out to the missing person as we went. We stuck to our side of the search and kept in radio contact with the organizer. It was hard to see what all the spaces were supposed to be, as we'd occasionally come across entire rooms with little to nothing in them. It made it hard to explain what we'd checked, as we couldn't accurately describe what was what. Was this supposed to be a control room, or some kind of plumbing junction? Where on the map exactly was this supposed to be? We came to an unusually long corridor that split off in 3 directions. While staying within earshot, we decided to split up. I got all the way to the end of the hallway, where I stopped by a heavy door. The thing was almost solid black, and as heavy as cast iron. I got the impression that it was some kind of security door, maybe leading to an underground bomb shelter. I called out to the others in my team, but didn't get a response. I called it in on the radio as I wrestled with the door. It was pitch black inside. The lights were out. I'm looking at a dark room at the end of a hallway. C, I think? The one on the right, second right, past the boilers. Just stay within radio contact and leave the door open, the operator responded. Don't go so far you can't see the light. Got it. I entered the room. The room was a little smaller than the hallway, tickling the top of my head when I stood upright. If I balanced on my toes, I could feel the strap from the mask touch the ceiling. I tried to figure out what the space was meant for, but I couldn't make sense of it. There was only one entry point, and there were no holes in the wall for cable management or ventilation. This was completely isolated. I tapped the radio again, swaying my flashlight back and forth. There's a corridor going deeper, I said. Is someone watching my back? Yeah, there's someone right outside, the operator assured me. You go on ahead. I took a couple of steps further, shining my flashlight down the hall. The light couldn't reach the end of it. It was such a long tunnel that it triggered my sense of vertigo, like for a split second, it was sucking me in. I had this uncomfortable thought that maybe this was the feeling of going missing, facing this endless darkness you can't come back from. Maybe Elliot had thought the same thing once. I didn't like it. I was only a couple of feet from the door, but I decided I wouldn't take any chances. I turned to leave, and as I did, the door swung shut. At first, I didn't register what had happened. A door closing isn't a big thing. It might be misaligned, or there could be a breeze. This wasn't the case here. This door was solid metal. It wouldn't accidentally close on its own. I grabbed the handle and twisted and pulled, but it wouldn't budge. I couldn't even push it down. I'm stuck, I radioed in. The door closed. I can't get it open. Sorry about that. It happens, the operator sighed. Some of the hinges on these things are rusted shut. Stay by the door. Someone will get you out. Keep your flashlight on. I stayed by the door for at least 20 minutes, knocking on it occasionally just to see if anyone would knock back. They didn't. After a while, my flashlight flickered. It was far too soon for the batteries to die. Okay, I'm going dark here, I said. Someone needs to get me out, now. They're having trouble finding your door, the operator responded. Far end of the right side hall, section C, past the boiler. That's what you said? That's right. There's no door here. There's an open door frame and something that looks like a closet, but no door. That's impossible. Look, you might have the wrong order. If you went past the boilers, you could be in section C or D. There are parallel corridors. In that case, you can just follow the right-hand wall until you get to the other side. There's another search party already there. Right-hand wall, other corridor. Got it. I followed their instructions, grasping the dying flashlight. As I got to the seemingly endless tunnel, the light finally gave out. It was pitch black. I could close my eyes and nothing would change. Being in that kind of darkness is so disorienting. You start to imagine how easy it is to get turned around, to the point where you're wondering if you really are turned around. But I kept my hand on the wall and stuck to the right. Is it far? I asked. I can't hear them. It's a bit of a walk. There should be some functioning pipes running overhead about halfway through, so let me know as soon as you hear running water. I couldn't hear anything but my own breathing reverberating down the hall, but if there was running water down there, I wouldn't miss it for the world. I kept my hand on the smooth concrete wall and continued a step at a time. You have to go slow, as even the slightest shift in elevation can send you crashing face first into the ground. When you're exposed to that kind of prolonged darkness, your head kind of fills in the blanks. You start to imagine what the space around you looks like. It plays tricks on you. For example, I started thinking I was running my hand across wallpaper instead of concrete. It was smooth enough that, while walking, you might trick yourself. But if you're just using your fingertips to see the world, you can imagine yourself in all kinds of places. My childhood home had a rough paper-textured wallpaper. It didn't take a huge leap of imagination to pretend I was back there, sneaking up to use the bathroom in the middle of the night. I ended up taking my gloves off just to get a better idea of what I was touching. I got to a fork in the road and still hadn't heard any running water. I pulled up the radio and called it in. "There's a split here," I said. "Should I stay right or go straight ahead?" "A split?" the operator called back. "There shouldn't be a split. Are you sure?" "Yeah, there's a split. Straight ahead or another right." "Wait," the voice mumbled back. Wait. Don't tell me. Is the ceiling really low?" "Yes." "Why didn't you say so?" Oh man, this changes things. I could hear them talking to someone in the background, forgetting to take their hands off the button. Then they returned to me. This is going to get complicated. Turns out there were 3 other rooms with the same description as mine, and neither of them were in the sections I'd described. I must have veered far off course. I had to walk around to gather data points to identify which of the rooms I was in, but it proved more difficult than they'd imagined. For example, one of the corridors was supposed to lead to a junction, and another would lead to a ceiling grate. However, the room at the end of the corridor was incomplete, meaning we couldn't tell what it was supposed to be. I had to go deeper to figure out where I was. I would occasionally run into ladders, but they led nowhere. There were supposed to be entrances from the street, but these had long since been filled and paved. I still had to climb each one, just to make sure they hadn't missed one. The mask on my face felt more and more oppressive, like my body was packed into a box. Despite being able to move my arms around, I could feel this claustrophobic stone building in my chest, hammering a countertune to my increasing heartbeat. If I listened to it too much, I couldn't breathe. I pushed myself down another corridor, only to stop at a dead end. There was a round hole in the wall, just big enough for someone my size. That's good, the operator assured me. "That means there's space for heating. If my calculations are correct, that means you are in one of these 2 hallways. I need you to go inside." "No way." "It's going to tilt downward for about 5 feet and either go straight ahead or upward. If it goes upward, you can go straight to the top. I can have someone meet you right then and there. If it goes forward, you have to go ahead, then take a left, and then forward again. That'd put you in the same corridor as me. Either way, you have to push through." I put one knee up and traced the edges of the hole. It was too small for me to crawl on all fours. I had to put my torso in and drag myself forward with the palm of my hands. The concrete was so smooth I couldn't get a grip with my fingers. Gloves or no gloves. My gear kept getting snagged on the edges. I stopped to have a drink of water and splashed a little on my face, psyching myself up. 5 feet, then up or forward. That was it. I crawled in, inches at a time. I had to stay calm. If I tried to take a deep breath, I could feel my gear pushing against the walls. It didn't hurt, but it was this constant reminder of how isolated I was. My heart was beating through my ears, with nothing to distract from it. There wasn't the slightest hint of an echo. I felt the tunnel tilt slightly downward. Not much, but enough that pushing myself back up would be impossible. If I went ahead, I wouldn't be getting back up. Not unless I got space to turn around. You sure it's just a couple feet? I asked. You absolutely sure? There are only 2 rooms with that kind of vent. No matter which one you're in or which direction you're coming from, you'll be out shortly. I swallowed. I could feel the sweat stinging my eyes. I wanted to throw my mask away, like that was the thing keeping me back, but I had to stay rational. I pushed myself forward and slid downward. The tunnel evened out. I felt around for an upward exit but couldn't find one. That meant we'd isolated exactly where I was, and I had to push forward. My palms were so dusty that I could barely get a grip. I had to resort to rolling onto my back and use the rubber soles on my shoes for traction, effectively kicking myself backward. I could feel the heat of my breath gathering along the tunnel walls. Then the tunnel opened. It was so sudden that I lost my balance, haphazardly falling out head first. I did an awkward flip, landing hard on my left hip and shoulder. It wasn't a long fall, but enough for something to get sprained. I didn't want to imagine what the bruise might look like. I grabbed my radio and held onto it for dear life. I'm out, I groaned. I made it to a room. There's only one way forward, the operator said. Go forward, then a left, and forward again. Once you see the light, let me know. I'm right at the other end. That's it? That's really it? There's no other possible way. I got up, dusted myself off, and checked my gear. It was all there. Things would be okay. I followed the instructions. I went forward and took left. At the next fork, I went straight ahead, double-checking with the operator every step of the way. They assured me it was just around the corner, a matter of minutes at most. At one point, he said he was banging a wrench on a pipe and that I would be able to hear it any minute now. Now I just had to go straight until I came to a door. I was jogging, keeping my hand on the wall for balance. There were these small gaps in the wall every 10 feet or so, where there was supposed to be space for pipes. I'd walk, feel the gap, walk, feel the gap, over and over. Then I'd drag my hand across someone's face. Open eyes, a nose, teeth, and hair. I stopped and turned around, my hand shaking like I'd touched a flame. Is anyone there? I asked. There was no answer. I debated within my own head, trying to figure out if I should head back and check again, or keep going. Maybe it was the missing person. We were still out looking for someone, after all. The search hadn't been called off. I took a couple of steps back and carefully reached out with my right hand. My fingers were anticipating the touch of skin, to the point where I could imagine their heat. But as I reached further, all I felt was concrete. There was no one there. I checked thoroughly, but there was nothing. I did hear a little metallic sound, though, as something stuck to my shoe. A small key. It had some kind of etched motif, like a sunflower, maybe a blue one. I put it in my pocket with my first aid kit and kept going, making sure I hadn't been turned around. As I got to the end of the hallway, I reached for the door. All right, this is it, I said. I can't hear you, but I'm at the end of the hall. There's a door there. Just open it and I'll have someone come meet you. I fumbled around looking for a handle, but couldn't find one. I checked that wall 3 times, every inch of it. It was a dead end. There's nothing here, I gasped. There's nothing here. Calm down, it should be on your left. There's nothing on my left, nothing on my right. It's a dead end. It's a goddamn... I smacked my head with the radio and heard a click. Not as in something breaking, but something clicking into place. I turned the radio over in my hand, feeling around the back. The battery cover had been slightly off. That hit had put it back in place. I opened the cover just to make sure I closed it correctly. There were no batteries in the radio. I double and triple checked. There were no batteries. Hello? I asked. Operator? I held the radio up to my lips, clicking the receiver a couple of times. There was no sound, just the clack of plastic. Hello? There was no response. I collapsed against the wall, taking a moment to collect my thoughts. It didn't make sense. The battery cover had been closed even when I smacked my head with the radio. I would have heard two batteries tumbling to the floor. I couldn't have lost them earlier, as then the operator couldn't have talked to me in the corridor. Something wasn't adding up. I swept my hands across the floor, checking to see if the batteries were there somewhere. They weren't. But I couldn't just sit in the dark and wait either. I had to do something, try something. This was another puzzle to figure out. There is always a solution, and sometimes you just have to make the best of the hand you're dealt. By this time, I'd drawn a mental map. All these years of figuring things out had conditioned me to collect and preserve information. It was like recounting the alphabet backwards. I just had to follow a learned sequence. I decided I was going to backtrack and try to find my way back to where I started. I made my way back to the hole in the wall and climbed inside. The upward tilt would be difficult, but I was confident that I could make it. I crawled, holding my hands out, only to feel the tunnel dip downward. I stopped dead in my tracks, my mind spinning. This was impossible. I'd been crawling down. It couldn't possibly lead further down. I crawled a little further, reaching with a full arm. This couldn't have been where I came from. Were there two separate tunnels? That was the only explanation. I pushed myself all the way back out, but couldn't find a second hole in the wall. I figured I must have been turned around somewhere, taken a wrong turn, went straight instead of right at a split, something like that. I had to slowly and methodically map out my surroundings, one room and hallway at a time. It's easy to second-guess yourself in the dark. You have nothing to rely on but your thoughts and impressions, and those are easy to misunderstand. It can be challenging even in a familiar environment. Ask anyone who's had to go to the bathroom during a power outage. I was somewhere deep underground, in an unmapped area, without light or direction. I must have wandered for hours. I mapped out two branching corridors, leading to 3 rooms and 4 dead ends. There were no doors, and only one hole in the wall leading to a tunnel. And yes, I checked it again. It kept going downward. No, I didn't proceed that way. I ended up in one of the smaller rooms, rolling up my high-visibility vest into a pillow. I drank some water, but saved some for later, and chowed down on a chocolate bar. The others were probably looking for me by now. I tried not to think about the radio. That was a piece of the puzzle that made my stomach roll. No matter how I twisted and turned that thought, I couldn't get it to make sense. If it was empty all along, I was the problem. If it wasn't empty until that last click of the battery cover, there had to be batteries on the floor. I couldn't find any, but that didn't mean there weren't any. And yet, I didn't have a clear answer. I ended up spending the night down there. It's difficult to sleep in that kind of darkness. After a while, you don't know if your eyes are open or closed. You don't know if you're sleeping or not. The barrier between imagination and reality is paper thin, and you start thinking whatever you dream about is really there. There could be someone in the room, just inches away, and I would have no way to know for sure. It was the first time in many years that I thought about Elliot. Not just the reality of him going missing, but him as a person. I imagined what he might have felt like during those last few hours or days. Had there been someone with him, or had he faded away in the dark? He and I had always been very similar. Chances are we would think the same thing in our final moments. And if this was one of my final moments, I was scared. He would be too. I tried not to think about it. There was no way to know for sure, and imagining the worst wasn't helping anyone. He could have run away, eloped with a pretty girl, and lived in some hippie co-op. He might resurface in 20 years. You can't tell the future. But somehow, a part of me felt like it knew. It knew he'd gone someplace dark, where he could never come back. Maybe it was the next day, or just a couple of hours, but at some point I got up. I decided I was going to check the tunnel again. There must have been some kind of misunderstanding. I drank my last gulp of water and followed the map in my mind. The layout was different. There were more rooms and shorter corridors. If you took two lefts, there were a couple of stairs. There was a larger room with a rounded floor for draining liquid. I would go down the same hallway twice, and I could swear it was different lengths. I would count my steps and end up with the same result, but one would take a minute to pass, and the next it would take two. I felt like I was losing my mind. Every time I tried to make clear sense of that place, it seemed to shift and change, like it wasn't finished, in more ways than one, like an approximation of space and dimension. After my third pass around the same rooms, and still not making any sense of it, I took a break. I was leaning back, tapping the back of my head against the wall as if trying to dislodge a good idea. Instead, I picked up the radio, clicking the receiver and turning the dials. Now it was just a plastic brick, no better than a paperweight. I checked the back, unlatching the battery cover. Still empty. Then, a noise. "There's a way out, you know." The crackling voice came from the radio, but there was something about it that resonated within me, like the reverb was tickling the back of my mind. "You're not real," I mumbled. "I'm hallucinating." "Are you sure?" It's like a sensory deprivation tank. If your senses stop getting input, your brain starts firing random signals just to keep them occupied. Otherwise, it sort of atrophies. So I'm just a random brain signal? I would suppose so. Interesting, the voice continued. So that means whatever I say is an expression of yourself. No, it's random noise. You might as well be a cat's meow or a leaf in the wind. But what do I sound like to you? Try to categorize me. Make sense of me. Who am I? The voice was a man. Age was difficult to tell through a radio, but I was guessing they weren't a teenager or a senior. Adult or middle-aged, with a slight hint of an accent similar to my own. That was a curious choice. "Where's that accent from?" I asked. "Wherever you want it to be from." Cute deflection. I wonder why I'm imagining you like that. Maybe you're trying to express something. Why would I care about some random person with an accent? Maybe I'm not a random person. I leaned the radio away, closed my eyes, and shook my head. "Don't do that," I whispered. "Don't say things like that." I wandered the dark for a bit, desperately trying to make sense of my surroundings. The number of steps on the stairs were different. The corridor turned right instead of left. The ceiling was lower, and the angle of the tilt in the floor of the big room was deeper. I thought I felt a door handle, but upon doubling back, I realized it was a clasp for a missing pipe. I talked out loud all that time, getting the occasional response from the radio. I knew it wasn't real, but it kept me from digesting random thoughts into something rancid. I had to stay focused on the task ahead and find a way forward. There had to be a way forward. There's no such thing as an impossible space. The operator wasn't trying to get in my head or make wild claims. Most of the time, he was just listening, adding the occasional remark when I made an incorrect statement or misinformed decision. And when I came back to the same room I'd already been in for the umpteenth time, tearing my own hair out with frustration, that voice came through loud and clear. "Do you want a suggestion? You're not real." "Then what's the harm?" "It doesn't make sense," I snapped back. "I'm talking to a wall. Anything that comes from this is, at best, accidental." "You have any better ideas?" I flung the radio across the room, shattering it against the wall on the other side. I heard the plastic clatter and roll down the tilted floor, pooling at a small grate in the center of the room. Some of the smaller pieces trickled through. I pushed my hands against my ears, trying to clear my thoughts. "Are you done?" The voice wasn't coming from the radio anymore. It was resonating through me, like my bones were picking up a radio signal. I didn't know what to say. Before I could open my mouth, it answered for me. Then let's get going. I was out of ideas. My tongue was going dry, and my head was swimming from prolonged stress. I could feel this sense of exhaustion seeping into my bones, turning my movements slow and sloppy. I was dragging my feet and not even touching the walls anymore. If I stumbled or walked into something, that was on me. That was fine. The operator mentioned a few suggestions. Take a left turn instead of going forward. Stick to the right. 3 steps back, sharp left. When I could be bothered to filter out that voice from the screaming in the back of my mind, I did as I was told. And slowly but surely, I began to notice things changing. There were different rooms, and the air grew denser. There was a strange smell in the air. The concrete started to feel different, more porous. Maybe this wasn't better, but at least it was new. I started hearing strange noises. There were machines overhead, pressured air rushing just out of sight, flowing water. "Why'd you lead me down here?" I asked. "You tricked me into this." "You were already tricked," the voice responded. "I've been trying to get you out, but it shifts things around. You told me I could go in, and that there were people backing me up. I was trying to put you at ease while I figured this out." "Figured what out? What are we doing here?" "It wants you to go a certain way. Haven't you ever wondered why you're always drawn to look in places you weren't supposed to? It wants you to find it. And now, you're very close to doing so. And trust me, you don't want that." "Why not?" I said, shrugging. "Why don't I want that?" "Because I know what happens when you go too far, when you can't turn back. Things like this want to be found in deep, dark places." I smacked the side of my head as if trying to get better reception in my mind, like that would somehow filter out the nonsense. I came down another fork in the path, left and right. I turned right as the operator rolled back in my ear. "Go the other way," he said. "You're getting too close. You gotta turn away." I didn't listen. I kept going forward until I could hear something. There were noises ahead, chatter. My heart raced as I rushed forward. "Please, turn around," the operator asked. "Turn around, right now." I could hear people talking. I turned a corner, and for the first time in days, I could see a door. I could see a door. There was a faint light coming from underneath, and I could hear people walking around in the other room. I ran up to it and pushed down on the handle. Someone on the other side was calling out, asking if anyone was there. "The key," the operator begged. "I left you a key." I pushed down on the handle and stopped. Fumbling around with my right hand, I could feel the key still in my pocket. I'd completely forgotten about it. "There is a way out, but this ain't it. I promise you, this ain't it. Please don't do this. Please don't go that way." "Why not?" I whispered. "They're right there. It's not real. I made the same mistake. Don't go in." My hands stayed on the handle. Someone urged me to open it. Someone asked me to take a peek. They were laughing with relief, saying how pleased they were to finally have found me. But something didn't feel right. I stepped back. "Open the door on your end," I said out loud. "It's not working." There wasn't as much as a tug on the handle. They came with excuses. Someone had their hands full. Someone said it didn't open from their end. Someone pretended not to hear me. The key in my pocket felt heavier as I traced the outline of the etched sunflower with my thumb. This was real. That was a real thing. What was on the other side of that door wasn't. I stepped back, and as I did, the light behind the door vanished. The voices disappeared, leaving the hallway suddenly deathly quiet. "What do I do?" I whispered. "What do I do?" the operator whispered back. "Go the other way and don't stop for nothing." I turned around and ran as a door creaked behind me. I heard wet skin slapping against the concrete floor, stumbling forward at an awkward pace. I headed straight, then took a sharp right. The air was growing more dense, more warm. I traced my hand along the right wall, only for it to shift. The concrete grew hot and soft, like sand from the beach. Then the grains turned fine until it was more like a sludge. It was like dragging your hand across raw chicken. "It wants you to stop," the operator said. "It's trying to distract you. Keep going." The hallway would contract and expand like a breathing entity. At times, the floor would roll, as if trying to swallow me. I could feel it tilt in different angles, making the way forward twist and turn. One moment, I'm going forward. Next moment, the hallway tilted upward, and I'm using ridges in the floor to climb a makeshift ladder. Then, I'm falling on my back, holding on for dear life as I'm thrown this way and that. All the while, something at the bottom is waiting for me to drop. Something that came out of that door and who's tired of playing games. I was soaking wet when I came to what felt like a dead end. There was this slimy substance covering the wall, but I could push against it. It felt like trying to pop a soap-drenched balloon. Using scissors from the first aid kit, I managed to cut a big enough hole for my hand to fit and rip all the way through. As I did, everything rolled again, as something screamed in pain, not with sound, but with movement, convulsion, and heat. I could feel the compressed air press against my eardrums, making my sense of balance shiver. There was a door at the end of the hallway. It was chained. "This is it," the operator said. Get the key, and go." It was coming down the hall, heading straight for me. It was so fast. How could it be so fast? I reached for my key and felt around for a lock. There was one. I slotted the key in, turned, and pulled. There was a click, and the chain rattled to the floor. As I swung the door open and dashed through, I turned around for a moment just to close it behind me. As I did, I saw something staring back at me from the dark. Something with milk-white skin and atrophied eyes, and the wild, grown maw of an invertebrate predator. The door closed, and I stepped back, catching my breath. There was light here. The operator came through, but the voice was barely reaching me. I could hear scratches, like interference, like I was just out of reach. "Just keep going," he said. "Not far. Got it from here." "What about you?" I asked. "Are you still in there?" "Went the wrong way." I paused for a moment, looking back. The light was faint, but my eyes were still adjusting. I couldn't focus. "Is that you?" I asked. "I mean, really you?" There was a short pause as the world came into view. The operator thought about it for a moment, then sighed. "Is what it is," he said. "Later, Gator." I followed the sound of machinery and wandered straight out onto a platform. Early commuters saw me wandering out of a maintenance tunnel, and I was approached by a janitor. I wasn't making any sense at that point. When law enforcement came to pick me up, I was delirious. It took them hours to identify me, and I was of little help. I'd been wandering down there for almost 3 full days. I was dehydrated. They had found the missing urban explorer and shifted their rescue attempt to me, trying to figure out exactly where I'd gone off the beaten path. No one managed to find the black door that I was describing, or the corridor where it was supposed to have been. Retracing my steps seemed impossible, as nothing was the way I described it. They couldn't explain what I'd experienced. My clothes were covered in a thin layer of hydrochloric acid and potassium chloride, in a mix similar to gastric acid, like I'd been walking through a massive, diluted stomach. There were interviews, questionnaires, and even a short article in a local newspaper. Most wanted to talk about the fear of being lost in the dark and what it does to your mind. It lost its novelty after about a week, and I was back at work like nothing had happened. I still do search and rescue on a volunteer basis sometimes. I'm a bit more careful, sure, but you can't change what you are overnight. And yet, I think something has changed. I'm asking different questions nowadays, and I'm not sure I want an answer. I can't say for sure what I was doing during those 3 days or what I experienced, but I know what I heard. I know I wasn't alone. And in those rare moments where I think it was all some fake, made up nonsense from the back of my mind, I look into the top drawer in my nightstand. That's where I keep a small key with an etched sunflower that someone left for me in the dark. I was paid to be a fake customer at a dying mall. Something strange is happening in there. So my life pretty much derailed back in spring 2022. This is when the downward spiral, so to speak, really began for me. Trust me, this is necessary context for the rest of this. I was at Buffalo Wild Wings watching some UFC fights with some friends and decided to cook up a harmless little parlay before the main card. I'd never gambled on anything before and only had this vague understanding of how it worked. But I had just passed some exams and was about 5 or 6 drinks deep, and the world just seemed so open and rife with possibilities, so I thought, why the hell not? I ended up turning $15 into over $200 that night, but based on the way I was acting, you would have thought I'd won $200 million. The high was just that good, more visceral than I would have thought. I never reached that high ever again. Even after hitting ludicrous bets that paid out 50 to 60 times more, nothing really came close to replicating it, which was really the crux of my issues. My dumbass just kept trying to chase it. As much as I'm sure you'd all love to hear it, I'm not going to go into a detailed timeline of my misery. Just know that it was bad. Probably worse than you're imagining right now. Bridges burned, legal trouble, having to avoid calls from very persistent debt collectors, the works. The only reason I've been able to somewhat keep my head above water for so long was due to my job. It was one of those positions that paid you a lot to sit around in an office and update a spreadsheet every now and then, maybe an hour of real work a day. I was lucky to land it, even luckier to be able to hang on to it for as long as I did. So when the consultants were hired and the fat started being trimmed, I really had no right to be as shocked as I was when I saw that notification from my manager waiting for me on Teams. I did end up with a pretty decent severance, and can you guess what I did with it? Well, I actually tripled it the following week, betting on motherfucking golf of all things. Of course, I should have stopped right there and updated my LinkedIn, polished off my suit, registered for some networking events, but no, that wasn't going to work for me. In my head, no work meant more time to learn how to become a more proficient gambler. Every night was spent diving into statistics, deep analytics, line movements, even sports psychology of all things. What's it called when you think you know a lot, but you really don't know shit? The Freddy Krueger effect? Something like that? Things were going all right for a while. Not great, but I was winning just enough that I was able to stomach it all. But then one night, I was completely coked out and decided to place a very large and stupid bet on a certain boxing match. It flopped hard. Then, in my desperation to recoup something, I cooked up another long shot parlay on some fights the following weekend. And I'm sure you can guess what happened. When I was laid off 4 months ago, I had a total of $45,000 in liquid savings and only $35,000 in debts. Across all my accounts now, I'm down to $27.50. As for the debts, I don't even know. I don't want to look. My cards are all maxed, my credit is shot, I can't talk to my family anymore, my friends are no longer my friends, and every day there are people who look like they enjoy breaking fingers standing outside of my apartment building. Sometimes they manage to make it in and knock furiously at my door, and I just have to pretend like I'm not there. By the time I finally came to my senses and began job searching again, I'd already dug a cavern for myself that was going to take some Herculean effort to scale out of. I did manage to get some interviews, but never made it to any second rounds. Maybe I was coming off as too strung out. I don't know. Side tangent. Don't you fucking hate when they ask about gaps in your employment? It's like, fuck off, man. Anyways, I haven't gotten an interview in a while, and things don't seem to be looking up there. A few days ago, the collectors actually tried physically breaking down my door. Got real close as well until one of my neighbors, this old military type, came out and threatened to shoot their kneecaps off if they didn't skedaddle. I got lucky there. I can't bank on getting lucky again. Which leads me to last night. I was drunk off some bottom-shelf vodka and decided to try a more shameful and unorthodox method of procuring funds. That method being using AI-generated sob stories to e-beg on Reddit. Yeah, look, I was desperate. Wasn't thinking straight. I know. Of course, I wasn't sure how much I'd be able to get out of it. Certainly not enough to put even a tiny dent in the total debt, but maybe just enough to get the collectors off my back. For a while. And what more could I lose from trying? I still had the wherewithal to at least edit out most of the ChatGPT speak in the posts before copying and pasting them to as many relevant subreddits as possible. Predictably, I got called out almost immediately, getting blocked from one community after another. But just when I was ready to give it up, somebody shot me a message. I'll paste it below. Hey there, my name is Scott. I saw your post in ____. That really sucks, man. Really, it does. I've been there, and I think I can help. Now, I can't just give you money straight up, because I don't have much myself, but I can offer you a quick and reasonably trouble-free way to get some. Nothing weird or illegal or sexual, so don't worry about that. I have a friend who's head of a property group that owns a mall. You said you live in, right? The mall's located in, so it shouldn't be too far of a drive. In any case, you'll be compensated for fuel. So here's the crux of the proposal. You see, the mall's not doing too well. These days, I think most malls aren't, but the location for this one is just so awful that it's doing worse than the rest of them. But for whatever reason, this guy isn't quite ready to let go of it. It's not that he even really cares about it being profitable. He just doesn't want it to get shut down and repurposed for something else. For whatever reason. You know how weird rich people can be. Have you ever heard about mystery shoppers? It's not as eerie as it sounds. They're just people who are hired to walk around malls and shopping centers, pretending to be customers. That's basically what he's recruiting for. To make it look like the place still has some juice left in it, so that he can delay the inevitable for as long as he can. Again, for what? I don't know. You'll be given a certain window of time in which you're meant to walk around, doing your best to pretend like you actually have a reason for being there, which would involve some shopping, looking around, having a meal in the food court, etc. Once you enter the building, you'll go up to the Starbucks on the second floor. Go up to the barista and tell her that you're part of the program, and she'll give you $100 cash. You can then go ahead and spend that $100 on whatever you'd like over the course of the time you're in there. Make sure you spend all of it. Don't try and keep it. They'll know. Once your time is up, you can simply leave. But don't try and leave early. Once again, they'll know. In order to receive compensation, you'll need to be in there for your entire allotted duration. You can stay longer if you'd like, but not a second less. I mean that literally. Not even a second. Compensation is as follows. $250 for each hour spent there, to be e-transferred immediately upon your departure. If my friend likes your performance, there will be opportunity for you to come back. Let me know if this sounds like something you'd be interested in, and then I'll send over some more details. Cheers. Okay, so clearly a joke, right? I'm being trolled. But then I tried to think about what the punchline possibly could have been, and couldn't note up with anything. So I pivoted to the idea that maybe it was a scam, or something even more nefarious than that. The setup tracked well enough. Lure people out to somewhere remote under the pretense that they're about to make some good money, but not such good money that it seems like a glaring trap. $250 an hour for walking around a mall is just skirting that edge, in my opinion. But what the fuck are they planning to do once I get there? Mug me? They know I'm broke as shit and don't have anything, so that can't be it. So what else do I have that's valuable? My organs? Maybe they'll kidnap me and torture me to death on the dark web? I think the reason I'm typing this all out is because I'm hoping when I read it back, something will click. That I'll be able to come to my senses and realize just how bad an idea it is. Because right now, against all logic, I'm genuinely considering it. Because those fuckers are pounding on my door again. This time, they knocked for like 20 minutes straight. It got intense enough that I really thought they were going to give another go at breaking it down. But they didn't. Lucky me. I've thought about spending less time here, so that if they ever do storm in, I won't have to make a break for the fire exit. But I don't know where I'd go. Maybe the library or the gym. Though if it ever comes to a point where I'm having to do all that, it's basically already over for me. That's no way to live. Trying to weigh everything now. Do I have anything to lose besides my life? Could things get worse than they are right now? One of the people I owe money to is this guy named Renzo. I met Renzo at a bar while I was watching Canelo versus Crawford card. What was that, like 9 months ago? Jesus. So anyways, I met this guy there and I was blitzed out of my head and told him very confidently to bet the house on Crawford. He seemed to like the cut of my jib, so he went ahead and did so. Not quite the house, but a pretty fat stack. I made him some good money that night. Made some good money myself. Then we just drank and drank until things got hazy. And the only other thing I really remember before waking up in his apartment the next morning, not what you think, was my face being pressed down into cold concrete. My clothes were still on, phone and wallet still in my pockets, and I was just slumped over on a couch with one side of my face stinging so bad it felt like something was pulsating beneath it. Looking at myself using the camera on my phone, I could see that half of my face was red and swollen, scratches overlapping each other like a bloody lattice. Then Renzo comes into the living room, saying he couldn't believe what I did last night and how much of a dog I was. I didn't know what he was referring to, and I still don't. I never asked. So that's how I met the guy. I'd later find out that he traffics a lot of cocaine over the border and does a lot of it himself, and that there's a small jar sitting next to his television containing several shriveled, dried-up human ears that he claims used to belong to the members of some outlaw gang in the Old West. I'm sure a reasonable person would have considered these things very carefully and concluded that they might be better off keeping their distance. But not me. In fact, I did the worst thing anybody could have possibly done. I ended up borrowing some money from him. Only around $3,000, maybe not a lot to some of you, but when you're dealing with this guy, it's still $3,000 too much. To be fair though, he was the one that had first offered it up, told me to throw it on whatever I thought might get me some coin, and if I won, we could share the profits. I guess he was under the impression that I was some sort of master sports bettor and that I knew what the fuck I was doing. I should have asked him what would happen if I lost before I'd accepted it. And I did lose it. All of it. Couldn't pay him back even a cent. I didn't hide it from him, just told him the facts straight and clear, to which he'd smiled, told me it was all right, that I had a week to pay him back. That week turned into a month, then 2 months. Then I just started flat out avoiding him. Wasn't picking up his calls, being very careful to scan my surroundings for any sign of him whenever I was out. Eventually, I guess he snapped and sent his goons after me, and now, here we are. The reason I bring Renzo up is because he's the most pressing issue in my life right now. The guy's clearly not going away, and if I don't placate him soon, something very bad is going to happen, and I'm not going to be able to run from it. I just gave him a call, apologized for ducking him, and then asked him plainly how much money I'd need to give him at this point to square everything up, for him to call off his goons and leave me be. He told me $10,000, and if I didn't give it to him by Tuesday next week, he'd come up to my apartment himself and blast the door off its hinges, and that I could try leaving the city or getting the police involved, but that it wouldn't matter because eventually he would get me. And once he did, he'd skin me alive before tossing me into a vat of boiling oil. I told him okay, to meet me at a bar next Tuesday at noon, and that I'd have the money. Then I hung up. Now I'm really panicking. I mean, I doubt the guy has access to a vat of boiling oil large enough to toss a body into, but I kind of believe him about the skinning alive part. $10,000 divided by $250 is 40 hours. I have about 170 hours before I have to meet him. I just messaged Scott back, telling him I was very much interested in the mall thing. Let's see what he says. It didn't take long for Scott to get back to me. He said he was glad to hear it, then asked when I could start. I told him immediately. Then I asked him how many hours he could get me before Tuesday. He told me he could maybe swing 35. I told him I really needed 40, and was there any way we could make that happen? He said no. 35 was a hard limit, but that he could probably vouch for me and get my rate up to $265 an hour. Then I tried pushing for $285, claiming that'd be the minimum I'd need in order to stave off eviction, basically trying to guilt him into it. It was a long back and forth, but eventually we were able to come to a mutual agreement. He then sent me an address and told me to be there from exactly 2 to 9 tomorrow. I told him I appreciated it and sent him the details he'd asked for, which was just my name, age, phone number, email, and that's it. No address, work history, social security number, literally anything else. They didn't even ask for a picture of my ID, which was convenient but also sketchy as fuck. I mean, I could have been a literal bot, and how would he know? So many red flags that you could supply a parade with them. But it's not like I really have the luxury of backing out at this point. Maybe I could try leaving town, but I don't think I'd get too far. I don't think it'd end well. I told him I'd be there. A few hours later, he sent me another message, via email this time. Hey, __, it's Scott. Please remember this before you go. It's really important that you do your best to act like a real customer, from the moment you step inside to the moment you leave. If anybody comes up to you and asks you what you're doing, tell them you're shopping or going to see a movie or grabbing lunch or just killing some time. Have a response ready and deliver it clearly and confidently. Absolutely no acting like a deer in headlights. Just be calm. Be natural. Don't think about it too much. And while you're in there, don't ask any questions of your own. You see or hear something weird, just ignore it. But if you ever feel like you're in genuine danger, don't hesitate to leave. You'll be paid in full for the day. Should any incidents transpire, please let me know. Tell me exactly what happened, and I'll relay it to my friend. He likes to keep tabs on that sort of stuff. Also, one more thing I should have mentioned at the start. Try to keep what you see in there to yourself. Try not to talk about it too much. But if you do, because I know you probably will, just make sure to leave out the specifics. I know it sounds contradictory, but my friend would rather keep everything contained here. Good luck, man. Rooting for you. So yeah, not sure what to make of that, but I'm trying not to think about it. I thought about sending Scott another message, asking what kind of danger I could possibly expect. But fuck it. Don't bite the hand that feeds you or something. It's late now, and I'm watching Breaking Bad for the 4th time, and I have about 8 hours before I need to be at the mall. I really should get some sleep, make sure I'm mentally sharp for tomorrow. But my heart's beating pretty fast, and I get the sense that rest won't come easy right now. I looked up the address, and it does seem to be a real active place with real reviews. Nothing glaringly off about it other than the location. It's about a 25-minute drive from my apartment, and it's pretty out of the way, not very accessible. I think I have just enough left in my account to fill up my tank with just enough gas to get me there and back. Then that's it. So if this does turn out to be some stupid joke, then I'm really screwed tight. I'm done for. But I'll be screwed tight if I show up or not. And even if it is a trap, and I show up and immediately get shot in the head or get kidnapped and tortured, well, at least that means I won't have to deal with a lot of annoying shit in the future. Framing it that way, it really is a win-win-win, and I'm starting to feel better about it all. I'm sitting in my car right now, and I'm feeling oddly mellow, more than I have in a long time. Could be a defense mechanism, my psyche trying to brace me for the unknown. Could also be the vodka Red Bull concoction I've just finished chugging. Whatever it is, I'll take it. The parking lot here is larger than I'd expected, and about a fifth of the way full, which is surprising to me, given the location. It might be a stretch to call it the middle of nowhere, but just based on a cursory glance, you could make a case for it. No other buildings around, no other sign of life at all. Just a desolate stretch of highway on one side, and a dense forest on the other. It's about 10 minutes out of the city, smack dab between some gray industrial area and a long stretch of farmland. I cannot fathom what the target demographic was here. It's about 10 before 2. A lot of thoughts running through my head, but I'm doing a good job of stamping most of them out. In another 5 minutes, I'll head in. It's just after 8 now, and I'm sitting in the food court, sipping on the remnants of a milkshake. Not so mellow anymore. It's been strange here. Real fucking bizarre. I'm still trying to process it. When I'd first entered, which I made sure to do at exactly 2, I'd followed Scott's instructions and immediately headed up to the second floor. Looking around the place, it seemed typical enough. There was the usual fare: H&M, Foot Locker, Bath & Body Works, Sephora, candy shops, stores selling cute but useless toys and knickknacks. Not quite bustling with activity anywhere, but also not empty enough for it to feel eerie, though it feels really weird knowing that everybody you pass by is likely there for the same fucked up reason you are. So I've been trying to avoid making any eye contact. I spent a lot of time searching around for the Starbucks and eventually found it tucked away in some corner, all the way at the end of a long string of dead and vacant storefronts. Almost like they'd made some concerted effort to hide it. Or maybe it was just a coincidence? Don't want to get too conspiratorial yet. I walked inside, and the only person in there other than the barista was this dude sitting at a table with a half-eaten sandwich in front of him. He didn't look up or really register my presence at all, just kept staring blankly ahead at something. I didn't know what, couldn't figure it out. Maybe the painting of abstract shapes on the wall? I went up to the barista, who had short blonde hair and looked to be in her 20s. I offered up a smile, which wasn't reciprocated. Not that I really cared. What did catch me off guard was the look on her face, like I was the scourge of the earth or something. Like I'd just murdered 10 puppies in front of her and then laughed about it. I was so puzzled by this that my train of thought completely derailed for a second, and I forgot what I was supposed to say. After stumbling through several half-baked sentences, it finally came back to me, and I spat it out. I'm, part of the program. She sighed and actually rolled her eyes before asking me what I wanted to order. I just stared at her, no clue what to say, probably looking bewildered. I told her again that I was part of the program. She shook her head, sighed again. You're supposed to buy something first, she told me, keeping her voice really low while staring daggers at me. They didn't tell you? I shook my head and told her no, they didn't. You're supposed to buy something and hand me some cash, and then I give you the change. Get it? I remember starting to get lightheaded here, thinking, was this real? Was I dreaming? So order something and then give me some cash, she went on. Doesn't matter how much, just give me something. I told her I'd have a black coffee and began digging through my wallet, surprised and relieved to find a crumpled $1 bill in there. I took it out, handed it to her. She snatched it quickly out of my hand and dumped it in the register, then gave me back a small stack of crisp $10 bills. I counted them quickly, 10 total. I turned around, getting ready to leave, but then she called me back, asking, did I forget about something? I stopped, turned around, and she went about making the coffee, her movements slow, almost labored. I noticed that she was walking with a limp. It took her a few minutes to finish up, and then she held out the cup, giving me one last glare as I grabbed it from her. I'd never been more glad to be leaving a Starbucks. Like I said, really bizarre stuff. But as I'd come to find out, this was only the tip of the iceberg. I took a sip of the coffee, and it tasted burnt to hell, just completely god-awful. So I tossed it, made my way over to one of those mall directory things. Still had a lot of time to kill, so I began perusing the options. Eventually, I settled on heading over to the Chili's, having a margarita or two, or three. Yes, I have problems. I went back down to the first floor, keeping my vision squared ahead, trying not to draw any attention to myself. At one point, I walked past a woman that looked to be in her early 60s/late 70s, and I had to wonder, was she here for the money as well? Or did she just happen upon this place on her own volition? I almost wanted to ask her directly, but thought better of it. Arriving at the Chili's, I headed straight for the bar and was surprised to find most of the seats there occupied. Most lively place I'd seen in the mall by far, though there wasn't a soul at any of the tables. It was a mixed group, men, women, some old, some young, all seeming pretty drunk and glaring at me malevolently, as if I were intruding on something sacred. Well, I thought, this was just the way it was going to be. I tried not to take it personally. I took a seat at the end of the bar, trying and failing to catch the bartender's attention. It was a youngish guy, maybe early 30s. Big beard and pencil-thin arms covered in tattoos. I think it took about 5 full minutes before he finally, reluctantly, looked my way. He started to walk towards me, moving real slow, as if trying to draw out the steps. Yeah, is all he said to me, his tone oozing with cold contempt. I told him that I'd have a margarita, along with a Budweiser. For a while, he continued to stare at me, his expression implying that I'd crossed some sort of line by asking to be served alcohol at a bar at a fucking Chili's. Then he took a deep breath through his nose and turned away, walked over to the liquor shelf. I watched him as he dumped some tequila into a glass, threw a lime wedge in it, topped it off with a messy splash of Sprite, spilling most of it onto the counter. Then he walked back over, set it down roughly in front of me, walked away again. He didn't bother with the Budweiser, and I didn't bother pressing him for it. More trouble than it was worth, I reckoned. I sat there and sipped my drink slowly, watching CNN on the television, but not really paying attention to it. It was hard to focus on anything at all when you could just feel that every single pair of eyes in the room was stuck onto you like glue, that you were the center of attention for reasons that were probably not so good. I finished the drink and felt like I needed one more to get a tolerable buzz going. Tried to get the bartender's attention again, but this time he just straight up ignored me. Just kept facing ahead while leaning against the back shelf, taking swigs out of a Smirnoff bottle before putting it back. Lightly swaying on his feet. The guy was plastered. At a point, it starts to become a blow to your ego, and this was about that point. I began shouting at him, something like, "Come on, man, can a guy not get a fucking drink?" Maybe, probably, with a bit of an edge in my voice, but he still wouldn't look at me. I looked down at the rest of the bar, and suddenly nobody else was looking at me either. It's like the entire room had suddenly and collectively agreed to pretend like I no longer existed. "What the fuck is wrong with you people?" I shouted. "Nothing against you, buddy," somebody, I couldn't see who, shouted back. There's just too many people in here right now. I asked out loud what the hell that was supposed to mean. It's 5 o'clock on a Tuesday, the bartender spoke up, his tone implying that he was explaining something painfully obvious. Think about it, yeah? How busy can a Chili's get? On a Tuesday, at 5 o'clock? Just think about it. If we don't sell this, then nobody gets paid. So quit your whining and come back when it's emptier. Any further questions of mine fell on deaf ears. I was invisible again. I slapped one of the tens onto the counter and stood up, left the place. For the next few hours, I sort of just wandered around, my head in a bit of a daze, still not fully convinced this wasn't a dream. I went over to the food court, ate some KFC. The guy working the counter there didn't say a word to me, communicating via nothing but head nods. Then when I bit into the chicken, I realized that some of it was still raw. I just ate around it. After that, I went over to the Under Armour store, spent some time looking over some knockoff jackets. The labels read Under Armour, that nevertheless seemed comparable in quality to the real thing. I picked one of them up along with a t-shirt. Surprisingly, the lady who worked there was actually pretty nice, actually put some effort into being an employee, or maybe she was a real employee. After that, I was down to just $20 and went over to the movie theater, which was completely empty save for a woman who was asleep behind the box office and some guy sweeping the floors. The screen that was supposed to be displaying what was playing was glitched, completely bugging out. So I went up to the guy, asked him what was on. He just shrugged, said that it could be anything. Then I asked how I was supposed to buy a ticket, and he said all I needed to do was go up to the box office and put a $10 on the counter. Then I could go into any of the theaters. But to try and not wake Lindsay up, since she gets real cranky when that happens, and he doesn't want to deal with it. I parted ways with another bill, then went into the closest theater, catching about 2/3 of that last Avatar movie, the one with the fire in it. There was only one other person in the theater, sitting near the front. They were there when I'd walked in, and they didn't move after the film had finished. I left the theater and went into a washroom, took a piss, splashed my face with cold water while looking at myself in the mirror, taking deep breaths. Now the anxiety was starting to break through, the fear as well. After I'd finished drying myself, the stall closest to the wall opened up. I looked over, seeing the door hanging ajar, but with nobody emerging from behind it. Through the gap at the bottom, I could see a pair of dirty white sneakers. I guess whoever they belonged to was just standing there, which was a really freaky thing to think about, and I left the washroom shortly after, looking over my shoulder to make sure nobody tried following me out. And nobody did. There were a few more odd occurrences after this. I walked past an electronics store, and this short older dude came out from behind the counter with this big smile on his face and tried gesturing for me to come inside. Cell phone, he kept saying. Fix cell phone. I told him my cell phone didn't need fixing, and his expression dropped like a stone in a lake. I watched him as he walked back into the store and rolled down the security gates and disappeared behind them. Then the lights went off inside. There was also this lady walking around with a metal tray, claiming to be offering samples of cinnamon rolls. The cinnamon rolls in question being dollops of thick, gray, bubbling sludge. Safe to say, I passed on it. At some point, I had what I believe was a panic attack. Never had one before, but I think this was it. Tightness in the chest, an overwhelming sense of dread. I found a bench somewhere and took a seat. Pulled up some breathing exercises on YouTube and tried to replicate them. To my surprise, they worked pretty well. I went back to the food court, spent my last $10 on a large peanut butter milkshake from Baskin-Robbins with a bunch of chocolate bullshit blended into it. And that's where I am now. Just sitting here, waiting for 9 to hit so I can get the fuck out of whatever the fuck this place is. But I'm feeling better now, I think. Maybe it's just the dopamine from all the sugar, but I'm feeling all right. Enough that I think I'll be able to get through this. Oh shit, There's a guy walking towards me now. He just sat down beside me. The good news is, I'm back in my apartment now, mostly unscathed. The not so good news is that as much as I need the money, I'm not sure if I can go back to that place. So about the guy in the food court. He was young, maybe early 20s, tall and skinny, brown hair cut into a short fade. Looked like a bog-standard college kid. He sat next to me, started making small talk, asking how my day had been, was the milkshake good, etc. I tried ignoring him at first, but he seemed nice and normal and coherent enough that I started to feel bad about it. So we got to talking a bit. He told me his name was Daniel, and that he used to be a copywriter but got laid off around 6 months ago and hasn't been able to find anything since. So what's what he was doing here? What about you? He'd then asked. Why are you here? Right at that moment, I felt comfortable enough to tell him the truth. I told him about the gambling, the debts, the collectors. It felt nice and cathartic airing out my dirty laundry to a complete stranger, so I just kept on going. I didn't stop talking until my eyes drifted down and landed on the shoes he was wearing, these really worn, scuffed white sneakers. Okay, I thought, could be a coincidence. And even if it was same guy from the bathroom, then so what? But then I remembered Scott's message, specifically his instructions about what was I supposed to do if somebody tried talking to me, and the realization washed over me like a cold wave. I suddenly stood up, told him I had to get going. He started protesting, telling me that I should stick around because he had something he wanted to show me. I told him I was tired and I really needed to go home. He started grinning, showing off blocky, chiclet teeth, really stretching his lips as wide as they could go and then a bit wider than that, looking really uncanny. He asked me again what I was doing here. Shopping, I told him. Just shopping. He pointed out that I didn't have any bags, so what could I have been shopping for? I started scanning the floor around me before remembering that I'd left the Under Armour bag in the washroom. He started laughing in this jovial manner, though there was something clearly ominous beneath it. You're not here to shop, are you? He asked. Then what? Why are you here? I snuck a glance at my phone and saw 8:50. I repeated that I really had to leave, and then I turned around, started heading for the exit. To my dismay, I could hear his steps keeping pace behind me. Once I got to the doors, I checked the time again. 8:55. I turned, and Daniel, or whoever the fuck he was still there, standing about a half-dozen feet away. Don't you have to go home? He questioned, holding on to that grin. Door's right there. Why don't you leave? By now, I was checking my phone every few seconds, no longer making an attempt to hide it. He laughed again, said that if I wasn't going home, I may as well come and see what he wants to show me. Now the panic had returned, and I really had to force myself to stay put for just a few more minutes. Minutes that seemed to be stretching into infinity. But I told myself that I was ready to sprint the second he tried making a move. I started wondering who I was more scared of, Renzo or this fucker right in front of me. It came up inconclusive. As the seconds ticked down, he continued goading me to come with him, each request insinuating more of a threat than the last. The grin slowly fading, twisting into something more outwardly malicious. The moment that the clock hit 9, I tried to bolt, though I didn't get far. The bastard grabbed onto my collar, started dragging me back. I tried yanking myself away, but the fucking freak had this inexplicable iron grip. It was nothing but luck that I'd been wearing one of my old, cheap shirts, the fabric of which was already starting to tear. I jerked myself forward a few more times until it shredded off my back. Once free, I lunged ahead and pushed the door open, vaulting myself outside and tripping over my own feet, elbows planting hard onto the concrete. A searing pain jolted up my arms, and I think I heard something crack. But I wasn't too worried about it in the moment, more concerned about making sure Daniel wasn't about to drag me back inside. I scrambled to my feet and spun around to face the doors, bracing myself for, well, I don't know what. Maybe for him to be charging towards me like a bull, which he wasn't. He remained inside, his face now pressed up against the glass, features pancaked into this odd, grotesque visage, staring at me with wide, bulging eyes, relentlessly dragging his tongue across the glass in a circular pattern. Like he'd suddenly forgotten how to act like a human, or maybe he just didn't care anymore, no longer felt the need to keep up the front. I just stood there and stared back, convinced that the second I tried to move, he would do the same. I'm not sure how long this little stalemate of ours went on for, but I remember my heart racing the entire time, beating faster and faster, approaching a point where I thought it might just explode. But eventually, he did leave, detached his face from the glass and spun around and just walked off. I doubled over, puked up some bile, and took several deep breaths before walking over to my car, cold and shirtless, watching the sun dip into the horizon. I wasn't expecting to find that my tires had all been slashed. All four of them. My stomach dropped. Then it dropped even further once I looked around and saw that my car was now literally the only one in the entire lot. I tried calling for an Uber, but the network out there was so shit that the app wouldn't load. I could have gone back into the mall and used the Wi-Fi, but fuck that. I just leaned on the hood of my car, mulling over my options, feeling a bit numb. My apartment was about 18 miles away, theoretically walkable. But the bigger problem was, I really didn't know the way. Here was a good chance that if I tried walking, I'd end up in the next town over, especially in the dark, which was something I thankfully didn't have to risk. A few minutes later, the front door swung open and out came a woman, maybe in her 30s, dressed in jeans and a windbreaker. She didn't seem all too dangerous, but my expectations were up in the air at that point, so I backed away regardless. She walked halfway across the lot before stopping, looking over at me. It seemed like she was about to say something, but then hesitated, looking away for a second before looking back. Then she called out, asking if I needed a ride. I told her I'd love one, but could she first prove to me that she wasn't with the maniac that I'd just escaped from? She said she wasn't with him, but that she didn't know how she was supposed to prove that to me, and that she wasn't going to wait around. So if I wanted a ride, I should make that decision soon. I shivered. It was starting to get cold out. She never questioned why I was shirtless. I then asked her where her car was. She told me to follow her, but not before flashing the Glock attached to her hip. She said she didn't think I was a threat, but that she absolutely would not hesitate to shoot if I tried anything. I assured her that I wasn't going to try anything. She'd parked about a half-mile away from the mall, on a dirt patch in the forest, well hidden from the road. I asked her why she'd parked all the way out there and not in the lot. She told me the first time she'd left her car in the lot after 8 p.m., her tires had gotten slashed. I then asked her how long she's been working at the mall. She said she didn't really want to talk about it, that she'd prefer it if we just sat in silence for the duration of the trip. So we did. Once we were back in the city, she dropped me off at a train station. I didn't have any cash for a ticket, but it was pretty close to my apartment, only about a 10-minute walk away. I thanked her and hopped out. Before she took off, I asked her what her name was. She just shook her head, said it'd be pointless for me to know. When I got home, I drained the rest of the vodka in my fridge and passed out on my couch. When I woke up this morning, I checked my phone and saw a notification from my bank. I'd been e-transferred $3,000. I also had another email from Scott. "Hey man, I heard you might have a rough first day, so I sent you a bit extra on top of the promised amount. Your hours are the same for today, 2 to 9 p.m. And also, man, just remember what I said before. You're a customer in there, so act like it." It's about 10:30 a.m. right now, and I'm just lying on the couch, sipping some Clamato juice, not really wanting to move, especially not to go back to that place. I spent some time trying to calculate how far $3,000 could get me if I skipped town and concluded probably not very far. Then I tried conjuring up some other ways I might be able to cover the last $7,000 before asking myself who I was kidding. I really don't want to go back there, but I know I'll probably have to. My son has been staring at something behind me since the day he was born. June 18th was both the best and the worst day of my life. Due to health concerns, my wife had been scheduled for a C-section. My heart filled with joy as the nurses gently handed me my newborn son as I sat in the recovery room. My eyes filled with tears as I stared into the tiny face of my now sleeping infant. I'd do anything for this child. Slowly, I tore my eyes away from him to look up to the nurse. "When can we see his mom?" I asked. Her eyes widened slightly. "They are finishing up as we speak. Don't worry. Someone will come and get you when she's ready to see you." After walking me through using a bottle and explaining the call button, she left with a cheery, "Don't be afraid to call one of us if you need help." There I was, alone with my son. So many thoughts filled my mind. How I wished I had been a better man. How I longed to be a better father than mine, who had abandoned me at 12. As I stared into the angel-like face of my son, I felt scared, proud, and motivated to be the best dad I could be. As the hours passed, my joy slowly became replaced with a new feeling: worry. Where was Jessica? What was taking so long? Was this normal? Later that evening, a solemn doctor entered the room. "It's Grant, isn't it?" he said. "Yes, sir, that's right. Where's my wife? What's going on?" I said as I rose to my feet. He swallowed hard before saying, "I'm sorry, Grant. There was a serious complication, a heavy bleed, and, well, I'm sorry, but your wife has passed away." I couldn't breathe. It felt like all the air had been forced out of my lungs. I fell back into my chair as a muffled scream finally exited my mouth. The tears soon followed, and almost as if he could sense my pain, my son joined in. A moment I will never forget. Through my own tears, I reached out to comfort my crying son. I cradled him in my arms, whispering to him that everything was going to be okay. All the while, my tears gently ran down my cheeks and dropped softly out his little head. Soon he calmed down. As he did, I held him out to look him in the face, and for the first time, his little eyes opened to see the world around him. He had his mother's eyes. I smiled, choking back more tears. "Hello, David." Jessica loved that name. It was her top choice. "I love you, son, and Mommy loves you too." I gazed into my son's perfect face. In a way, it was like staring at his mother. For a moment, hope and resolve filled my mind. My Jessica had given me a great gift. I loved David more fiercely than I'd ever loved anyone. I promised myself there and then to give David the world. I noticed then something that didn't bother me at the time. David's beautiful little eyes didn't look back into mine instead. They stared off into the empty space just above my left shoulder. That was 5 years ago. It hasn't been easy being a single dad. Several years ago, I got the courage to ask my boss if I could do the majority of my work from home. Really, all that's required to work in accounting nowadays is a laptop and a good Wi-Fi connection. My boss was gracious enough to agree when he heard of my situation. Years as a corporate accountant have allowed me to afford a small home in the suburbs that is more than enough room for the two of us. David has grown into a healthy and happy little boy. Next month, he will be 5. His light blonde hair and deep blue eyes remind me so much of his mother. His smile and laughter light up any room, and my life is altogether better because of my boy. Yet something strange has been happening lately. I suppose that's why I'm writing this. Maybe someone out there will know what's happening or what I should do. Ever since his first day of life, I've noticed David staring at something behind me. When he was an infant, they told me don't worry about it. It takes time for baby's eyes to focus and identify faces from random objects. In no time, I should notice him doing it less and less. When the doctor said this, I was relieved. But the only thing is, that's not what happened. He never stopped. As a 1-year-old, he would look vaguely in my direction, but as I got closer, it was clear he was looking behind me, not at me. He would adjust when I talked to him. I'd say, "Hi, David." His eyes would shift from looking over my shoulder to looking into my eyes. "Hi, Dada," he would say with a smile. But as I lost his attention, his gaze would move behind me. He would just stare at nothing. Every now and again, he would smile at nothing, shake his head yes and yell, "Yeah," or shake his head no and yell, "No, no." This concerned me. As a first-time parent, I had no idea what was normal toddler behavior and what wasn't. I remember that at one point, out of pure uncertainty, I called my deadbeat mom. All her life, my mom was unable to turn away from the same vices that ruled her when I was a child. Though she was now nearly 60, she was not very different from the alcoholic, drug-addicted 25-year-old I remember from my childhood. "What do you want?" Her loud, raspy smoker's voice startled me. "Mom, it's me," I said back into my phone. "Oh, Grant, it's you, baby. What do you want?" came the reply. "I just wanted to ask you, is it normal for toddlers to stare off at nothing?" After a moment, she said, "How should I know? What do you think I am? Some sort of child psychologist? I'm sure whatever is eating at you is fine. Kids are kids. Who knows why the hell they do what they do? Look, Grant, I really have to go." With that, she hung up the phone. Putting down the phone, I muttered to myself, "Thanks a lot, Mom." Over David's toddler years, the doctors didn't seem to be concerned either. I often heard, "Oh, that's not really a concern. He's probably just a little shy. Some kids take longer developing socially. Not a big deal." Shortly after David's 4th birthday, I finally convinced myself that it was not a big deal. David was such a sweet and caring little boy. He wasn't antisocial, though it was difficult finding friends his age. Overall, he was very smart for his age, so then why was I concerned? I needed to accept him for who he was and not try to change him. I decided then not to be bothered by it anymore. The following months were good. Work was going smoothly. I was finally starting to make some friends in the neighbor, and David would be starting kindergarten in the fall. Life was finally feeling normal. Up until last month, when suddenly, in the middle of the night, I heard quiet whispering coming from David's room. Rubbing the sleep from my eyes, I slowly walked the short hallway from my room to David's. I cracked the door open as quietly as I could. Just in case I had misheard, I didn't want to wake him. His dark room was gently lit by a little night lamp, which cast strange shadows on the walls. My body tensed up slightly as I saw David. He sat on the floor, back to me and the door, as he stared into an empty corner of the room. He wasn't staring straight ahead into the corner, rather his head was looking slightly up as he stared off somewhere near the ceiling. He was whispering. I heard him say things like, "I'm glad you're here. Can I come with you? Do you want to play?" I was creeped out. I felt certain he must be sleepwalking, although that is creepy nonetheless. I quietly opened the door farther before saying, "David, what are you doing?" "It's past bedtime. We can play tomorrow." He went quiet and didn't move. A moment later, he whispered, "He says it's bedtime. I have to go." Before standing up and silently returning to his bed, he fell asleep instantly. I didn't sleep well that night. The next day was a Saturday. I still felt pretty unnerved about last night, so as we sat at the breakfast table and I watched David eat his bowl of Fruit Loops, I asked, "Hey buddy, do you remember when Daddy came to your room last night?" David didn't even look up from his cereal. He just said, "Yeah." "Who were you talking to last night?" "My friend." I was puzzled. "Your friend? Does he have a name?" He nodded. "His name is Billy." I frowned. "Is Billy always in your room?" He shook his head. "No. Do you know where Billy is?" He looked up, but not at me, past me. Yeah, he's behind you. At that moment, I felt on the back of my neck the slightest movement of air, almost like someone directly behind you breathing on your neck. I don't know why, but I didn't want to turn around, but I forced myself to turn my head and look behind me. Of course, there was nothing there, just our empty kitchen. That evening, we had been invited to a cookout with the new family that moved into the house across the street. They had a young boy named Clay who was a little over a year older than David, and the two had become fast friends. Shortly after lunch, David asked to go over to Clay's to play before the cookout. I had to catch up on some work projects, so I told him to go ahead and to have fun. After watching to be sure that he had crossed the street safely, I retreated to my office, put my earbuds in, and got to work. After about an hour in, I felt a light tap on my shoulder. Thinking David had come back home and needed something, I took out my earbuds and spun around in my chair ready to greet him. But David wasn't there. In fact, no one was. I was alone. Confused, I walked around the house calling for David. As I passed by the front window, I peeked out and saw David and Clay playing joyfully on the lawn across the street. Swallowing hard, I turned to face my empty house. Tried my best to convince myself that I was just tired and must have imagined it. That night was great. The cookout was just what David and I needed. The time with other parents made me feel like I wasn't the only one struggling with raising my son. I stood next to Clay's dad, Brad, as he manned the grill. We talked about our work, sports, and our hobbies. Brad was easy to get along with. He was charismatic and easygoing. I anticipated we would become fast friends. "Hey Brad, question for you," I said as he started pulling the hot dogs off the grill. "Shoot," he replied. "Did Clay ever have an imaginary friend?" He chuckled. "Why, does David have an invisible buddy?" "Yeah, and it's really weirding me out. Maybe it's just because it's just the two of us, but I don't know, kind of creeping me out." Well, to answer your question, yeah, Clay had one of those for a while. Called it Mr. Buttons. I got a buddy who's a counselor, and he said it's pretty normal and can actually help their imagination develop. So I wouldn't worry too much about it. I nodded. "Thanks, man. That helps. I'm sure my wife would have known what to do, and I don't know. Sometimes I don't feel like I know what I'm doing." He put his hand on my shoulder. "We all feel that way from time to time, but you can always come to us for help. After all, it takes a village." He handed me a plate with a hot dog on it. "Thanks, man, for everything." 9 p.m. rolled around, and everyone started heading home. David held my hand as we crossed the street back to our house. In the middle of the street, he looked up at me and said, "Daddy, could my friend do a sleepover tonight?" "Well, I guess we could go ask Clay's parents, but it's kinda late." He giggled. "No, not Clay, Billy." "Billy?" "Yeah, Billy wants to spend the night. Can he? Please?" I hesitated, but then remembered Brad's words. "Yeah, I think that would be fine." Then jokingly added, "But maybe we should ask Billy's parents first." David laughed. "Billy doesn't have parents. He's very old." Somehow that didn't make me feel any better. The rest of the summer was mundane. As much as I didn't like it, I got used to my son talking more and more about his imaginary friend. A month before David started kindergarten, I found him sitting alone in a corner of his room. He was quietly crying. His knees were brought up close to his chest, and his forehead rested upon them. "David, what's wrong?" He looked up when I spoke, snuffled and wiped his nose with his hand. "Nothing," he weakly said. I walked in and sat on the floor next to him, gently wrapping my arm around him. "What's going on, big guy?" I asked softly. He didn't say anything for a while, just sat there sobbing quietly. After a few moments, I heard a low whisper. "Daddy?" "Yes, David?" I whispered back, "Where's Mommy?" A lump formed in my throat. This is the type of conversation the parenting books don't prepare you for. "Well, son, Mommy got really sick, and, well," tears formed in my eyes. I had no idea how to have this talk. Well, she died, son. David's wet eyes looked at me, not sure what I meant. Billy says she didn't want me, so she left. I could feel a wave of anger coming over me. Jessica had given her life to have David. Of course she wanted him. But I remembered this was David trying to understand why everyone else had a mom and why he didn't. He was struggling with death and using Billy as a guise to voice feelings I'm sure he felt. No, not at all, son. She loved you very much. She just got really sick and had to leave. It's not because of you at all. She wanted you so much. He looked at me. Is she ever coming back? Holding back tears, I slowly shook my head and whispered, No, I'm afraid not. Billy says he saw her leave. I pulled my son in close for a tight hug as tears ran down my face. It's not true, David. Billy wasn't there. Mommy loved you very much, and so do I. He hugged me back. I love you too, Daddy. The last few weeks of summer, a change took place in my son. David had always been a shy kid, but he had become downright quiet. He spent less and less time with Clay and the other kids of the neighborhood, and more time wandering the halls and rooms of our home, despite my best efforts to get him to go play with his friends. As I drove him to the kindergarten for the first time, it dawned on me that David had become a completely different child. He rarely looked me or anyone else in the eye. He simply stared at the ground. My heart broke as I looked at my son in the rearview mirror. He reminded me of another little boy, a little fatherless boy whose absent mother didn't care, a little boy who shut himself off from the world. Seeing my son like this reminded me of myself. Hey, buddy, you're going to have so much fun and meet so many new people today. And when you get home, how about you and I go to the park? He just stared out the window. Okay, he replied. After dropping him off and returning to my car, I sat there in the parking lot. I hoped beyond hope that David would forget about Billy as he met new friends at school. And for the first couple weeks, it seemed like that was the case. His mood lightened, he smiled more. I felt like I had gotten my little boy back. That is, until I got a phone call. Hello, this is Grant, I said into my phone. Hello, Grant. This is Miss Perkinson from your son's school. David is currently sitting in my office at the request of his teacher, Mrs. Williams. It seems he has been upsetting his fellow students. If you are available, could you please come and pick him up? I'll be right there, I said, barely masking my confusion. What was going on? David had never acted up in this way before. What was happening to my son? As I got into my car, I couldn't help but think of my wife. I miss you, Jess, I whispered aloud. David could really use his mom right now. As I entered the principal's office, I saw my son sitting silently in a chair, staring at the ground. Across the desk sat Ms. Perkinson, who was tenderly trying to encourage him to speak. He looked up at me when I walked in, before his eyes moved to the empty corner across the room, where they remained fixated. Ms. Perkinson stood and walked to me. In a whisper, she said, "Thank you for coming, Grant. David has been drawing some rather disturbing pictures." She handed me a folded piece of paper. He won't listen to his teacher. Normally he's such a good boy. This is very unusual. We're hoping some extra time with his dad will help. Thank you, Miss Perkinson. I'll take it from here. Turning to David, I said, Hey, buddy, we're going to spend the day together. How's that sound? He stood up, but his eyes didn't leave the corner until I reached for his hand. As we walked out of the school, I unfolded the paper Ms. Perkinson handed me. On the paper was a crude drawing of 3 stick figures. It looked like it was drawn in anger. The crayon strokes looked like they were pushed hard and aggressively. 2 of the figures stood together holding hands. One was a little boy with a wide smile on his face. The other was an extremely tall figure, completely black. Its arms and legs were far longer than its torso. Further down on the paper, the third figure, lying horizontally on the page, its face was clearly sad, and red blots covered its body. I looked down at my son. David, did you draw this? He stared at the ground. and shook his head no. Billy did. I swallowed and asked, "Is that you and Billy holding hands?" He nodded. "And the other one? Is that me?" He sniffled before nodding. As we reached the car, I got down on one knee to look him in the eye. "David, could you look at me?" Slowly, his head looked up. I could see his eyes quiver as he struggled to hold back tears. My heart broke with compassion as I pulled him in for a hug. "David, I love you so much. I don't tell you that enough, and I'm sorry. You mean everything to me. I know Billy has been your friend, but right now it seems like he's not being a good friend. You should know, though, I'll always be your friend. I love you, son." He violently rubbed his eyes. "I love you, Daddy." As we pulled into the driveway, I turned to David and said, "How about you go change into your pajamas and we'll watch some movies together? Later, we can get some pizza. How's that sound?" At that, my son perked up. With a smile, he responded, "Okay." He trotted upstairs as I browsed the TV for a good movie. A moment later, a loud scream broke through the house. Adrenaline shot through my veins as I sprinted upstairs. Bursting through the bedroom door, I shouted, "David, are you okay?" I saw him lying in the corner. His body shook with uncontrollable cries. I rushed to him, gently turned him over to see his face. The left side of his face was deeply bruised, and a thin stream of blood flowed from his lip. "David, what happened?" Through tears, he said, "Billy's mad." "What?" I declared in disbelief. "I told him I don't love him anymore, and now he's mad." My body shook with anger. As I sprung to my feet, I turned and screamed to the empty room. "Who's there? Get the hell out of my house. Leave us alone." In my rage, I kicked the ball that sat in the middle of David's floor. It sailed through the air and landed in the open closet. My rant continued. Soon my anger lessened, and I stopped shouting to catch my breath. In the monetary silence, I heard a noise. I spun around in time to watch the ball I had kicked slowly roll out of the closet. Every hair on my body stood up. Without taking my eyes from the closet, I reached around for the baseball bat that lay under David's bed. My fingers found it, and taking it, I viciously swung it into the small closet. There was nothing there. The bat bounced off the wall in the back. I pushed aside the hanging clothes and found nothing. I turned back to see David, and as I did, I felt impossibly strong fingers wrapped around my neck. I gasped for air, but didn't find any. Panic began to fill my mind as a cruel, cracked whisper from behind. "He belongs to me." The room erupted with deep, gurgled laughter as I struggled for air. Then suddenly, the fingers released, though the laughter remained. Air flooded into my lungs as I fell to my knees. I glanced behind me and saw nothing. Then I looked at my son, who cowered into the corner. His hands tightly covered his ears as he tried to drown out the laughter. In a moment, I reached him, carried him in my arms, and dashed to the stairway. The laughter continued throughout the house. It wasn't until we got outside that it stopped. I'm writing this from a hotel room. David and I are leaving. I don't know where we're going, just not here. David looked at me, his face completely pale. "Daddy." "What?" "He's here," he whimpered. A knot formed in my throat. "He says he's going to kill you." He barely got the words out. I clenched my teeth and stared deep into my son's eyes. "Where is he?" He stares back at me before slightly glancing over my shoulder. "Behind you. If you see a man out on the ice, do not let him aboard." Everyone knows the legend of the SS Edmund Fitzgerald, especially if you reside within the Great Lake region. The 729-foot, 13,632 gross ton Great Lakes bulk carrier was comparable to the Titanic. Hull number 301 was launched June 8, 1958 in River Rouge, MI. She would only last for a grand total of 17 years. Multiple bad omens occurred on the morning of her launch. 3 attempts of breaking a champagne bottle during the christening, a large wave that took out infrastructure below, and a heart attack resulting in a death. In hindsight, it seemed like she was cursed from the start. When she sank on November 10th, 1975, the SS Edmund Fitzgerald sank with all 29 passengers. Lake Superior holds a great many secrets, just as much a tomb as it is a body of water, cold, deep, and dark. Even so, 3 underwater explorations were made. They occurred in 1989, 1994, and 1995. During the last exploration in 1995, with the help of a varied group, the Fitzgerald's 200-pound bronze bell was recovered, as was another item, but it did not belong to this ship. The item that I am referring to, dear reader, is an article that was recovered from a smaller, unknown ship that had sunk the same day, a journal, the contents of which I shall recount for you here. My name, although it is unimportant to this post, is Evan Guthrie. I work at the Great Lakes Shipwreck Museum in Whitefish Point, Michigan. Although my position here is unclear based on the number of odd jobs I have been assigned, you could call me a researcher or analyst of sorts. Since attendance has been dwindling over the last few years, I was tasked with digitizing the more interesting portions of our historical artifacts. I and all the people at GLSWM, hope that this should be enough to entice you to stop by. I would like to extend my heartfelt condolences to the family of Luther Blackburn, as well as the families of the rest of the crew of the SS Lily Marina. The journal that I'll be transcribing belonged to Blackburn and tells a story that even I can seldom comprehend. A tale of the fiercest winter storm and the man they found out on the ice. November 8th, 1975, Superior, Wisconsin. The air has a chill the likes of which I have never known. Even as my gloved hands grip the pen, my knuckles ache. There are many a good place to eat by the docks. The plate that is in front of me is full of bones and crumbs, barely enough left for a mouse. The room I have rented was humble and small, just the thing I needed. I haven't had a good night's sleep in months, but last night I did. Maybe it was the way the air smelled of crisp, clean water, like snow was getting ready to fall at any moment. The flakes had already accumulated in shallow piles across the ground. Superior was known for its lake effect weather. Winter came faster here than the rest of the world. I didn't mind at all. In fact, it made me excited. It had been a long time since I had squeezed myself into the lower decks of a laker. This time, I wouldn't be one of the grunts. I would be taking the role of ship medic. Being a medic was the only thing I seemed to be good at now. The Vietnam War was my shotgun style of learning, and I was quick on my feet. The Navy sent me on my merry way once I had served my time, and I was grateful. I had seen too much carnage, too many unnecessary deaths while serving. That's some shit you never want to see again, let alone talk about. Those memories will be kept for me alone. The captain, a salty man named Thurston, met me just before sundown. Apparently, things had not been so peaceful, even here in the U.S. Looters and pirates still roamed the waters, and I had to be wary. Nothing could be as bad as having to look a child and the barrel of a gun in the eye. As long as I didn't have to kill anyone or lay witness to the use of extreme torture, I was all right with just about anything. We would be leaving at sunup, and all I had to bring was myself. It sounded like an easy enough job to me. Before I shut my eyes tonight, I will look upon the land once more, surrendering myself to the void of a lake. The SS Lily Marina would be my lady for the next few days, and I could not wait. I hope the other members of the crew and I get along. It would be unfortunate otherwise. Once I return from my journey, I'll have to stop by and see my parents. I hope they'll forgive me for not visiting them first. L.J. Blackburn. Hi, Analyst Evan here. The first entry was short and sweet, a slice into the life of a nomadic ship medic. I was even fooled by how calm and peaceful it was. Upon further research, Luther Blackburn was a decorated soldier. He was awarded the Navy Cross and the Navy Unit Commendation. How cool is that? As you continue reading, please remember that this is a one-for-one copy of the journal's pages. None of what you read is conjecture on my end, nor is it embellished. I will also warn you that some of the content may be considered horrific and should be tread lightly. Thanks again, and if you are in the area, please remember to stop by the Great Lakes Shipwreck Museum. November 9th, 1975, Lake Superior. I would have never guessed my first day back on a ship would end so poorly. Such odd occurrences in such a short amount of time. I had awoken just before the sun came up, frost covering the meager window of my room. Packing up the few items I brought was a quick task, and soon I was off towards the docks. SS Lily Marina was a sight to behold, even though it was moored near the gigantic Fitzgerald. Most would have been drawn in by the sight of the larger ship, but the small beauty of the marina was more enticing to me. Captain Thurston greeted me merrily and introduced me to most of the crew. Only a handful of names stuck in my mind. Case, the ship cook, was a larger man with curly red hair. Richard, who was the captain's first mate, reeked of cigarettes and wore a blue stocking cap atop his head. A few of the other names were Wesley, Howard, Lyle, amongst the ones I couldn't remember. They seemed like a good crew, one that wouldn't have too many scuffles unless it revolved around a game of cards. I felt at home early off. The medical area of the ship was small, yet stocked with just about anything I could ever need. Unless there was an accident, I expected to be doling out meds for stomach aches. That was an easy enough job. I figured most of my time would be spent alone under the deck, most likely reading one of the books I had brought. My time being away for war kept me from a great many of my hobbies, classical literature being one of them. Peace by Gene Wolfe sat deep within my bag. I was almost comfortable when the commotion began. A ruckus of whoops and voices traveling throughout the ship. Pretty soon my name was called, and I was forced to the surface. My services were in need. Out of seemingly nowhere, the weather has started to change. Brisk waves and whipping wind had turned to large flakes of snow. In almost whiteout conditions, chunks of ice started to appear within the water, large enough that the captain had commanded for the lookout to give better instructions. We now had obstacles to dodge. It was during that time that something truly odd had happened. "There's a man in the water," the lookout called from his perch. "Man down! Man in the water!" Most of the crew had looked around wildly, wondering who had been stupid enough to fall from the ship. We were only hauling farming supplies. There was no reason to be out on the deck in such horrid conditions. It wasn't like we were a fishing vessel looking to bring up catches of crabs from below the choppy surface. It was not one of the crew who had fallen. They were all still squared away safely on the ship. The man in the water was strange. Standing atop a large chunk of ice, still as a statue, sailing on it like a surfboard. "What are you waiting for? Let's bring them aboard!" the captain's voice rang out. That was when my services were called for. Once the rescue mission commenced, the Edmund Fitzgerald disappeared into the distance. Our ship was last in the line of three. We were the only ones who had the time to stop and help. When the man was pulled from the water, the crew was in shock. He was completely naked, skin paler than the winter scene around us. His hands and feet were starting to turn black, along with the other unfortunate appendages that hung from his body. He was also taller than most men I had seen, probably coming in at damn near 7 foot tall. Jesus Christ, what was he doing out there on the ice? Naked at that? I half yelled to the crew that carried him in their arms. They looked at each other and shook their heads. I was an idiot for asking them a question they weren't capable of answering. I took the lead towards the medical bay and beckoned them to follow me. The man's head lolled back as he was carried through the narrow metal pathways. In the brief glimpses I got of his face, I felt a strange sense of familiarity. It struck me as odd, the feeling. How could I have known this man? "Place him here," I said, waving my arm to the stretcher-like bed. It was covered in white, crinkly paper. As the man was placed atop it, it buckled under his weight. I shouted at the men to bring me as many blankets as they could find before they ran off into the belly of the ship. Then we were alone. "Sir, can you hear me? What is your name?" I said, trying to shake their frigid shoulders. A small groan was all I got. Moving around the small room like a madman, I found any and everything that could warm the man up. Saline that had been warmed up was connected to an IV drip. Rubber hot packs were added to all of the arterial zones, in the armpits, between the legs, wrists, ankles, and neck. Once those were in place, I covered them in layer after layer of blankets. Then I sat down in my chair and prayed. There was a chance that they were already dead. There was a chance that warming them up would not do anything to save them. But you're not dead until you're warm and dead. That is what my training has taught me. I clasped my hands together and leaned forward on my knees. Watching and waiting was all I could do for now. They had to have the will to pull themselves from the edge of death. After a few hours had passed, I made sure to replace the heating elements before checking the vitals of the patient once more. They seemed to be coming around, but were still not awake. A familiar grumble moved its way through my stomach. The smell of stew wafted its way through the closed door, causing my mouth to water. Looking over the patient one last time, I slipped out into the confusing maze of metal and made my way towards the kitchen. Case greeted me with a warm smile. His voice was calm and inviting as I entered the mess hall. In one pot, he had beef stew. In another was what looked like a huge yellow cake. I smiled as I recognized the cornbread, a delicacy of the South, one of my favorite foods of my past. Squaring my shoulders, I walked up to the kind but imposing man. "Evening, Case. Could you get me a bowl and a slice?" I asked while eyeing the food. It smelled amazing. "Anything for the ship medic. If all hell breaks loose, we have to make sure you're on the top of your game." Case smiled before turning around to face the stove. I heard the sounds of bowls and plates clinking together before I was presented with my food. As the boat rocked, the soup waffled back and forth within the ceramic. "Thank you, Case. I shall enjoy this meal." I took the food from him almost greedily. The stew went down fast, too fast. I thought about asking for more, but then thought of the other crew members. Not knowing if everyone else had gotten to eat, I decided against it. Making sure I cleaned my bowl and plate, I returned them to the jolly cook. He took them with a curt thank you and sent me on my way. When I returned to the medical bay, my eyes widened to their fullest point. The bed that had been filled with the man from the ice was now empty. Blankets and hot water bottles littered the floor. The IV had been ripped out, the bloody cord also laid on the ground. I winced at the thought of the man tearing it from his flesh in a frenzy. They must have awoken and became scared from the unfamiliarity. Pulling myself from the room, I wandered the halls looking for any signs of life. That was when I noticed the trail of blood. It wasn't anything major, just a few drops here or there. I had to search carefully so as not to miss anything. Eventually, I noticed that the blood trail led towards where we were keeping our haul. A collection of dried soybeans and corn for farm usage, the equivalent of animal feed. That was when I heard the sound of crunching. It sounded like biting down on week-old stale bread that had been baked too long, or like rocks being slammed together. Crunch, 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 and then cough, cough, crunch. I saw that the door to the hold was ajar when it should have been closed. The trail of blood had ended at the opening, disappearing into the darkness. I felt my heartbeat quicken as I approached the cracked door. Reaching up an unsteady hand, I pushed, and the metal groaned beneath my touch. "Hello?" I whispered softly. I was scared, unsure of what sight waited for me behind the threshold. There it was again. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Cough. When I finally grew the courage to peek inside, I saw something I could never unsee. The man from the ice had his back to me. His naked body, shades of white and purple, was squatting down in front of an opened bag of feed. Using both hands interchangeably, he shoveled heaping handfuls of dried soybeans into his open mouth. The man tried to chew and swallow, but his bloated cheeks spared no room. He could barely even close his jaw, his mouth was so full. Then, I watched as he projectile vomited whole kernels of soybean back onto the floor. I was disgusted and distraught. "Please, stop what you are doing. That is not meant to be eaten." The man stopped what he was doing and turned to face me. With eyes as wide and as sad as a child's, the man's mouth fell open. Out of his slack jaw fell tons of seeds, covered in strings of saliva. I stifled a gag and pushed forward into the room. Slowly, the man stood up from his crouch. As he reached his full height, I felt a shiver pass through my body. His tall and slender frame felt imposing. It felt like when I was a child, standing in front of a scarecrow on my grandfather's farm. Something horrific and just a step shy from being human. But this man was human, and he needed my help. "Please come back to the medical bay with me. If you are hungry, let me fetch you some food. You are unwell and need to be treated." I pointed at the man's hands and feet. With how black they were, I was sure necrosis had already started to set it. There wasn't much I could do about the ruined product, but that wasn't really my issue. What I needed to deal with was the health of my patient. I needed to keep my oath to do no harm. Finally, the man moved towards me, and I led him out of the room. I am hungry," the man finally choked out when we made it back to the med bay. I was surprised by his voice. It sounded guttural and forced. "Do not worry. As soon as we have you settled, I will get you some food." I made do on my promise. As soon as the IV was back in his arm, I told the man I would be back and headed for Case. After quickly explaining the situation, Case told me to head back to the room and he would follow behind with bowls of stew. I thanked him many times before leaving the kitchen. Sitting alone in the room with the man while we waited for Case felt like torture. Over and over again, he repeated that he was hungry. The same tone and cadence every time, sounding like a broken record. "2 orders of stew coming up," Case said as he entered the room. "Oh, Case, thank you." I shot out of my seat and went to help the man. The man from the ice bolted upright in the bed, towering over us even when sitting down. He held out his frostbitten hands greedily and took one of the bowls. Without the use of the spoon, he upturned the bowl and drank it down in big gulps. The man ate so fast that some of the thick stew broth trailed down either cheek, spilling onto his bare chest. "What were you doing out on the ice?" I finally asked the man. "Hungry. Waiting," he responded between gulps. "Why were you waiting out there?" I asked him, eyebrows cocked in curiosity. "Waiting for food," he answered. I furrowed my brow and pondered what that meant. If he had said he was waiting for help, that would have made more sense. Even so, it didn't explain how he had gotten atop the ice, or why he was naked. I thought of drugs or some sick punishment, but nothing made sense. Looking over at Case, he too wore a look of confusion. The man took the second bowl and drank that one just as greedily. "I've never seen a man eat my food with such vigor," Case said, almost chuckling. "Neither have I," I answered back. It truly was a sight to behold. When the man was done, he set the bowl down on a small table and drew his hand across his mouth. Once the mess had been wiped, he licked the back of his hand, not wanting to waste a drop. I felt a small shiver pass through me as I looked at the man's face again. He looked so familiar. It was like a word on the tip of my tongue that kept escaping me. I felt rage start to fill me as I racked my brain. My own memory was intensely frustrating, age and trauma punching holes in it. "Do you have a name?" I asked the man. "Lauren," was all the man said in response. He still licked at the back of his hand like a cat having a bath. "Are you still hungry, Lauren?" Case asked, chuckling. "Hungry," Lauren replied. He sounded like a robot, or like he was speaking while inhaling. "I'll run back to the kitchen and get you some more food." As Case turned on his heel, I sat back down in my chair and reached for my book. As I held it open in my lap, I tried to pretend I was reading. All the while, I was watching Lauren with my peripheral. He had finally stopped licking his hand, but traded it for something else. He had started to chew on his lips numbly, peeling off the dead skin that had grown on his lips before chewing and swallowing. Then he bit down harder. I heard the sickening pop of teeth through skin. "Oh, fuck," I said, jumping up from the chair. I hadn't expected him to do something so extreme. I screamed for him to stop, reaching for his arm as he struggled. He tried to keep me away, further biting into the skin around his mouth. He tore his own lips with a sickening sound, blood springing to the surface. I felt my stomach churn as I struggled to get him to stop. That was when Case burst through the door, dropping the stew at his feet. "Hold him while I prepare the sedative," I yelled at Case. I flitted around the room like a butterfly on cocaine, searching for the syringe. Once I had found it, I pierced Lauren's IV and depressed the plunger, injecting the medicine straight into his veins. Pretty soon, the struggling and the biting stopped. I looked down at the horror below me. Lauren's face was smiling, even though he was out cold. Not because he wanted to, either. In the short amount of time that had passed, he had managed to tear off both the top and bottom lip, gums and teeth exposed in a haunting and bloody smile. Case started to heave as I pushed him out of the room. I didn't want him puking on the floor, and the best way was to get him out of sight of Lauren. "What the fuck was that?" Case screamed, gripping me by the shoulders. "I don't know. I've never seen anything like this before. He just kept saying he was hungry," I cried. My heart felt like it was going to burst out of my chest, my lungs lodged in my throat. My hands shook by my sides, not wanting to step back into the room. But I needed to. I needed to keep watch in case Lauren woke up again. I was utterly terrified but needed to continue my role as medic. "I am staying far away from here. That was fucked up." Case shook his head as he walked away. I wanted to beg him to stay, but knew that I shouldn't. Case signed up to cook, not to witness a man eat his own face. That was my job and mine alone. As I write this, the memory of Lauren's face before the harrowing event flashed through my mind once again. This time, it was paired with an image of a wanted poster and a full name. Lauren Anderson, wanted for looting and piracy. He was labeled as one of the greediest bastards to ever sail on Superior's waters. Even though I finally remembered who he was, it did me no good. I still had to treat him just the same. Tonight, I will sleep in the room next to the med bay, with one eye open. For I am scared of what is to come if he awakes from his slumber. Hopefully, tomorrow is a better day. L.J. Blackburn. Hello all, Evan here again. As we get into our last entry, I implore you to read this passage on an empty stomach, for it is horrific. Although the journal entry is one of the most interesting things I have ever read, it gave me nightmares. I do hope that this tale of the thing that brings the winter, plagued by greed, inspires you to come and visit us. We will have the journal on full display for you to study at the Great Lakes Shipwreck Museum. We hope to see you soon. November 10th, 1975, Lake Superior. I was awoken to the sounds of frantic voices and pounding on my door. Richard was screaming my name and wailing his fists against the metal. I shot out of bed and went to answer as Richard snaked himself inside and shut the door behind him. He was standing there, clutching one of his arms, which was bleeding profusely. It looked like his hand was dangling from a thread, wet bones showing through the fat and viscera. "Richard, what happened?" I half screamed. "That thing fucking bit me," he screamed back, clutching his wounded limb to his chest. Without a second thought, I ripped the belt from my pants and affixed it just below his elbow. Quickly, the blood slowed as it clamped down on the artery. What was a solid flow turned to a drip here or there. Richard was grateful for my fast thinking. His skin was already starting to turn gray from the blood loss. "What thing?" I asked him. "That fucking monster that we pulled from the ice. I know it looks like a man, but it is not a man. Men do not run around on all fours tearing flesh from the bone with their teeth." Richard's voice hissed out as he groaned from the pain. "What do you mean?" I asked. "What the fuck do you mean? I meant what I fucking said. Are you slow?" This time he hissed in annoyance at my question. Truly, though, even with what I had witnessed the night before, it was hard to believe. "Stay here. I will check next door and make sure the coast is clear. If it is, follow me into the med bay and I will patch you up as best I can. If what you say is true, then I need to sedate Lauren as fast as possible." "It has a fucking name? And it's Lauren?" Richard practically spat before laughing maniacally. "You shouldn't bother sedating him. He should be shot on sight." "That is a bit of an extreme," I sighed, giving him a sideways glance. "Not if you've seen what I've seen. He didn't bite you. He bit me and others. I'm not so sure they fared as well as I did." Richard was starting to look more gray as the time passed. I figured that I needed to hurry and exited the room, making sure to close the door behind me. Inside of the medical bay, I saw the remnants of the events from the night before. Blood and medical equipment strewn about the room. Lauren was nowhere to be seen, and I was grateful. Grabbing all of the sedatives and gauze I could find, I returned to my room and patched Richard's wounds as best as I could for the time being. That was when another scream tore through the air. It echoed and stretched throughout the belly of the ship, the metal network of pathways creating a haunting symphony of pain. I knew it was stupid of me, but I had to do what I could to help. Nothing good would come of me barricading myself inside of the med bay. Nothing good would come from hiding. I needed to steel my resolve and do what I could to help. That was my job, after all. When I passed by the kitchen, my heart fell into my stomach. Chunks of skin with curly red hair littered the ground. Fragments of bone crunched underfoot as I unintentionally stepped upon them. I felt bile rise in my throat as I took in the scene before me. The kitchen and mess hall were truly a mess. Blood, skin, organ, and bone were laid upon the floor like a scattering of animal bait. Further into the kitchen, just behind the counter, was Case's torn body. His abdominal cavity had been opened up. Ribs broke through and pointed at odd angles. His skin was torn and jagged, body covered in large bite marks. Had we not been in a boat, miles from any sort of land, I would have thought a bear had come aboard and mauled the jolly cook. His face and most of his scalp was missing. The whites of his eyes and teeth glittered like jewels under the light. I stifled a cry as I pressed 2 fingers to his throat. The man was obviously dead, but a part of me had to check anyway. Time of death, 10:22 a.m. I looked at the watch on my wrist and stepped back from the horrific sight. It took everything within me not to vomit. Even during my tours in Vietnam, this was by far the worst thing I had ever seen. It was like somebody had planted a bomb deep within Case's ribcage before setting it off. Another scream alerted me that there was no time to be standing around. I tore through the kitchen, slipping slightly on a wet piece of flesh. I caught myself on the counter and steadied my feet before trying to leave once more. Using the scream like a bat with echolocation, I made my way to the upper levels of the boat. Before too long, I heard the crack of gunfire tearing through the air. Then two more shots popped off before I was thrown into an uncomfortable silence. Sitting upon the stairs to the deck was Captain Thurston. He was bloody and breathing hard, missing half of one leg and a few large chunks from his left arm and shoulder. The captain looked at me with sorrow in his eyes, as if he had done something wrong. Panting as I ran up to him, I reached out a hand that he swatted away. "Do not worry about me, Luther. Take this." Thurston handed me a revolver. Its weight was heavy in my shaking hand. "Sir, I don't understand what is going on," I practically cried. "You have to kill it, and if you can't, you have to sink the ship." The captain gripped my arm tightly with his one good hand. He stared into my eyes with a fierceness I have never known. "Sink the ship?" I questioned. "It can't be allowed to make it back to land," was all he said before passing out. I had no time to tend to his wounds and held an unfamiliar gun in my hand. Using guns wasn't necessarily something I had done frequently, even while in the Navy. At least I knew to pull back the hammer before firing. That much was true. Once again, I steeled my resolve and kept pushing through. Another scream tore through the silence, this one different from the rest. This was not a scream of pain. It was a guttural wail based in insatiable hunger. The man who had eaten his own face was leaving a trail of bodies with bites taken out. That much was clear to me. Based on everything I had seen, my oath to do no harm was thrown out the window. Lauren had to be put down like a rabid dog, and if not, we were to go down with it. My feet thundered up the metal staircase as I finally made my way onto the deck. Lauren's naked body had transformed into something that only a nightmare could conjure. His pale skin stretched and pulled over bones that were way too large to be contained. His height had grown even more immense, most likely almost reaching 8 foot tall. His bared teeth and lipless face were a grotesque sight. Yellowed eyes stared back at me from across the way as he, or it, turned to face me. As if on instinct, I held up the gun and aimed it at his head. Depressing the trigger, a loud bang rang out through the sky. As the shot rang out, Lauren took off like it was the start of a race, tearing across the deck on all fours. I watched as he galloped through the large snowflakes. I felt them melt as they made contact with my bare skin, burning slightly. The shot had missed. As I cocked back the hammer for the second time, Lauren grew ever closer. This time, the shot landed, hitting him right between the eyes. Even so, he kept running. "Keep him on the deck, keep him in sight," Richard's voice called out. I couldn't see him, but I could hear him loud and clear. "What are you gonna do?" I yelled back, doing what I could to stay out of the monster's path. "I'm gonna ram us into those rocks to starboard," Richard said. That was when Lauren changed direction, steering himself away from me. At first, I was grateful to be out of harm's way, until I realized where he was going. Lauren was headed to Richard, and there was no way to stop him. Even as I shot him a second and third time, Lauren did not falter. He kept galloping on all fours, looking more animal than human. I didn't make it in time. I wasn't able to stop Lauren. I wasn't able to save Richard. Hell, I wasn't able to save anyone. All I could do was shut the door to the room they were in and lock it. As I finish writing this entry, I shall seal this journal away into my waterproof oilskin. The rocks are coming, and they are coming fast. I am the last man alive on the SS Lily Marina, and I will go down with the ship. If, by chance, this somehow makes it back to land, and if you ever see a naked man out on the ice, do not help them. Lake Superior is insatiable, and I am merely the next to temporarily quell her hunger. L. J. Blackburn. I bought a camera at work. There are 6 years of vlogs on it, and her face is changing. Someone brought a camera into work recently. He was likely a homeless man who found it lying around and figured he could get a pretty penny for it. For being 10 years old, it was in decent shape, so We agreed I'd pay $30 for it. While taking it apart, I realized the SD card had never been removed. It didn't seem out of the ordinary, but it was enough to spark my curiosity. You see, I'd like to believe that I am the type of guy to keep my head down and stay out of people's personal lives. But business has been slow recently. I have to keep my mind occupied somehow, don't I? One night, I plugged it into my laptop and was quite taken aback by what I had found. Hundreds, if not thousands, of videos were on this thing. Not just any videos, they were vlogs, like a diary someone had kept up to date for the past 6 years. I clicked on the first clip, like anyone would, and quickly found out that this camera belonged to a young woman. She didn't look any older than 19. She had blonde, curly hair, bright green eyes, and a smile that radiated innocence and kindness. She had a factor that made her addictive through the screen. It wasn't just her face or her voice. There was something else that made it nearly impossible for me to look away. For the next 3 weeks, I would watch her recordings daily. It was like a TV show that kept you wanting more at the end of every episode. Every evening, I'd close the shop, crack open a beer, and watch for hours while she talked about her life in medical school, this guy she found cute, and her hobbies as a painter. I felt guilty, though. I wouldn't get home until almost 11 o'clock. By that time, my wife had already gone to bed. One night, she prepared a nice meal with candles and everything, but by the time I was home, everything was cold and the candles had burnt out. It was our 10-year anniversary. Oh well. As I kept watching, things became odd. What started off as innocent vlogs turned into footage of yelling and screaming. It was like she was arguing with somebody, except nobody was in the room with her. In one video, she just sat in her dorm, filming herself crying for over an hour, followed by footage of her laughing like nothing had happened. Her smile seemed a bit different, maybe a bit wider than usual. I couldn't put my finger on it. I no longer felt the warmth and innocence I felt before. It almost seemed forced or performed. But performed for who? It was just her, alone in her room. But what if it wasn't? What if she wasn't alone? I felt bad. I felt invasive. I felt possessive, but I couldn't stop. The videos gradually kept getting darker and more strange. In some of the footage, she would walk around her dorm covering the mirrors with white towels. She would also film herself painting. It was the same portrait of the same person in every video, but with minor tweaks. There were times I questioned if any of this was even real. There were times it got disturbing. In one piece of footage, she grabbed her curls and stretched them behind her head as far as she could before pinning the skin in place with tacks. My stomach turned as she forcefully inserted the sharp needles into her head, her hands shaking aggressively. I questioned whether I should contact the police or whether this was all just some sick prank. I kept watching anyway. At this point, there were now dozens of portraits scattered throughout her room. I watched while she crawled around, looking through them frantically, like she was searching for an image that didn't exist. She started yelling. I tried to make out what she was saying, until that was it. The video had ended. I tried to click to the next piece of footage, but that was the last one. I pulled out the card and reinserted it, hoping it would give me more. Desperately, I went back to the first video. My chest tightened so hard I forgot how to breathe. Over time, she changed. Not in a gradual way, not in a natural way. Even early on, there were faint markings on her face, measurements for something. Her teeth became straighter, too straight, sharper. Her cheeks sunk into her skull, folding over one another while she forced a smile. I wanted more. This couldn't be the end. I began searching online profiles that matched her image. I would sit for hours looking through student directories, social media profiles, and missing persons cases. The blue light of my laptop began burning my eyes, but I kept going. I searched for names, numbers, dates, schools, everything. I found nothing. It started consuming me. I stopped eating. I forgot about my family. I forgot about my store. I had to find this girl. I noticed my appearance in the reflection of the shop window. I was paler. My cheeks were sharper, sinking into my face like hers had. I could even see blue veins peeking through my forehead. My eyes seemed deeper into my skull. My body was gray, a familiar gray. It doesn't matter. It was all probably just in my head. I needed to focus on finding her. I was sitting in my room. I stood the old camera on my desk. The blonde wig sat awkwardly on my head. Not perfect, but close enough. My name is... I paused for a moment. What was my name again? I heard a faint call from upstairs. It was my wife. I ignored her. Anyway, I said to the camera. The red recording light blinked almost like it was in sync with my heartbeat. Today was my first day of medical school. Next story. I'm locked inside a secret biosphere. Something in the rainforest dome is watching me. So I'll start by saying that I'm just a normal guy. I'm not a scientist or math guy. I'm a normal, middle-aged dude that needed money and therefore a job. I spam applied to a bunch of places. Shitty restaurants, bars, hotels, whatever. I have a record. Nothing crazy before anyone asks. But yeah, beggars can't be choosers or whatever they say. Most places ignored me. But after a week or so, I got a response from one, the one I'm at now, as a night security guard. The company is called Gray Arc. Yeah, it's a stupid name, but it paid double all the other shit I applied for. $40 an hour, plus an overnight bonus. Fast forward, I accepted it, and they sent me a text with office address and a date/time to show up. For context, I live in southeast Kentucky. Right along the state line, Gray Arc's office is in the Appalachian Mountains, aka middle of fucking nowhere. It isn't that far from me, but we didn't even hunt there growing up. It's straight woods and dense. You ain't finding buck or anything up there. So I drove about 40 minutes northeast. Of course it's a sketchy-ass dirt road with a weirdly modern electronic gate. The gate lifted when I got there. Automatic. No one was in the booth. I kept driving for another couple minutes before I saw the tunnel. It was cut straight through the mountain ahead of me. Now this is coal country, so it's not uncommon that you drive through weird tunnels or mines, but still, it was strange. I drove through the tunnel. Water was running from the walls. It felt freshly drilled, even though it probably wasn't. When I exited it, that was my oh shit moment. Tucked in around thick Appalachian forest and huge mountains were 5 massive glass domes, and one smaller glass dome at the entrance. It looked amazing, to be honest. It looked like a giant bird structure you see at a zoo so they can't get out. All the domes were connected by tubes, dome to dome. I couldn't really see through the glass, it was bright out, but it looked like some sort of nature element inside of it. Some of the domes super green, others reddish, but huge. Each dome is football field sized in length and width, and maybe 5 stories tall. I parked my truck out front, not a single car outside. I went to check the address on my phone. No service, but the right place. I got out and headed to the front door. It looks futuristic in a way, double sealed from the outside. Project Gray Arc, imprinted in metal on the door. I stepped closer, and the first glass door opened. This is where I fucked up. My gut said it, my heart said it. Shit, I practically said it. Turn the fuck around and leave. Well, I didn't. I stepped through the first glass door, and it slid shut behind me. Then once in the space between the 2 glass doors, roughly elevator-sized, a white, smoky mist came down into it. It felt warm to the skin and smelled like chemicals. Disgusting chemicals. I turn around to leave. The door's locked. That's when I knew I fucked up. I covered my mouth. For sure, I was being kidnapped. Or something worse. Some sort of fucked up thing, but the doors opened, and I was in a lobby. Empty. The walls covered in maps and almost promotional signs. Signs you'd see at a zoo, except this one, forgotten. Everything is super clean, like no one has been here in years. So what is this place? Well, from what I can tell, it's some sort of biosphere. You may have heard of Biosphere 2, the giant structure out in Arizona, USA. It was all over the news. My dad was a bio teacher, so knew about it. If you've never seen a biosphere, picture a bunch of huge glass domes connected by concrete tunnels, like oversized greenhouses, except each one is built to represent a different part of Earth. One dome is a rainforest, another is a desert, another is frozen over like tundra. There are plants, insects, animals, soil, water systems, all of it sealed inside these giant glass domes. The idea is that nothing comes in and nothing gets out. You know, for science, testing stuff and whatnot. So from what I've gathered, maybe this is Biosphere 3 but ran by different people? Called Project Gray Arc. The map says similar stuff. There's a tundra room, a rainforest room, a desert, an ocean, etc. There's a couple unlabeled rooms. I'm currently at the entrance. To the right of me is the rainforest room. Then it basically loops around in a circle, passing through each dome. It says exit at the end of the circle after the tundra dome. But I don't really buy that, considering the front door doesn't open. To be clear, there are only 2 doors in this lobby area. One is the exit, that doesn't fucking work. The other is the rainforest room. Through the glass, I can see into the rainforest room. There are definitely animals from what I can see, shapes moving beyond the glass door. More every hour. Mist clouds it a bit. Next to the rainforest entrance is a metal rack full of stuff I guess you take in with you? Rubber boots, gloves, a hooded rain jacket, a backpack, a flashlight, some kind of mask or respirator, a machete. So yeah, that was 3 hours ago. You're caught up now. I was able to get into one of the computers sitting on the reception desk. I never said I was dumb. I am not that smart school-wise, but I am great at cracking into stuff. Well, actually, that's part of the reason I got locked up in the first place. But that's a story for another time. The computer looks new and has internet, I think. But everything is weirdly old. Like the websites and news is stuff from 90s. I can't actually access any modern web page. I'm not even sure this is going anywhere. It's just a message board with a post button. There are old messages on it, but they don't really make any sense. There it is again. Another shadow behind the rainforest door. This time it's not moving away from it, just standing there. Can anyone read this? Next story. My workplace started a compliment jar. Now, no one has any privacy. I don't think I've had any privacy for a few weeks. I work for a third-party call center that operates out of a long shut-down department store in a walled-off section of a half-shuttered mall. The windows are all boarded up, and we have to use the metal doors in the back. We handle customer service for multiple businesses, so one minute I could be helping a woman reboot her Wi-Fi, and the second that call ends, I mean that literally, I will be helping a man reschedule his refrigerator delivery. If there is one saving grace to this job, it's the variety. For many, though, that isn't enough to make up for the fact that we only get a 15-minute lunch and a cumulative 10-minute break time, including bathroom breaks. You want to make sure you use it because it can't be carried over to the next shift, but you get written up for going over the allotted break time. Turnover was so bad that experienced reps were spending more time training new reps than taking calls. Management started calling it a measurable loss of productivity. One coworker of mine, Sharon, sort of acts as our de facto HR. The branch can't even hold a legitimate HR employee, which should tell you a lot. Sharon's a middle-aged woman who used to work in social work, but this unfortunately paid better. A few weeks ago, she took it upon herself to fix the turnover problem. Her solution? A compliment jar where we write nice things about one another, and once a week, Sharon opens and reads them to everyone during the shift. She hoped that it would boost morale and get employees talking to one another outside the confines of work. Everyone groaned at the idea of another task to complete for the week, but she assured us that participation was encouraged, but not at all mandatory. She just wanted everyone's hard work to be seen. At the end of the first week of her new experiment, Sharon gathered us all around and stood behind her desk. She reached her hand into the jar and pulled out the first folded-up strip of paper and read it aloud. Tim is always patient with the assholes. I wasn't really sure who Tim was, and by the squeaking chairs and silence, I don't think many of us did. Someone finally broke the silence with a little clap. No one knew how to act after each compliment was read aloud, but in the end, we resorted to half-assed clapping between compliments like, "Alice makes the best coffee in the break room. Thank you, Emma, for fixing my headset. If you need to troubleshoot a TV, you can always count on Blake." People didn't really know how to act when their names were called either. Some stayed in their seats, others stood and gave an awkward wave to the crowd of colleagues. The whole thing seemed performative to me at the time, and I thought this would die out quickly. Sharon always took the jar home with her in the evening. A few days after the first reading, Sharon walked past my desk with the jar tucked under her arm. "Bill, how do you think this is going?" I looked around at the busy office and then back to Sharon. "Well, no one is crying." She laughed. "I know all of this is corny," she said. "People are miserable here. We get screamed at for 8 hours, then we go home and worry about the next day, wondering if anyone would notice if we didn't come back. Management would notice. Only if the call queue backs up." "You think this will fix that?" I asked as I pointed to the jar. There was no way in hell this office could keep that going. She shrugged. "Maybe it will get people to at least look at each other." By the next reading, I thought I was right when the first few were basically just praise for always being on time for work. It looked like the compliments were getting lazier. We had already run out of nice things to say to one another, and we were just grasping at straws to find something to add. Then there was, "If you think you're on a tough call, just look over at Josh." That one got a laugh out of me, because Josh always seems stressed out of his mind. After that, more ended up being funny. "Madison, I love how your chair squeaks in rhythm with the hold music when you need a little break on the line." Sharon seemed so proud because it seemed this initiative was actually going to take off. To her credit, it really did seem like the office was a brighter place. There were more conversations between people on their breaks, and just a lighter general mood in the office. Over the next week, I found some of the conversations at work to be extremely awkward, but it was better than before. Anything was better than nothing. On Wednesday, David came up to me while I was getting a cup of coffee that Alice had brewed for everyone. "Are you having to leave home earlier to get here on time?" I finished my sip, cleared my throat, and asked, "I'm sorry?" "I mean, with all that road work on Laurel Street, do you have to leave for work earlier?" Now, I know I didn't tell him where I lived. I only knew his name was David because he had a tag with his name on his cubicle. But the road work 2 streets down did delay me, and it was extremely annoying. "Yeah, do you live around there too?" "No, just read about it in the paper." David was a strange guy. Maybe I had mentioned my street before. The third week, Sharon confidently announced the reading of the compliments. As she unfolded the first sliver of paper, she paused, furrowed her brow, and then chuckled before reading, "I'm happy that Alice got her oil changed over the weekend. That sound was really starting to bother me." The regular clapping commenced as Sharon looked up at the crowd. Is that an inside joke or something? No one responded, so she continued. Tim, your son really seemed to enjoy the clown at the birthday party last week. Elizabeth, your stylist was so right to suggest that color. I am so happy you changed your mind in the chair. Blue curtains were the way to go, Alex. Much better than the green, especially with that rug. We gotta talk about the new bedspread, though. Each one Sharon tried to laugh off. I am so happy that this has led to some after-hours friendships. Sharon pulled the next slip and hesitated as she skimmed it. She frowned as she stared at the slip, looked up at the crowd in disbelief, and then back at the paper in her hand. This one is just for me, she said. Annoyed sighs filled the room as she searched for the next compliment. When my name was called, I was jolted to attention. Bill, I love how you are so careful when you water the tomatoes in your vegetable garden. I think spraying some cayenne pepper and water on it all will work better than the chicken wire. My fingers became numb and my chest felt hollow. I have never spoken to anyone here about my garden, and I have never posted about it anywhere. At the end of the reading, as everyone was rolling or shuffling back to their cubicles, Sharon tried to raise her voice above the noise. From now on, let's try to keep these workplace appropriate. On my way home, I checked my mirrors for anyone following me. I checked my fence for cameras or loose boards. Nothing. I monitored the jar this whole week, and I saw no one put in a compliment. But every morning, there are a few more in the jar. I wasn't the only one shaken by an intrusive message. The office has been quieter. People are hiding their phones and closing laptops as others walk by. There's less bathroom traffic, and people are taking fewer breaks than ever before. I even noticed a few people driving different cars to work than I had remembered. It can't be just one person. I have my suspicions about a few. Of course, there was David. He knew where I lived somehow. Then there was Sharon. She always took the jar home with her. The only other weird conversation was with Ted, who told me that he thought peppers would grow better in my garden. When I asked if he was the one who left me the compliment, he laughed it off. No, I just heard about the tomatoes, and I thought we were in more of a pepper climate, that's all. I tried to talk to Alice when I saw her at the vending machine, staring at the rows of snacks, deciding what was going to get her through the rest of the afternoon. You know this isn't normal, right? I said. She tapped her card on the machine and began to punch in her numbers. The compliments, I continued. You've heard it. The curtains, your oil change, my garden. People are following each other. Her snack fell. As she bent down to retrieve it, she whispered, Don't. Don't what? She stood up and looked at me, her eyes darting to mine and then past me and back. Don't make people think I'm talking to you about this. Alice, please, she said, don't make it worse for me. That afternoon, I caught Blake following me. I pulled into my driveway, parked, and got out of my car. He pulled in and then began to back up like he was just using it to turn around. I motioned for him to roll down his window and yelled, Blake, what the hell? He rolled down his window an inch as he pulled off and yelled, I was just trying to find something nice to say. I was dumbfounded. Did he really think that was appropriate? The day before the next reading, I decided to write my first real compliment. I wanted to prove a point. I folded it and dropped it into the jar. Blake, I wrote, I love how determined you are to find compliments, even if you will follow people home to do it. I thought it would be read and everyone would understand how out of hand this had gotten. That night, I got a call from Sharon. Hello? Hey, Bill. She was keeping her voice low. I know you're upset, but you can't start writing stuff like that. Sharon, Blake followed me home. He said he just wanted to find something to put in the compliment jar. This has gotten out of hand. I'm trying to stop this. That's what everyone says. You need to stop this. After a few seconds of silence, Sharon said, I want to, Bill, but the regional office won't let me. They want to implement jars in other locations. Productivity has spiked at our branch, and turnover is almost non existent. But, Bill, listen, I have the jar at my house, and I am screening all the slips. You got one. And? It says, Bill, I love how you inspected your fence the other day. It's important to take pride in what we have. I can't remember the rest of the conversation. I just stopped listening to what I was hearing and prepared for the next day. I actually drafted this last night, talking about how I wasn't going to go to readings anymore just to avoid the whole thing, but I decided not to send it. I didn't want to give them anything for today's reading. This morning, I walked into work and everyone was already sitting, chairs pushed together in anticipation like they were pigs at a trough, smiles on their faces. Sharon began with, I asked us to keep things workplace appropriate. I went through all of these last night. Other than a few complimenting others on their new cars, I can't read any of these. Some booed, and a few stood and shouted that she was censoring our positivity. Sharon argued for a bit with the crowd and began to step away from the desk. As she did, Madison pulled the jar from her and took Sharon's place. Sharon kept walking out the door. Madison began, You were so brave deleting their number, Emma, even if you did end up putting it back in your phone later on. Josh practiced the best apology in his car before he went inside the apartment. Madison, I think it is so sweet that you still sleep on your husband's side of the bed. Aw, guys, that is so sweet. Thank you for thinking of me. She continued, and I was happy to see we were almost finished. Madison went to put the lid back on the jar. Oops, found a couple of stragglers. Sharon, you were so brave to leave before we were finished. I love how much faith you have in your breaks. Silence. I noticed some people glancing toward the metal doors. Others looked around, taking note of who seemed most uncomfortable. Okay, everyone, last one for the week, Madison said. Bill, I love how you still think strangers can help, even when Sharon can't. Some laughed and cheered, while others simply watched me. I'm not sure if all this time their cheers are for the recipient or for the writer. I'm back home from my shift. I saw a strip of paper caught in my chicken wire. I bent down and grabbed it. Bill, I love how careful you are about locking your door. Most people forget the kitchen window. I looked up at my window and saw the blinds move. I ran inside to find Blake in my kitchen. He looked embarrassed, like I had caught him stealing copy paper again. Get out of my house. He smiled and said, Your voice carries so well. I stepped towards him, and he stepped towards the door. Excellent posture, he said. Very protective of your property. He slipped out the door. As he walked off, he looked over his shoulder and said, See, plenty of nice things to say. I can't decide what to do. I can't get a hold of Sharon. Her phone is going straight to voicemail now. And if anyone from work is here reading this, I guess I should add a compliment. Sharon, thank you for the compliment jar. I know you just wanted to help. Morale has never been higher. How do I get rid of a dead body if he's still alive? I'm not usually one to post on these sites, but I need your help. I just celebrated my 36th wedding anniversary with my husband, Terry. Terry took me out to eat at Ruby's, where we'd had our first date. We ate steaks, had wine, and even made love. Everything was going great, except one thing. Terry died about 3 days ago. Now, I realize you may be confused at this point. I certainly was at first. He did die. I'm sure of it because I found him. Terry has always been a deep sleeper. He even had a CPAP machine for the last 5 years or so because he slept so deeply he stopped breathing. He had obstructive sleep apnea where his airway was restricted when he laid down. That day was like any other day at first. Since it was our anniversary, I got up quietly, made coffee, and started to get ready for work with the bathroom door closed. Terry usually slept late on Wednesdays, so I didn't think anything odd when he didn't move as I got up. It wasn't until I got out of the shower and went back through the bedroom that things started to feel weird. Terry usually would take his mask off and lay in bed for a few minutes while I showered, and when I came out of the shower, I'd make sure he got up. It was our little routine. Except that morning, when I said, "Happy anniversary, sweetheart. I made some coffee." He didn't move. His CPAP mask was still on, and he looked kind of funny. It was eerily quiet. The CPAP machine usually made this constant, low, roaring sound when it forced air through the tubing and into his mask so Terry could breathe. I'd gotten so used to it, I hardly even heard it anymore. I heard its absence, though. It was dead silent. I had one towel wrapped around my head and another around my body. Both my hands were occupied with keeping those in place, so I bumped his foot with my bare leg, but he was ice cold and stiff. "Terry, babe, are you okay?" But he wasn't. I had to pry that mask off his face and lift him up in the bed to check his heart and his lungs. No heartbeat, no breath. His eyes were closed, thank God, but he'd already started to turn a funny shade of bluish purple. It was a disturbing sight. His face was the worst of it. Along his cheek, red marks lined where his mask had been like he'd tried to claw it off, but couldn't. I was so shocked I couldn't even scream. I didn't call anyone. I didn't even move for what felt like hours, but must have only been a few minutes. My hair was still wet. I don't even remember crying. That's the weird thing. Like I could almost tell myself it didn't even happen, especially after what happened later. I know this is the part where you're going to judge me, but it is what it is. I left him there in the bed and went to work. I didn't know what to do. It's not like I could deadlift him by myself. I wrapped him in the covers he was laying on and shut the bedroom door. Then I drove to work. I must have been in shock. When I got there, Melanie's car was already there, along with some other part-time staff. A few of them were standing by the door since they didn't have a key to get in. I parked and let them in the library and headed to circulation where my office is. When I turned the corner, Melanie stood frozen in the lobby like she'd seen a ghost. She was facing towards the mirrored stairway at the center of the building. She had such a funny look on her face, now that I think about it. When she saw me, she snapped back to her usual smile and waved to me. I waved back. Then I watched her walk back up the stairs. I looked back at the mirror again after she'd left. I had crossed the lobby and walked over near the stairs where the main light switches were. I saw how tired I looked in the image reflected back at me. I hadn't realized how dark the material was before. It had a smoky beauty I'd never noticed. Something pulled me closer. I noticed motion behind me, in the mirror. At first I thought it was just the part-timers coming in for the day, but I turned around and nobody was there. Voices carried out from the break room in the distance. I turned back around. There, right behind me, was Terry. I'm not sure if I was scared or relieved. I just stared at him. I didn't bother to look back. I knew he wouldn't be there. What I did instead was even more surprising to me. I reached out my hand and touched the mirror. My fingers brushed against the cool obsidian surface, and for a moment, nothing happened. Then I felt it. Something was pressing back from the other side. Soft at first, then with more and more pressure. Fingertips came first, then a hand, an arm, a shoulder, then a head. Terry's head, followed by the rest of him. I backed away and couldn't help but stare, open-mouthed. He smiled. My Terry's smile. The one he'd given me the first time we'd met, in this very room. Tanya came around the corner and waved at the both of us. "Hey, Dusty." "Aw, that's sweet that Terry came with you today. Happy anniversary, guys." "Great to see you, Terry. How's the tomato crop this year?" Terry smiled, his usual smile. Then he waved. Tanya waved back and moved off around the desk. He didn't move his mouth or his body. I grabbed Terry's hand and walked us out to the parking lot, and we both got into my car and drove away. I called my boss from the car saying that I was sick so I wouldn't have to go back to work. When we got home, the other Terry was still there, wrapped in those sheets. Except something was wrong. The smell was unbearable, like rotten meat. I asked Terry to help me put the other Terry in the closet so he wouldn't stink up the house. For some reason, Terry wasn't speaking still, but he had the same kind eyes and his smile. I realize you may judge me for doing what I did and not getting help or telling anyone outside of this forum. I don't expect you to understand. Terry is all I have. We got dressed that night and celebrated our anniversary like we planned. I had my Terry back. It was a miracle. That was 3 days ago. I haven't been back to work. I read on the news about what happened to Bobby. They said he dug out his eyeballs and carved the words, "Are you scared?" into his chest by the time they found him. He'd crawled into an air duct on the third floor of the library. He'd been muttering something about mirrors, apparently. He had been admitted to the state mental hospital for observation. The news had a field day with the coverage. I had a couple missed calls from friends and colleagues from work, one from an unknown number. Management had contacted the police. There was some kind of investigation. Jesus, I don't know what to do. I can't bring myself to open the closet. I can't lose Terry again. I won't. But I think something is wrong with him, the one that came back. I told him to stay in the guest room until we can figure out what to do. He won't or can't speak. Sometimes he gets angry, like he doesn't know where he is. He's been banging on the wall since the sun went down a couple hours ago. Bang, bang, bang. I don't know what to do. I'm scared if I talk to the police, they'll take Terry away. I'm just afraid he may not have been the only thing that came back through that mirror. Every night, I sleepwalk and try to open a sealed trunk in my apartment. I'm terrified of what will happen when I succeed. First, I have to tell you about the trunk. It belonged to a middle-aged nobody, let's call them Liu, who had an enormous lake house in the woods. It was Braden who told us about the house, said it was full of antique Chinese porcelain and vases and jade and all sorts of valuables. Said that the owner was a recluse who didn't do anything but collect precious objects and hoard them, that the house was practically a museum. But the heist was all Jess's idea, not mine. None of it was mine. Not that it's an excuse for what happened. I'm just saying, I didn't intend for any of this. Nobody did. It's just that the opportunity was there. Because all those old antique vases, that shit was valuable. Braden ran an auction biz. That's how he met Liu, and how he knew that Liu was harmless. A bald-headed hermit of indeterminate gender, Liu was shy and short and nearsighted, and Braden said, "They're like if Piglet from Winnie the Pooh was human and hoarded antiques." More importantly, Liu distrusted technology and feared government surveillance and had no cameras, only a simple alarm system. Here's what we do. We just knock on the door, acting friendly, until the antiques collector disarms the alarm to open it up for us. Easy, claimed Jess. She was the brassy one, and since Liu might recognize Braden, she agreed to be the knocker. Not only was our victim nearsighted, but Jess planned to disguise her appearance with makeup and a wig. After the door was open, I'd lunge and tackle Liu. Then we'd bind Liu's hands with zip ties and lock them in a closet while we looted the house. And at first, everything went off without a hitch. It was all too easy. Just like Braden said, Liu answered the door and surrendered to us like a petrified hare, not even objecting, just shivering until we put the bag over their bald head. The only problem was the closet. The closets were all full of winter supplies or cleaning items or pantry stocks. Then I spotted the trunk, a big, lacquered, antique trunk with designs all across the top and sides. I pointed it out to Jess, and she got a big grin, and we pushed Liu into the trunk and closed and locked it. Then Braden came in and silently pointed us to the most valuable items, and we packed them all up. There was a Qing Dynasty vase worth $5,000, Ming Dynasty jades worth tens of thousands, and so much more. After we left, Braden mentioned one of us should call the cops and tip them off so that Liu wouldn't be left in the trunk. Jess said it shouldn't be one of us. If it got traced back to us, we'd be fucked. And eventually Jess convinced me to talk to my girlfriend at the time, Monique. I told her I'd witnessed a possible break-in, and that I didn't want to call it in myself because I already looked shady, peeking in through the windows. Monique probably suspected something was up. She was reluctant to make the call, but after my wheedling and promising to buy her something nice if she did, she finally agreed. Then we all went out for drinks and celebrated our haul. And since Braden was the one who was going to sell the stuff and get our share to us, he gave me and Jess an advance. It all went off without a hitch. Until a little over a week later, when Braden called. His voice was strained on the phone. "Yo," he said. "You called in that tip, right?" "What? Yeah." A long pause, and then, "I sent my delivery guy to the house. He said no one was home. Lou's not answering the phone either." "Delivery?" I echoed, confused. "Yo, I told you about this last week. I know Lou from auction. They bought an item and I told them I'd make a delivery. I sent my guy to do it. I was also going to try and get a feel for Lou's reaction to everything, you know? See if they have any suspicions." "Okay. You sure you called in that tip?" "Yes. I mean, Monique, she said she—" "Get here, now." Fuck. On my way to Braden's office, I spoke to Monique. She was at work, and I asked if she'd called in that tip last week like she promised, and she said, "Oh, shoot, babe." My stomach dropped. "What do you mean, shoot?" "I didn't even want to make the call, okay? You pressured me into it." "I didn't want to do it, and I was getting worked up about it because it felt weird, and then I forgot. All right? What's the big deal?" "What's the big deal? The big deal is—" I bit off my words, because anything else I said could incriminate me. Monique didn't know any details, just my story about seeing something shady. Yeah, it was weak, but she'd seemed to buy it at the time. All she had to do was call the fucking cops, you know? None of this would have happened if she'd just called the cops like she was fucking supposed to. So there we were, the three of us, Jess and Braden and I, standing in Braden's office screaming accusations at each other. Then Braden said we had to go back to the house and check on everything. Jess was firmly against the idea. Braden said fine, he and I would go since he had a delivery to make anyway. I tried to object, but he told me, "No, you fucked this up, you're coming with me." So we made the drive up to the lake house. And on our way there, winding through the trees, it struck me how isolated the place was. How deep into the woods and nature and all that crap. And how if you were stuck in a closet or inside a trunk surrounded by jade and porcelain, there would be no neighbors to hear you scream. Still, somehow the reality hadn't settled in yet. I clung to the vague notion everything would turn out all right. That we'd break in and open the trunk, and that little bald collector would be petrified and traumatized, but wouldn't recognize me. That somehow they wouldn't know the hands of the person who pushed them into the trunk. What kind of idiot am I, that I was worried about being recognized? Then we were at the house. That big, beautiful house with the deck overlooking the lake and the tall glass windows. And everything seemed calm. But the front entrance in the shade of the trees was ominous somehow, and the silence hung too heavy. And Braden and I got out and approached the door, and both of us just stood there for a moment. When we tried the knob, it was locked. We'd closed it behind us when we left a week ago. No, more than that. It had been 9 days. Braden told me to look for another way in. I didn't like being bossed around, but apparently that's how it was since he and Jess both blamed me. So I went around the side of the big house, trying the windows, and to my surprise, the window to the living room slid easily upwards. I froze as I peered through the open window into the dim interior, which looked exactly as we'd left it. And there, Still in its place in the corner, sandwiched between the sofa and an ornate hutch, was the trunk. Only it appeared to have shifted slightly. It was ever so slightly askew compared to the other items in the room. Compared to the furniture that was almost obsessively positioned, every item in perfect place. The trunk was like a cockeyed picture frame, like something inside had been banging around, knocking it out of position. It was still locked shut. I pulled my head out of the window and looked back at Braden. His face looked exactly how mine felt, tight, heavy with dread. We'd both noticed the smell, a god-awful stink emanating from inside. What's important is that you understand, it wasn't supposed to go that way. Nothing went like how it was supposed to. It was all just a mistake, a stupid fucking mistake. But the real problem, the reason I'm writing this post now, is because of what came next. I don't know what the fuck to do. I can't ask anyone for help, can't go to the police, and here's the real fucking problem. The trunk is in my home. I don't know how it got here. All I know is I woke up one morning and it was in my living room. Wait, let me back up. Before that, we had all these antiques, right? We never saw a dime from them. After Braden and I left the lake house, we didn't speak to a soul. We didn't even talk to each other. It was like we just wanted to forget, to act like none of this had happened and like none of us knew each other. We stopped calling each other or hanging around. All of us felt guilty, I guess, and the antiques are still just sitting in one of Braden's auction storage facilities somewhere. Then one evening, Jess rang, said the trunk was in her living room. I honestly thought she was fucking with me, and I wanted to forget all this trunk bullshit, and I hung up on her. When I got the news she OD'd, it was a shock, but honestly, she'd always been wild. Her death was really fucking sad, but not totally surprising when I thought about it. Then Braden called me. On the phone, he was freaking out, asked if I knew how she died. Yeah, I said. I saw on her socials friends posting about how she'd OD'd. He said not just that, her body had been found inside a trunk, that she'd apparently tucked herself inside before overdosing. I asked if he was fucking with me. It's in my living room, he burst, sounding breathless on the phone. The trunk. I said, that's not fucking funny. I'm not fucking joking. It's here. I'm looking right at it right now. It's here. I told him to quit making shit up, but when he asked me to come over, I did. And we just stood there and looked at it. It was the exact same fucking trunk. Same ornate designs, same scuff marks along the surface and the corners, same crack in one of the mother-of-pearl flowers on the lacquered surface. It was the trunk. I asked him how it got there, and he told me there was nothing on the ring cam. But when he woke up and came into his room this morning, it was here. I asked if he'd opened it, and he gave me a long look. Dread settled deep in my gut. Then, fuck it, I said, and opened the lid. The groan of the hinges, the whoosh of air as it creaked open, it was like a last gasp of someone or something suffocating, as if the damned thing took a breath. But when I looked into the yawning interior, there was nothing. Nobody. And no body either. Just a faint stain and a musty, unpleasant odor. We both stood over it for a long time before Braden's nostrils flared, and he asked me, "Did you do this?" I told him no way. We argued. He said if he went down, I was going down too. I told him it wasn't me. He asked who else knew. Who else could have done it? Did I think a fucking ghost did it? I told him maybe Jess set this whole thing up before she died. If she really had crawled into the trunk before ODing, maybe she did it as a statement, I said, out of guilt. And maybe arranged to have the trunk brought here after her death to punish us. I'm not sure if he believed me, but I'm telling you, like I told him, it was not me. He told me he was going to send the trunk to my house, and I said he'd better fucking not, and that if he did, I'd burn it, and he said, that's actually a good idea. Help me. I didn't like how he was acting the boss of me, but I didn't like that trunk either, so I helped him. We carved it up with an axe, smashed it all apart, and burned it in the fire pit out back. It smelled like roasting flesh. It was absolutely foul, let me tell you. The way the lacquer sizzled and oozed as it shriveled, it looked like we were burning a corpse, and it smelled like it too. When it was done, I went home. But a few days later, I got a call from one of Braden's coworkers asking if I'd seen him. He hadn't been in to work. I panicked and called the cops for a wellness check. I babbled a little on the phone to them, I think. I was just freaked out. Anyway, the cops did a check on him and found him. In the trunk. He was burned to a crisp. But there were no burn marks on the trunk at all. So you see my dilemma? The trunk. The fucking trunk showed up in my apartment. First thing I did was lock it in my basement storage. But then I thought, what if I get stuck inside it? Who'll hear me scream? So then I put it back in the middle of the living room, and I set cameras on it, watching it. And I put a magnetized alarm on the lid that triggers when it opens. The first night, I woke up around 1 a.m. to the sound of the alarm. I was standing over the trunk, which I had just opened, and it was yawning as if ready to swallow me. I backed up, heart galloping, and my phone rang, and I had to tell the alarm company that everything was fine. It was me. I'd tripped it by accident. Except it wasn't by accident. Apparently, I'd sleepwalked my way over to the trunk and tried to climb in. I didn't sleep a wink the rest of the night. Since then, I've put a padlock on my bedroom door with a numbered combination. I've handcuffed myself to the bed and put the key in a bucket of ice. I've set an alarm on my bedroom door to wake me if I leave. This has worked pretty well so far. Usually, I wake up the moment my arm does the polar plunge for the key. A few times, I've woken fumbling at the padlock. And once, when I fell into a really deep sleep after an exhausting day, I woke up only after the sirens exploded in my ears from my opening the door. But then yesterday, it almost caught me. I woke up with the yawning ornamental trunk about to swallow me. It was only the pounding on the door that woke me. A neighbor was banging and screaming. I'd sleepwalked right through the alarm, and to be honest, didn't even hear the sirens at first, until the neighbor asked me if I was fucking deaf, and I realized he was shouting at me, and the reason was so I could hear him over the shrill wail. I turned the sirens off, answered the call from the security company, and then I went to the hardware store. I bought steel bars and welded them around the trunk in a cage so that the lid can't be opened more than a couple inches. But I'm worried it won't be enough. The trunk has started to smell. I mean really, really smell. And sometimes it moves. It jerks and thumps inside its steel cage, like there's something inside it. Or someone. Someone trapped. I'm afraid to get rid of it. I'm certain if I dump it, it'll just return. I already know what happens if I burn it. Sometimes I have dreams in which I'm the one inside it, thumping, screaming, begging to be let out, but nobody is around to hear me. And one of these days, I'm afraid I won't wake up from that dream. I do specialized cleanup work for apartments where people have died, but I've never seen anything like this before. I'm a self-employed specialist cleaner for apartments where people have died, usually old people. Grandparents whose families want the place emptied and cleaned so it can be sold as quickly as possible. It never bothered me, at least not until tonight. I had taken on too many jobs again, blinded by the extra money, so by the time I reached the last house, it was already dark. The place stood in the middle of nowhere. When I parked at the entrance, I had the uneasy feeling that this would not be a quick job. The moment I stepped inside, I realized the house hadn't been emptied yet. Everything the old man had owned was still there, exactly where he had left it. Normally, the family would have removed the furniture and personal belongings before calling me in, leaving me to do the final cleanup. A sheet of paper rested on the desk near the entrance. Sorry, but there were complications with the transport service. Please just clean as much as you can. The place where he died is the living room. I frowned at the note. Why hadn't they simply called me? Maybe they were afraid I would refuse the job if I knew beforehand. But I was already here, and I guessed I would do my best. I had been right about one thing, though. This would not be quick. As I moved through the house, a strange sadness slowly crept over me. Family pictures covered the walls, the old man smiling into the camera, the old man eating dinner with his family, the old man sitting in an armchair with thick glasses on, reading a book while a cat rested in his lap. He had looked happy, and now he was gone. The house itself was small, a living room, a bedroom, a kitchen, and a bathroom. Nothing more. The subtle stench of death hit me the moment I entered the living room. There was a dark stain on the floor, roughly the size of a human body. This had to be where he died. The problem with elderly people living alone is that their bodies are often discovered days after death, once decomposition has already begun. Someone had clearly tried to wipe the spot clean before I arrived, but it had been pointless. Bodily fluids had soaked deep into the floorboards, and removing them properly required special chemicals. I pulled on my mask and got to work on the stain first, just like I always did. The stain was stubborn, but after roughly half an hour, I finally managed to get rid of it. It took a lot of scrubbing and even more cursing. After the long day, my back had started to ache, so I stayed sitting on the floor for a moment, letting myself rest while my eyes wandered through the living room. A small dinner table for two in the middle, and there, in the corner, was the armchair from the photographs. To the right stood a bookshelf filled with old novels whose authors meant nothing to me. On the left side of the chair stood a large, full-body mirror. I glanced at my reflection and saw a tired, miserable face staring back at me, silently asking why the hell I always had to be so greedy. I could have been home by now, in bed with Laura. I shook the thought away, pushed myself to my feet, and opened the windows to air out the chemical smell. Then I headed back outside to grab the coffee I had bought on the drive here. It was going to be a long night, and I needed the caffeine. When I returned to the living room, I still felt completely drained. There was an old television in the corner, and I figured having some background noise might make the work a little less miserable, so I turned it on. Only static greeted me. I sighed and switched it off again. The moment I placed the remote back onto the table and turned away, the television flickered back to life behind me, filling the room once more with loud static. I cursed under my breath. The old thing was annoying, and what I didn't want to admit to myself was that it genuinely unsettled me, even though I was a grown man. I turned it off again and forced myself back to work. An hour later, I finished the bathroom. 2 hours after that, the kitchen was done as well, and I returned to the living room. The smell of chemicals had finally faded. I closed the window again, quietly humming some half-forgotten melody to myself. A loud noise suddenly echoed through the room, making me jump. I spun around too quickly and nearly made myself dizzy. A book lay on the floor in front of the large bookshelf. It must have fallen out somehow. But how? I stared at it for a moment. Nothing happened. Pressing my lips together, I slowly approached it. There was no title on the cover, no author's name, just black leather, worn and cracked with age. I bent down, picked it up, and instead of putting it back immediately, I opened it. A strange symbol filled the first page. A triangle, with smaller markings branching from each corner, almost resembling the letter T. Beneath it was a single sentence. Ecce donas, has offeretus canas, rementulum eve colum. I read the words aloud. Latin, maybe? The rest of the pages were blank. Meow. I looked up from the book and froze. The black cat from the photographs sat only a few feet away, staring directly at me. So that was how the book had fallen, and I had started imagining things already. Jesus. I slid the strange book back into the shelf, trying not to think about what kind of man the owner must have been, and turned toward the cat. "Hey, buddy," I muttered. "You scared the hell out of me. I should probably take the animal back to the family who hired me. The poor thing was likely starving, maybe abandoned after the old man died." I didn't even want to consider that possibility for too long. "Hey." I slowly knelt down and held out my hand toward the cat, trying not to scare it. "Let's be friends." Meow. The cat turned around calmly, leapt forward, and disappeared straight through the mirror. I froze. On the other side of the glass, I could still see it walking away from me. "What the hell?" I whispered. Slowly, I got to my feet and approached the mirror. The apartment on the other side looked exactly the same, except for the cat, now sitting with its back turned toward me while lazily licking its paw. This couldn't be real. I reached out carefully, expecting my hand to hit cold glass. Instead, it passed straight through. My breath caught in my throat. Before I could stop myself, I took another step forward, then another. A second later, my entire body had crossed through the mirror. Now I was standing on the other side as well. At first glance, the apartment seemed unchanged, but something felt wrong immediately. Sounds drifted in from the kitchen, the clatter of plates, the soft scrape of metal against ceramic. And beneath it all lingered the unmistakable smell of freshly cooked food. The cat slowly turned its head toward me. My knees nearly gave out. Its eyes were gone. Two dark, rotting holes stared back at me from beneath matted black fur. Flesh around its mouth had decayed away, exposing yellow teeth and parts of its jaw. More patches of rotten skin hung loose around its neck. I instinctively stumbled backward toward the mirror. This time, my back hit solid glass. No matter how hard I pushed, it would not let me through. Meow. The sound was no longer soft or harmless. It came out low and wet beneath the growl. The noises from the kitchen stopped abruptly. Silence flooded the apartment. A second later, I heard footsteps approaching fast. An old man stepped out of the corridor, drying his hands on a kitchen towel draped loosely over his shoulder. He smiled warmly at me, then looked down at the cat. "Ah, Fluff," he said gently. "You brought a friend with you." Then his eyes settled on me, and his smile widened just a little too much. "I hope he didn't bother you too much." No," I managed to choke out. "Good, good." The old man gestured toward the small dinner table. "Come, sit down. Have dinner with me." I swallowed hard. "I'm sorry, but I really can't stay. I still need to finish my work." I remained standing close to the mirror, trying to sound calm while silently praying in my head. "Nonsense," the old man replied cheerfully. "I haven't had guests in such a long time. I can't let you leave hungry." He motioned toward the table. "You've worked hard back there," he nodded toward the mirror. "At least let me repay you with dinner. I just finished cooking, you know. You arrived at the perfect time." Every instinct screamed at me to run, but the look in the old man's eyes told me that refusing him would be a terrible mistake. So I nodded slowly and forced myself toward the table. The old man disappeared back into the kitchen and returned moments later carrying 2 plates. Rice and stir-fried vegetables steamed gently beneath the dim light. He placed the plates on the table alongside forks and knives before sitting down across from me. "Oh, this feels wonderful," he sighed. He tilted his head sharply to the left. Crack! Then slowly to the right. Crack! The sound of bone grinding against bone echoed softly through the apartment. "I really did miss having company," he said with a smile. "I'm sorry," I said, clearing my throat. "I accidentally stepped through the mirror, but it seems I can't go back." "Oh, no wonder you can't." The old man laughed softly and unfolded a napkin across his legs. "These young people nowadays, honestly." I stared at him in silence. "You can't go back because you left the key behind, dear." "The key?" I asked carefully. "Sorry, I don't understand." "The key. the old man repeated, sounding mildly irritated, as though I had asked something painfully obvious. The book, dear. The key. I glanced down at my hands. They had started trembling slightly, and I quickly hid them beneath the table. So I can't leave? I asked. Everything looks the same here. There has to be another book somewhere in this apartment too, right? The old man sighed deeply. No, no. The book is one of a kind, dear. For a moment, my stomach dropped completely. But of course you can leave, he added suddenly with a smile. Relief flooded through me so fast it almost hurt. Someone simply has to read the words aloud from the other side. Then the mirror opens again. My heartbeat hammered painfully in my chest. Now, the old man said pleasantly, picking up his fork, let's eat. Then he froze, completely. His fork remained suspended in the air while his eyes stared blankly ahead, unmoving. 1 second passed. Then another. I didn't dare look away from him. Almost a full minute went by before he suddenly resumed moving again, as though nothing had happened. Just before taking the first bite, he paused once more. Oh, forgive my terrible manners, he smiled warmly at me. My name is Roland. And yours, friend? Lars, I answered quietly. I had no intention of touching the food. So, you live here? Yes, yes, Roland replied happily. Well, I lived here once, and now I live here again. The way he said it made my skin crawl. You're not eating, dear, he observed gently. Is something not to your liking? Before I could answer, panic suddenly flashed across his face. Oh, forgive this foolish old man. He slapped his forehead dramatically and pushed himself up from the table so quickly the chair nearly tipped over. You see, at my age I must be careful with what I eat. My stomach isn't what it used to be anymore. Then his eyes locked onto mine. But you... A wide smile spread slowly across his face. You're a young man. Young men need meat. I watched him in frozen silence as he hurried across the room, scooped the cat into his arms, and returned to the table. Forgive me for being such a terrible host. The cat let out a sharp cry. Crack! The sound of its neck snapping echoed through the apartment. Before I could react, Roland placed the dead animal onto my plate. Dark, rotten blood poured slowly from the cat's mouth, running into the rice and soaking the vegetables. The smell hit me instantly. Sweet decay so thick I nearly gagged. There we go, Roland said happily. Eat now, dear. It's getting cold. I forced myself not to vomit. I'm sorry. I forgot to wash my hands after the cleaning work. I tried to keep my voice steady. Could I use your bathroom first? Oh, yes. Make yourself at home. I stood up and made my way toward the bathroom, trying not to move too quickly, trying not to run. The moment I stepped inside, I locked the door behind me. Every instinct screamed at me to get out of this place. I hurried to the window and pushed it open. My breath caught in my throat. There was nothing outside, just endless darkness stretching in every direction. My pulse hammered painfully in my ears as I grabbed the bar of soap from the sink and threw it out into the void. I watched it fall, and fall, and fall, far longer than it should have before the darkness swallowed it completely. There was no ground. I stumbled backward from the window in horror. I couldn't escape through there. A loud knock against the bathroom door made me flinch violently. Everything all right, dear? Roland's voice called from the other side. Dinner is getting cold and you really should eat. I'm fine, I answered quickly. I'd just like to stay here a little longer. My voice trembled uncontrollably. Panic clouded my thoughts as my eyes desperately searched the bathroom for something I could use as a weapon. There was nothing. Oh, but I can't allow that. The warmth vanished completely from Roland's voice. Surely you know that it's rude to leave the dinner table. Then came the last sentence, and the voice speaking it could not possibly have belonged to a human being. So come out. I froze. The doorknob slowly began to turn. Metal squealed. Then the wall beside the lock started to crumble with a dry, cracking sound until the entire lock tore free from the frame. The door swung open. Roland stood there calmly, staring at the debris scattered across the floor. "Oh dear," he sighed. "What a mess. And after you cleaned everything so nicely, too. My apologies." Then he smiled again. "Now, please return to the table." I didn't dare argue. As I stepped past him, terror twisted painfully in my stomach, and I instinctively quickened my pace. He was strong. Not human strong, something far beyond that. I sat back down at the table, staring once more at the dead cat lying on my plate, while Roland calmly returned to his seat across from me. "Eat." The patience had vanished from his voice now. "I'm sorry," I whispered. "I'm not hungry." Roland looked at me silently for a moment. "You know," he said softly, "when I was a boy and refused to eat what my mother placed in front of me, she would take my father's leather belt and teach me how I was supposed to behave." He paused. "Maybe we should begin with teaching you not to leave the dinner table," Roland said softly. "It seems you never learned that lesson either." His smile widened. "It will be an easy one, dear. After all, you can't run away from the table if you're no longer able to stand, don't you think?" Panic hit me so violently that my body went numb for a second before adrenaline flooded through my veins. Without thinking, I grabbed the knife from the table and drove it straight into his left eye. The blade sank in with a wet crunch and remained lodged there. Roland didn't even flinch. I stared at him in horror, unable to breathe. "Oh dear," he sighed. Calmly, he wrapped his fingers around the knife handle and pulled it free together with the eyeball still attached. And here I was, trying so hard not to eat meat. He opened his mouth and bit the eye off the blade. Crunch. The sound was wrong. I nearly vomited as he chewed slowly. Then instinct finally took over again. I stumbled backward from the table and sprinted toward the mirror, desperately shouting the strange words from the book. Nothing happened. The mirror remained solid. "Now," Roland's voice growled behind me, no longer human in the slightest. "Let us begin the lesson." I spun around just in time to throw myself aside. The thing that had once been Roland slammed into the wall where I had been standing only a second earlier. He barely even resembled a man anymore. His flesh had turned yellow and purple with decay. One arm hung so unnaturally long that its fingertips scraped across the floor, while the other stretched across the bookshelf like the limb of some enormous insect. I grabbed a chair and smashed it against him with all my strength. The chair broke in pieces. Roland barely reacted. I ran. I rushed into the kitchen while heavy footsteps followed behind me at an almost casual pace. He wasn't even hurrying. There was nowhere to hide. I bolted into the bedroom and flattened myself behind the door. A second later, Roland charged into the room so fast the floor shook beneath him. He tripped and crashed onto the mattress with a snarl. "Ah," he groaned in that distorted, corpse-like voice. "Young people these days. No respect for their elders." I sprinted back into the living room. The mirror still refused to open. Then my eyes landed on the cleaning chemicals scattered across the floor. An idea hit me instantly. As Roland emerged from the hallway, I snatched up the bottle and hurled the contents directly into his face. The creature let out a scream. Not pained, angry, clawing wildly at its remaining eye. "There is no escape," it snarled. "I can still hear you." But by then, the plan had already formed in my mind. Roland lunged toward me again. This time, his claws caught my shoulder, tearing through flesh in long, burning lines before I managed to roll away. The pain nearly made me black out. Still, I forced myself toward the entrance door. Behind me, I could hear him charging after me. I grabbed the doorknob at the very last second and threw the door open before pressing myself flat against the wall beside it. Roland tried to stop, but his massive body carried him forward too fast. Just as he reached the doorway, I slammed both hands against his back with every ounce of strength I had left. The creature stumbled out into the darkness beyond the entrance. A furious roar echoed through the void as it fell, and fell, and fell. Its screams grew quieter and quieter until the darkness swallowed them completely. Then there was silence. I collapsed against the wall, sobbing for breath while tears streamed uncontrollably down my face. After a long time, I forced myself back into the living room. I don't know how much time has passed since then. I tried everything to return home. Nothing worked. Eventually, I realized that certain things I do on this side somehow appear on the other one as well. That is how I managed to leave this message behind. And if you are reading this now, then somehow it worked. Please, I'm begging you. I'm still trapped here. Help me. After thinking about it for a long time, I believe the book was never truly important. I think any large mirror might work. The words simply need to be spoken from the opposite side. So please, go to your mirror, draw the symbol I described, speak the words aloud, and call my name. Please help me come home. I know you're not supposed to meet people from Reddit. I knew that before I made the post. I knew that while I was typing platonic only please, and I definitely knew that when I added a selfie, which wasn't my smartest choice, but I'd just gotten a cute haircut, and I'd finally gotten my eyeliner to match on both eyes. I was bored and restless and lonely, and I was tired of bothering the same 3 friends with the same 3 complaints. I said I was looking for platonic friendships because the last person I met hurt me more than I wanted to admit. The post was on r/make new friends here. I said I was 28F, looking for friends between 25 and 30. Within an hour, I had more than 100 DMs. Most were from men. Some were normal for a few messages before becoming really weird. Some were lonely in a way that made me feel guilty for not answering. Some weren't trying to be normal at all. They asked if I was single, where I lived, what I slept in, and what platonic meant, as if they could talk me out of my own request. 2 women messaged me. One ghosted after asking what shows I liked, and the other invited me to a Discord server with too many channels and a long list of rules, so I wished her good luck and closed the app. Then he messaged me. His first message was, "Where are your features from?" I almost clicked ignore. I've gotten that question in one form or another my entire life. Where are you from? Where are you really from? Are you native? Are you Spanish? Are you mixed? Have you done a DNA test? You look like my cousin. You look like a painting I once saw. You look exotic. People always think they're being original when they ask, but they never really are. Then he sent another message. I'm sorry, that was badly asked. Your face reminds me of icons from my grandmother's house. I stared at that for a long time. It made me uncomfortable, which was probably why I answered. My family history has always been a room where everyone talks over each other. Mexican, yes. Indigenous, probably. Spanish, maybe. Mestizo, likely. A great-grandmother nobody liked to describe. A grandfather who changed the subject. No one agrees on anything, and everyone acts like they know more than they're saying. So I asked him what he meant. His name's Andreas, but he asked me to call him Ari. He's Greek by origin, born in Thessaloniki, raised partly in Finland, and living in a city whose name I couldn't pronounce without feeling like my mouth was full of snow. He's 21, which was under the age range I'd put in the post. He told me that immediately. I should have stopped there, but he apologized so plainly that it made me feel like I was still in control of the conversation. I know I'm too young for your post, he wrote. I only wanted to ask the question. You don't have to answer anything else. That was the second reason I answered. He didn't try to be charming. He was almost a bit formal. He asked questions and waited for the answers. He didn't fill the silence when I took too long. He didn't send shirtless pics or late-night messages pretending to be casual. When he finally sent a picture of himself, he was standing far from the mirror with both hands visible, as if proving he had nothing to hide. He looked kind. He also looked tired. His face was narrow, his hair was dark and curly, and his eyes seemed older than the rest of him. In the second picture he sent me, snow was pressed against the window behind him, and a little blue charm hung over the doorway. I asked what it was. "For the evil eye," he said. "Do you believe in that?" He paused before answering. "My mother does." That's how he talked about anything strange. He never said he particularly believed something himself. He always gave the belief to somebody else. My mother says. My grandmother used to tell us. People know better than to, etc., etc. I thought it was interesting and probably cultural. At first we talked about ancestry. Mine because he'd asked, his because I asked back. He told me about Greece and Finland in alternating pieces, as if neither place had fully claimed him yet. He sent pictures of food his mother made and dishes he tried to recreate, albeit terribly. He sent snow from his window. He sent voice notes while walking home, his breath catching in the cold. I started waiting for the voice notes. But slowly, I started needing them. There's no dignified way to describe becoming attached to someone through a screen. You start by replying when you have time. Then you start making time. Then you realize your day has quietly rearranged itself around a person who isn't physically in it. You learn the sound of his kettle, his radiator, the way his voice changes when he's lying in bed and trying not to fall asleep before you finish an anecdote. Ari learned me quickly. He noticed when I was pretending to be fine. He remembered names I mentioned once. He asked about the person I'd lost before him, the one from Reddit, the one I told him had broken my heart. His name was Owen. I told him we'd met the same way, through a friendship post. I said we'd talked for months. We went on 2 dates, and then he disappeared. He deleted his account, stopped answering, and vanished so completely that I started to wonder if I had invented the whole thing. Ari was quiet after I told him. Then he said, "Did he say goodbye?" He didn't. He looked down for a second. "I'm sorry," he said. I smiled at the screen because I thought he meant the usual thing people mean when they say that. "It's fine," I said. "People leave." Ari nodded, but his face had gone strange. That was Ari. He could be sweet for an hour, and then one sentence would make the room around me feel colder. He could talk about lemon soup, or Finnish licorice, or the neighbor upstairs who vacuumed every Sunday like she was trying to punish the floor. Then I'd say something ordinary, and his eyes would move past the camera toward the blue charm above his door. Once, during a video call, he asked me to turn my camera away from the mirror behind me. Why? "I don't like seeing you twice." I teased him for that, and he smiled. Another time, I woke up to a message he'd sent at 4 in the morning his time. "Marie, do you ever wake up hungry?" I typed back, "Every single day? I'm Mexican." He didn't answer for 6 hours, and when he finally did, he wrote, "Forget I asked. I was half asleep." By month 3, our conversations weren't platonic anymore. By month 4, I was making jokes about being a crib robber. I'm 28, which isn't actually old, please don't tell me otherwise. But 21-year-olds have a way of making you feel like you should be buying retinol in bulk and discussing retirement. He hated the jokes. "You're not that old," he said, his voice rising at the word "that." He smiled then, but his smile never lasted as long as it should have. By month 6, I was going to Finland. Before anyone says it, I did the safety things, okay? I booked my own hotel. I sent my friend his full name, address, phone number, social media, and every screenshot I had. She made a folder called "If Marie Dies in Finland." Ha! We were supposed to meet in public. Dinner first. No going straight to his apartment. No airport pickup. I wanted to see the auroras with him. That was the image that did it. I wanted to stand somewhere freezing and dark while the sky moved purple and green above us, with Ari beside me, real and warm and no longer flattened into pixels. He promised to take me to the frozen harbor, the little Greek grocery where the owner overfed him, the cafe with korvapusti, Finnish cinnamon cardamom buns shaped like little folded ears. They sounded delicious. Eventually, if everything felt normal, his apartment, where he said he'd make avgolemino if I swore not to judge his kitchen. I landed on a Friday. He was waiting at the airport, even though we'd agreed he wouldn't be. I was annoyed for maybe 3 seconds, and then I saw the flowers and his nervous face. He stood near the arrivals gate, shifting the little paper-wrapped bouquet from one hand to the other, like he didn't know what to do with it anymore. He looked exactly like himself, and not like himself at all. He was taller than I expected, thinner than I expected, and more beautiful in the way real people are beautiful when you can see how badly they've been sleeping. "You came," he said. "You keep saying that like I broke into the country." For a moment he smiled like the man I knew. Then he looked at the blank space between my jaw and shoulder. I turned, but there was no one there. The first day was almost perfect. We walked through snow, we drank coffee too hot to taste. He bought me a pastry and laughed when powdered sugar got on my coat. He showed me the harbor and the church his mother liked, and the grocery where a man behind the counter said something in Greek that made Ari flush to his ears. He held my hand. At dinner, he ordered too much food and ate almost none of it. "You okay?" I asked. He looked at my mouth before answering. "Yes." That wasn't convincing. "I'm nervous." "Because I'm older, wiser, and more powerful?" I joked. "No." His fork tapped once against the plate. "Because you're really here," he said. "Well, that was the plan." "I know. You're acting like I showed up unannounced." He looked at me then, quick and almost guilty. "I know," he said again. I remembered him saying one day, "If you were here." I remembered him sending apartment photos and aurora forecasts and telling me which month would be best. "I thought you wanted me here," I said. He opened his mouth like he was going to answer, then looked down at his plate instead. After dinner, he walked me back to my hotel. The snow had gotten softer by then, bigger flakes, slower falling. I kept brushing my shoulder against his because I wanted him to stop being so strange. I wanted him to turn back into the man from my phone. At the hotel entrance, he stopped. "You should go inside," he said. "You're sending me to bed? Alone?" I responded. I know. No hanging out in private places with the internet man you flew across an ocean to meet. But by then, I was starting to fall in love with him, which made every bad idea feel a little less like a bad idea. "You must be tired." "I crossed an ocean. Of course I'm a little tired." "Please." He was standing so close, and the snow had melted into his hair, making the curls darker around his forehead. His cheeks were red from the cold. He had this nervous little crease between his eyebrows, the same one I'd watched appear on video calls whenever he was trying to translate a thought before saying it out loud. He looked like the person I'd been falling asleep with in my ear for months, real and tired and warm under his coat. I wanted to kiss the worry off his face. So I did. A small kiss. His mouth was cold from the air, but softer than I expected, and his fingers tightened around the paper-wrapped flowers in my hand. For half a second, he kissed me back. Then he pulled away hard enough to stumble. "Sorry," he said. "For what?" He touched his mouth like he was checking for something. "My mother said not to bring you home tonight," he said. I stared at him. "Ari, that's a weird thing to say after kissing someone." "It's not about that." "Then what is it about?" He looked at the hotel doors behind me, then at the flowers in my hand. The paper had gone soft where the snow melted into it. "She worries. he said finally. About me? About me, he said. I laughed because I was embarrassed. I'm not dangerous, I said. He looked at me for a second too long. I know, he said shortly. The next day, he apologized. He said he'd slept badly. He said his mother was super intense. He said she'd called me something in Greek and that he didn't want to translate. Translate it, I said. No. Does it mean ugly? He looked at me for a long moment. It means she should mind her business, he said. That night, I went to his apartment. His building was old, with yellow light in the stairwell and boots lined up outside doors. His apartment smelled like radiator heat, coffee, and him. The blue cabinets were real. The ugly lamp was real. The sweater he always wore during video calls hung over the back of a chair. I remember feeling almost dizzy with tenderness. 6 months of proof had become real. He made tea. I stood in his kitchen wearing wool socks because he'd asked me to take off my shoes. He was moving around too much, touching things and then not using them. The kettle, a mug, a spoon, the box of tea. He kept starting little tasks and abandoning them halfway through, like his body had too much feeling in it and nowhere to direct it. It really was cute. He was blushing all the way to his ears, and his curls were still damp from the snow, and every time I looked at him directly, he looked down like I had caught him doing something embarrassing. You know, you don't have to make tea if you don't want tea, I said. I want to make you tea. You're just standing there holding a spoon. He looked at the spoon in his hand like he had no idea how it got there. Then he laughed, and I felt ridiculous for being worried. He made awful tea, somehow. I don't even know how you make tea badly, but he managed it. He put too much water in one mug and not enough in the other. Forgot whether I wanted sugar, apologized twice, then almost burned his fingers picking up the cup. I told him he was giving me confidence in my own domestic skills, which are relatively low. He smiled at that, but the smile faded quickly. You're okay? I asked. Yes. You don't seem okay. I'm just nervous. Ari, I'm also nervous. He nodded, but he looked past me toward the hallway. I followed his eyes. Nothing was there except his coat hanging on a hook and the little blue eye charm above the door, the same one from his pictures. Is your mom going to burst in and interrogate me? I asked. No. Good, because I only know how to say good morning in Greek, and I don't think that will help my case. That got a real smile out of him. Then I stepped closer, and he went still. I think he was trying to be careful. I think he was one of those guys who wanted so badly not to make you uncomfortable that they accidentally made everything more awkward. It made me like him more. You know you can touch me, I said. His eyes moved to my lips and then away. I know. But you don't have to. I know that too. I was tired and far from home and very, very in love with the version of him I had carried across the ocean. So I did what I had already done 100 times before, in smaller ways, through a screen. I kissed him first, and when I did, he made a sound like relief. He was scared. I knew he was scared. His hands came to my waist like he still wasn't sure he was allowed to touch me, and then his fingers curled into my sweater. He was trembling, but I was too. Nerves. Wanting. The absurd, impossible fact of finally being in the same room after all that time. I touched his cheek, and he closed his eyes. That's what undid me. He looked so young like that. His mouth was cold from the walk, soft when it opened under mine. And he kissed me carefully at first, like he was afraid of doing it wrong. Then he kissed me harder, and for a moment there was no Reddit, no flight, no warning signs, no little blue charm above the door. There was only his hand at my waist, my fingers in his hair, the radiator knocking in the wall, and the snow falling outside his kitchen window. This was what I had come all that way for. Then his breath caught, and my jaw slipped. I pulled back because I thought I'd hurt myself, and I was so embarrassed I could barely look at him. I thought, great, I flew to Finland to kiss this beautiful guy and somehow dislocated my own mouth. Then Ari looked at me, not at my eyes, but at my mouth, and whatever expression was on his face made the whole kitchen go still. Marie, he said, and it came out small. I tried to answer him, but my tongue was in the wrong place. My teeth didn't meet. Ari stepped back, and I stepped forward. He said my name again. His eyes kept dropping to my mouth and then lifting back to my face, like he was trying really hard not to look. I wanted to tell him I was sorry and that I was scared too, but I couldn't. Instead, I put both hands on his face, gently. His skin was warm under my palms. His mouth opened like he was going to say something, and my mouth opened wider. There was a wet click near my ear, and Ari made a sound I'd never heard from him before, too surprised to be a scream. I pressed his forehead against the roof of my mouth. His hands hit my wrists, then my shoulders, then the side of my neck. He was trying to push himself out, but there was nowhere for him to push against because I'd already leaned over him. The back of his head slid past my teeth, and then the tea glass dropped and broke against the floor. His body kicked hard enough that one heel struck the cabinet, the blue cabinet. The one I'd seen behind him for 6 months while he made coffee, while he leaned against the counter during video calls. His fingers grabbed my sweater and twisted the fabric. His knees buckled, and I went down with him, still holding him like I was comforting him, nurturing him. His breath filled me, hot and panicked, and then, finally, his breath stopped. I could feel the shape of him fighting me, his jaw, his throat, the hard line of his shoulders. My own throat widened around him with a slow ache, and my ribs opened in small clicks I felt more than heard. Ari's hands weakened against me. One of them slid down my arm and caught at my sleeve like he was still trying to hold on to the version of me that had arrived in his apartment with flowers in her hand. There really wasn't any pain. There was only room. I stopped thinking in full thoughts. I remember the floor under my knees. I remember his sleeve bunched in my hand. I remember the sound his foot made against the cabinet when his leg kicked once and then stopped. When the last of him passed my teeth, I was kneeling on his kitchen floor in my wool socks, one hand against the cabinet, breathing through my nose. The radiator knocked in the wall. The snow kept falling outside the window. There was a strand of his curly hair stuck to my lip. He tasted like lemon, and mostly, I felt full. Then I remembered Owen. I didn't remember everything, only pieces at first. His nervous laugh, his hand on my back, the way he'd looked at me on the second date, so hopeful it embarrassed both of us. I remembered crying when he was gone. I remembered telling people he'd broken my heart. I started crying now, too, right there on Ari's kitchen floor, with broken glass near my knee and lemons still in my mouth. Because why do they all have to disappear? Ari's phone buzzed on the table. The screen lit up with a message from his mother. It was in Greek, but I recognized one word immediately. Lamnia. Lamia. I knew that word. I don't know Greek, but I know what people call girls like me when they have old names for it. Lamia, Empusa, Shtabai, Mandarugo, Yakshi, Pontianak. Different languages, same warning. Different mothers telling their sons not to invite me in. The message stayed there until the screen went dark. I opened my own phone after that. My Reddit post was still up. There were new messages waiting. Men saying, "Hi. Hey, saw your selfie. I'm lonely too. Platonic is fine. You have interesting eyes. Where are you from? You look familiar. Where are your features from?" I know I should delete it. But the thing is, I keep getting my heart broken. They always disappear before it works out. If your delivery driver says he forgot your drink, don't open the door again. If your delivery driver says he forgot your drink, don't open the door again. I know how stupid this sounds, because I used to read posts like this and think the same thing. Just don't open the door. Just call the police. Just get out. You never realize how useless all those thoughts are until you're standing barefoot in your hallway at midnight, holding a kitchen knife in one hand and your phone in the other, listening to someone breathe on the other side of your front door. It started with Thai food. I had just moved into my new apartment 3 weeks earlier. Nothing dramatic, no haunted backstory, no weird old building with a caretaker who warned me about the basement. Just a normal second-floor apartment above a row of shops, the kind of place where the hallway always smelled faintly of carpet cleaner and someone else's dinner. I'd moved there after my breakup with Lewis. We had been together 4 years. He wasn't dangerous or evil or anything like that. He was just useless in that quiet, exhausting way that makes you feel like you are raising a grown man. When he finally left, I felt sad for about a week and then mostly relieved. For the first time in a long time, the place was mine. My mugs in the cupboard, my clothes in the wardrobe, my music playing without him asking if we could put something else on. That night I got home late from work. It had been raining all day and my shoes were soaked through. I didn't have the energy to cook, so I ordered from the Thai place down the road. Green curry, jasmine rice, spring rolls, and a Diet Coke. The app said 25 minutes. I changed into pajamas, washed my face, and sat on the sofa scrolling through my phone. I remember feeling almost peaceful. That's the part that bothers me now. How normal it all was. How close I came to having an ordinary, boring night. At 10:43, my buzzer went. I pressed the intercom. Hello? Delivery. His voice was soft, youngish, maybe, hard to tell through the speaker. Second floor, flat 6. I know, he said. I frowned at that, but only for a second. Drivers get the flat number on the app. Obviously, he knew. I buzzed him in and waited by the door. A minute later, there was a knock. When I opened it, he was standing too close. That was the first thing I noticed. Most delivery drivers step back after knocking. This one was right there, almost filling the doorway. He wore a black raincoat with the hood up and one of those thermal delivery bags over his shoulder. I couldn't see much of his face, just his mouth and a bit of stubble. Aaron? He asked. That's me. He handed me the bag. Enjoy your food. Thanks. I took it and was about to close the door when he said, Sorry, I forgot your drink. I looked into the bag. Curry, rice, spring rolls. No Diet Coke. It's fine, I said. Don't worry about it. I've got it downstairs. Honestly, it's fine. I'll bring it up. Before I could answer, he turned and walked away. I closed the door and locked it. I don't know why I locked it so quickly. Maybe because he'd stood too close. Maybe because he had said my name like he already knew me. Maybe because I live alone now, and living alone changes the sound of every small thing. I put the food on the coffee table and tried to shake it off. The curry was hot, the rice was still steaming, and for a few minutes I convinced myself I was being ridiculous. Then I found the receipt. It was folded under the spring rolls. Not the restaurant receipt, that was stapled to the outside of the bag. This was a plain white slip of paper, torn badly at one edge. At first, I thought it was just some kitchen note that had fallen in by accident. Then I saw my name. Aaron M. Flat 6. Lives alone, no dog, chain lock only. Bedroom window faces service alley, usually home after 7. I stared at it for a long time. My first thought was Lewis. It had to be Lewis. Some pathetic attempt to scare me, to make me call him, to make me feel like I still needed someone. It sounded exactly like the sort of thing he would think was clever after a few drinks. I picked up my phone and called him. he answered on the fifth ring. What? Did you send me something? What? Don't play dumb. Did you send someone to my flat? There was a pause, then a tired sigh. Aaron, it's nearly 11. I got a note in my takeaway. What note? One that says I live alone. Another pause. This one felt different. Are you serious? Yes. Where are you? In my flat, obviously. Lock your door. It is locked. No, properly lock it. That annoyed me, even then, like he was suddenly the sensible one. I have locked it. Send me a picture. I almost told him to piss off, but I took a photo of the note and sent it. He called back 10 seconds later. That wasn't me. His voice had changed. He sounded awake now. Louis, I swear on my mother that wasn't me. Call the police. Before I could answer, someone knocked on my door. 3 soft knocks. Not loud, not aggressive, just polite. I stood in the middle of my living room with the phone against my ear. Aaron, Louis said. Another knock. Then the delivery driver's voice. Forgot your drink. I didn't move. Louis kept saying my name, but he sounded far away. The driver knocked again. I can leave it here if you want. I walked slowly to the door and looked through the peephole. The hallway was empty. No delivery driver, no drink, nothing. I stepped back. My phone buzzed in my hand. A notification from the delivery app. Your driver is at your door. I looked at the peephole again. Empty hallway. Then my phone rang. Unknown number. I don't know why I answered. I think my brain was still trying to make sense of it, still trying to turn it into something normal. Hello? The delivery driver said, You shouldn't have looked at the receipt. I couldn't speak. You were meant to eat first, he said. I dropped the phone. It hit the floor and the call stayed connected. I could hear his breathing through the speaker. Then the handle moved, slowly, down, then up, down, then up. I had locked the door, but he was testing it gently, like he didn't want to make too much noise. I picked up the phone and ended the call. My hands were shaking so badly it took 3 tries. Then I called 999. The operator asked what service I needed. Police, I whispered. What's happening? There's someone outside my flat. Are you in immediate danger? Yes, I think so. Is your door locked? Yes. Can you see the person? I looked through the peephole again. Empty hallway. No, I said, but he's there. As soon as I said it, the letterbox lifted. Just a little. A black gap opened near my knees. I stumbled back. The operator asked me what had happened. He opened the letterbox. Do not approach the door, she said. Go into a room with a lock if you can. My bathroom had a lock. It was cheap and flimsy, but it was something. I grabbed the biggest knife from the kitchen drawer and backed toward the bathroom. The letterbox clicked shut. Then the knocking started again. 3 knocks. Pause. 3 knocks. Pause. Aaron, he called. I locked myself in the bathroom and sat on the edge of the bath with the knife on my lap. The operator kept talking to me, calm and steady, asking questions I could barely answer. My address, my name, whether I had seen a weapon, whether there was another way into the flat. No, I said, just the front door. Then I remembered the note. Bedroom window faces service alley. My bedroom window. The one I had opened earlier because the flat smelled of paint and damp clothes. I stood so fast the knife clattered into the bath. What is it? The operator asked. My bedroom window. Is someone trying to get in? I don't know. Stay where you are if the bathroom door locks. The problem was, from the bathroom, I couldn't see the bedroom. I couldn't see the hallway. I couldn't see anything. The flat went quiet. That was worse than the knocking. For a few seconds, all I could hear was the operator breathing through my phone and my own heart hammering in my ears. Then my bedroom door creaked. I had left it open. I knew I had. But I heard it creak. The sound was slow and careful. The sound of someone touching the door with their fingertips and pushing it wider. "He's inside," I whispered. The operator said police were close. Close didn't mean inside the flat. Close didn't mean between me and him. A floorboard moved in the hallway, then another. He was walking toward the bathroom. I picked the knife back up and stood behind the door. My legs felt weak. I remember thinking I was going to die in pajamas, which is a stupid thing to think, but it was there in my head. I was going to die barefoot in old pajamas with Thai food cooling on the coffee table. The bathroom handle dipped. Once, twice. Then his voice came through the door. "You should have taken the drink." I covered my mouth with my hand. He laughed quietly. "I'm not angry," he said. "You just made it messy." The door moved in the frame as he pressed his shoulder against it. The bathroom lock was a tiny silver turn lock, the kind you use when someone might accidentally walk in while you're brushing your teeth. It was never meant to keep anyone out. He pressed again. Wood cracked near the latch. The operator was saying something. I couldn't understand her. Then there was a bang from downstairs. A voice shouted, "Police!" The pressure left the door. For 1 second I thought he had run. Then the bathroom door burst open. He came through with his hood still up and a screwdriver in his right hand. I swung the knife without thinking. It caught his arm. He shouted and slammed into me, knocking me back against the sink hard enough to crack the mirror. I dropped the knife. He grabbed my wrist and squeezed so hard my fingers went numb. "Stupid," he said. That was all he got out. 2 officers came down the hallway shouting. One of them hit him from the side and they both went into the bath. The other officer pulled me out into the hallway and kept saying, "You're safe, you're safe, you're safe," even though I didn't feel safe. I don't think I have felt safe since. They arrested him in my bathroom. His name was Daniel Price. At least, that was the name he gave them. He wasn't the delivery driver assigned to my order. The real driver was a woman named Melissa who had been found in her car 3 streets away, unconscious but alive. Someone had hit her from behind after she collected my food. Daniel had taken her phone, her thermal bag, and her jacket. That would have been bad enough. Then they searched his car. They found printed receipts, dozens of them, maybe more. Names, addresses, notes. Some were crossed out. Some had ticks next to them. Mine had a circle around it. The police wouldn't tell me much. They never do. They kept using words like ongoing investigation and potential link and recovered items. But one officer told me something by accident. He said, "The others were lucky too." Then he stopped talking. Others. I stayed with Lewis that night, which tells you how scared I was. I sat on his sofa until morning and watched the rain run down the window. He made tea and kept apologizing for things that had nothing to do with him. By midday, I had convinced myself it was over. Daniel was arrested. Melissa was alive. The police had the receipts. The locks were being changed. I would move again if I had to. Then my phone buzzed. A notification from the delivery app. I stared at it, confused, because I had deleted the app in the police station. I had watched it disappear from my screen, but there it was. "Your driver is nearby." I opened the notification. The map showed a little bike icon moving down Lewis's street. I stood up so quickly I spilled tea over my leg. Lewis asked what was wrong. The bike icon stopped outside his house. Then the doorbell rang. Lewis went pale. "No," I said, "don't." He walked to the front window and looked through the curtain. "There's no one there," he said. My phone buzzed again. "Your driver is at your door." Then another message appeared. "Forgot your drink." That was 3 days ago. I'm writing this from a hotel room under a name that isn't mine. The police have my phone now. They said there was no active order, no driver, no record of any notification being sent. But I saw it. Lewis saw the doorbell camera too. Empty porch, no one there. Just 3 knocks recorded by the audio. 3 soft knocks. Pause. 3 soft knocks. Pause. I don't know whether Daniel had someone working with him. I don't know whether he set something up before they arrested him. I don't know why the app keeps coming back on every phone I borrow, or why the notifications know where I am before I tell anyone. All I know is this. If you order food late at night and the driver says he forgot your drink, tell him to leave it outside. Do not open the door. Do not check the hallway. Do not believe the peephole. And if your phone says the driver is nearby after you've already deleted the app, get out before he knocks. Because last night at 10:43, someone slipped a receipt under my hotel room door. It had my fake name on it, my room number. No dog, traveling alone, bathrooms lock weak. At the bottom, written in pen, there were 4 words. You still seem thirsty. Next story. My little brother Tommy. I need to write this down before I forget it, before my mind changes it into something softer. That's what minds do, right? They protect you. But I don't want protection anymore. I want someone to believe me. My name is Claire. I was 13. My brother Tommy was 8. That's all you need to know for now. It started on a Tuesday. Our school was old, built sometime in the 1950s, the kind of building with too many hallways and not enough windows. Tommy was small for his age, always getting picked on, always losing things. That day, he lost his water bottle somewhere near the old gym, the one they didn't use anymore because the floor was rotting. I went with him to look for it after school. Everyone else had gone home. The halls were empty in that way that makes your footsteps sound too loud, like the building is listening to you walk. We found the water bottle near a door I had never noticed before. It was small, painted the same gray as the wall, easy to miss if you weren't looking right at it. There was no doorknob, just a small hole where a knob should be, like someone had removed it on purpose. Tommy being Tommy, he pushed his finger into the hole before I could stop him. The door opened by itself. I want to be clear here. I did not open that door. It opened on its own, slow, like it had been waiting for a reason to. Inside was a stairwell going down. The air coming up from it was cold, colder than a fridge, and it smelled like wet paper and something else I didn't have a name for back then. I know the name now. Tommy stepped in before I could grab him. Kids do that. They don't think about what's on the other side of dark places. I followed because that's what older sisters do. We follow our brothers into the dark so they're not alone in it. The stairs went down longer than they should have. Our school only had 2 floors. We must have walked down for what felt like 10 minutes, maybe more. Tommy held my hand the whole way, and his hand was shaking. But so was mine, so I didn't say anything about it. At the bottom was a room shaped like our classroom. Same desks, same chalkboard, same little poster of the alphabet on the wall. But everything was covered in a thin layer of dust, like it hadn't been touched in decades, and the desks were arranged in a way that made my stomach hurt to look at, though I couldn't tell you why. Sitting in one of the desks was a boy. He looked like Tommy, not similar, exact. Same haircut, same gap in his front teeth, same scar on his eyebrow from the bike accident 2 summers ago that only our family knew about. He looked up at us and smiled, and he said, in Tommy's exact voice, "You're late again." I grabbed Tommy's hand and we ran. We ran up those stairs faster than I have ever run in my life, and the whole time I could hear that boy's voice behind us. Not shouting, just talking, calm, like he already knew how this was going to end. "You're late again. You're late again. You're always late." We got out. The door slammed shut behind us on its own. We told our parents we were just playing near the old gym. We never mentioned the door. That was 4 months ago. Here is the part I haven't told anyone. Tommy has not been the same since. He does his homework now without being asked. He stopped being scared of the dark. He started calling me by a nickname he never used before, one that only makes sense if you knew our grandmother, who died before Tommy was even born. Last week, I asked him what happened in those few seconds when I was looking away, back near that door before we ran. He looked at me, and for 1 second, one single second, his smile did not look like his smile at all. Then he said, "Nothing happened. We should go back sometime, though. He gets lonely down there." I checked the old gym yesterday. The door is gone. Not locked, not hidden, just gone, like it was never built into that wall at all, like I imagined the whole thing. But Tommy still has dust on his shoes from that day. I checked his shoes this morning while he was sleeping. Gray dust, the exact color of that classroom floor, and it has not come off no matter how many times my mom washes them. Tonight he asked me to tuck him in, which he never does anymore. As I turned off his light, he whispered something into his pillow. I almost didn't catch it, but I did. He said, "Don't worry. I told him you'll be late too." I don't know what that means. I don't want to know what that means. I just keep thinking about how that boy at the desk said again, like this had happened before, like it will happen again. I haven't slept in 3 nights because every time I close my eyes, I hear it. Chalk on a chalkboard, somewhere far below the house, writing something over and over. I finally worked up the courage to sneak into Tommy's room an hour ago to check what it was. It's my name, written maybe 200 times, and under my name, in smaller writing, it just says, "Soon." When my aunt passed away, I agreed to take in her pet parrot. She's been telling me strange things. My Aunt Liza passed away last month. She was 47 years old. Aunt Liza's cause of death was determined to be an accidental overdose. As someone who has overcome struggles with addiction, her passing left a mark on me. I suppose that's a big reason why I agreed to take in her 14-year-old African Grey, Lulu. I'd overheard Uncle Frank telling my mother that he was going to give her up to an animal shelter. That just felt wrong. I've always believed that pets are family, so I told Uncle Frank I'd take her. The first week was a major adjustment. Lulu expressed obvious confusion at her new environment. "Where's Liza? Where's Liza?" She repeated the phrase so often in her first days with me that I knew I needed to take action. I wasn't sure if Lulu was capable of understanding, but it was worth a shot. "Where's Liza? Where's Liza?" I took a deep breath. I approached Lulu's perch and looked her in the eyes. "I'm sorry, Lulu. Liza is gone." The bird cocked her head to the side. "Liza is gone." "Yes, Liza is gone." A tear trickled down my cheek. I didn't think it would be that hard. Saying it out loud somehow made it more real. Lulu didn't respond. Instead, she turned around and faced the wall. Lulu's behavior started to change a few days after that. Initially, she wouldn't say much aside from the occasional, "Liza is gone." Then she started saying things that I'd never heard her repeat before. The first incident was after work on a random Thursday. I'd barely had a chance to put my purse down when the words met my ears. "Where's your owner, huh?" I froze. Where had Lulu gotten that from? The shock quickly dissipated. Parrots have good memories. She could have heard that years ago for all I knew. Only later did I realize that I should have taken Lulu's words more seriously. The next incident didn't occur for another week. Lulu was seemingly coming around to her old self. She was active and a total menace to my houseplants, Ripe P. Fernadette. Additionally, Lulu was talking. A lot. As her mantra, "Where's Liza? went out of fashion, I began to grow accustomed to her more common phrases. "Hey there" was her go-to greeting for when I arrived home. "Aw, is someone hungry?" was an indicator that she needed to eat. And at random points in the day, she absolutely loved to shout, "What you talking about, Willis?" for seemingly no reason at all. Not to say that those were the only phrases she used. No, she picked up new words all the time, but those were the most recurring. Even with her colorful vocabulary, I was shocked to hear what she had to say when I woke up one morning. I could hear Lulu squawking from the room over, but I couldn't make out what she was saying. I tried to go back to sleep, but after 10 straight minutes of Lulu's muffled yelling, I decided to roll out of bed for the day. I stepped into the hallway, rubbing sleep from my eyes, and froze. Clear as day, Lulu repeated, "That bitch. I'll end her." I was stunned. Sure, Lulu could be a potty mouth at times, but I had never heard her utter anything so violent. The inflection told me that whoever she'd picked it up from was not messing around. I tentatively approached the living room where Lulu's cage was kept, and I poked my head in. I surveyed the room before determining that no axe-wielding murders were lying in wait to chop my head off. I opened Lulu's cage and let her hop onto my arm. "What's wrong, girl? Where'd you hear that from?" Lulu cocked her head to the side, black eyes studying me, before she responded. "Aw, is someone hungry?" Fortunately, Lulu's newest catchphrase didn't last very long. As time went on and we grew more accustomed to one another, I began to leave Lulu's cage open at night. That way, she had access to water if she needed it. I didn't have to worry about her making a mess, unless a houseplant was involved. Aunt Liza had trained her well. She rarely ever left her cage past dark. That's why I was so shocked to find her shrieking at me in the middle of the night last week. I was awoken from a deep slumber by a high-pitched scream. I instantly recognized it as Lulu's. She was beside my bed, nearly touching my ear, repeating the same phrase over and over again. "Hey there! Hey there!" My eyes shot open. I bolted upright, looking for any sign of a disturbance. My vision was slow to adjust. When it did, I realized exactly why Lulu was shouting. Someone was sitting on the edge of my bed. The silhouette of a hooded figure faced the wall, unmoving. The person didn't react to Lulu's shrieks. It was as if they wanted to be seen. I sat still as a statue. In times of distress, my fight or flight instinct doesn't kick in. Instead, I freeze. That's why I couldn't bring myself to move when the figure turned toward me. Even in the darkness, I could see that they were wearing a mask. It was plain white with a smiley face on the front. The figure produced something from their pocket. My blood turned to ice. The intruder brandished a knife at me. They held it up to my neck amid a cacophony of frantic "Hey there's!" Lulu launched an attack at the figure, clawing at their mask and hoodie. They acted as if they didn't notice. I was so terrified that I couldn't even bring myself to breathe. The intruder pressed the knife to my flesh, sending a small stream of scarlet trickling down my neck. They leaned in close and whispered into my ear, "This is your only warning. Fuck with us again, and you're dead." With that, my assailant stood, put the knife back into their hoodie pocket, and walked out of the room. Lulu stopped attacking once they were gone and joined me at my bedside. Her frantic shouts had devolved into quiet, pensive whispers. "Hey there. Hey there." For a few moments, I was too shocked to react. I had seen my life flash before my eyes just seconds prior. I truly thought that I was going to die. Once I came back to my senses, I locked my bedroom door, called 911, and cradled Lulu close to my chest as uncontrollable sobs racked my body. The police came up with nothing. I'm so scared and confused. Did I unknowingly piss someone off? Is this a case of mistaken identity? I don't have the answers. All I knew was that I couldn't stay in that apartment. I was already on a month-to-month lease, so I got us out of there as soon as I could. Despite the police's assurance that they would increase presence in the area, I couldn't risk another encounter. I've been settling into the new place just fine. The move went smoothly, and Lulu has taken to the apartment nicely. I even bought a new houseplant, obviously kept away from Lulu at all times. There's just one thing that's been concerning me. This place has thin walls. Sometimes, late at night, I can hear Lulu speaking from the other room, and she says the same thing every time. Next story. My apartment's maintenance portal keeps marking my requests resident unavailable for entry. I have not left my apartment in 6 days. Okay, I know how this is going to read. I've typed this out like 4 different ways already, deleted 3 of them, and I keep landing back here, so I guess this is the version you're getting. I'm not looking for sympathy, and I am begging you, do not comment, "Have you tried calling them again?" Because yes, I have tried calling them again. I have called so many times that the hold music has started showing up in my dreams. I'm posting because I think there's a piece of this I'm not seeing, and I'm hoping someone in this sub is the kind of person who notices things, because clearly I am not. So, here's the whole thing, start to now. It started with a fly. One fly on the rim of a glass I'd just filled at my own kitchen sink, water still cold enough to wring the glass. It was just sitting there on the rim, rubbing its little front legs together, perched in the exact spot where my mouth was about to go. I remember it with a total clarity, even better than I remember what I had for dinner 2 nights ago. I dumped the water, washed the glass, got a different one, because once a glass has had a house guest like that, how can you trust it? By the time the new glass was full, there were 2 flies working the faucet. And here's the part that should have tipped me off if I had even one functioning brain cell that day. They weren't doing the normal panicky fly thing, the zip up and vanish the second a hand gets close thing. They were comfortable. One of them kept ducking under the lip of the tap and coming back out, over and over, with the focus of someone checking a peephole before they let you in. The idea of drinking the water made my stomach turn. I filed a maintenance request that afternoon, because that's what you do. That's the whole social contract. You pay your rent, and in exchange, somebody shows up when there's a problem. Category: pest control. Issue: flies in kitchen. Description: there are flies in my unit. I cannot find the source. It got a maintenance number, but nobody came that day. I'd stopped wanting to eat almost right away, and I chalked that right up to the flies. I'd ordered a full veggie pizza the night before, extra olives, even though I hate olives, but taking them off cost $1 more than leaving them on, which, don't get me started, is a crime against the consumer. And the flies had gone ahead and claimed the box like it was theirs by eminent domain. Who wants to sit down to a meal with an audience like that? Everything started smelling wrong, and I don't mean rotten exactly, I mean pungent. The rice in my rice cooker smelled sour clear across the kitchen. The coffee smelled burnt before the water even touched the grounds, and if you've ever made coffee, you know that's not how it's supposed to work. I opened the fridge and got hit with this thick, sweet smell, like flowers a week past their vase water, and I cleared the whole thing out in one disgusted sweep. Didn't even sort it, just bag, trash. By the second morning, there were more flies, and this time they weren't being subtle about anything. Rows of them along the counter, lined up neat as a church pew. A little cluster on the microwave handle, holding what looked like a meeting. I found 3 in a mug I had personally washed, dried, and put away clean, and one of them walked clear across my phone screen while I was checking the apartment portal, taking its sweet time, and I watched it a half-second too long before I flicked it off, because something about the way it moved made me not want to touch it. The status on my request had changed. Status: pending access. Technician unable to confirm entry. I was home? I had been home the entire time. Nobody knocked. I would have heard a knock. The walls in this building are basically wet cardboard with a paint job. I hear my neighbor's TV through them. I hear her chair scrape when she gets up to pee. There is no version of a knock on my door that gets past me. None. I left a note in the portal. I am available for entry. Please knock loudly. Then I sat down on the couch to wait and must have drifted off, because the next thing I knew, the light in the room had gone gray, and there was a fly walking up the inside of my wrist, right along the blue vein there, stopping every couple steps to clean its front legs. I brushed it off. It came back. Same spot. Wednesday was the day the smell stopped being a kitchen problem and became a whole apartment problem. I searched the entire place, behind the couch, every cabinet, the one under the sink, the gap behind the toilet, that shelf in my closet where I keep a tote bag full of other tote bags. I found dust. One earring I'd made peace with losing months ago. A single piece of pasta, fossilized, origin unknown, possibly older than my lease. I didn't find anything dead. I looked hard, and there was no body, no mouse behind the stove, no bird that snuck in through a vent. The smell had no address, no source, just a presence, and it was getting bigger by the hour. The flies followed me. Not all of them. There were always more staying put than coming with me. But I felt like I was being escorted. I filed a second request. Marked it urgent because it was. Category: urgent maintenance. Issue: possible dead animal in unit. Description: strong odor, increasing fly activity. Please send someone today. The portal threw an error back at me. Duplicate request detected. I called the emergency line. 6 rings, then voicemail, smooth and unbothered as a customer service rep clocking out at 4:59. I called the leasing office and got the recording. Your call is important to us and will be answered in the order it was received. I called 4 more times that day. That evening, I knocked on my neighbor's door. I heard her in there. She was dragging something heavy. And then nothing. Dead stop. I knocked again, and I swear she was trying extra hard to be silent. When I got back to my own door, there was a fresh line in the portal. Resident unavailable for entry. Technician unable to complete service. I read that maybe 10 times, trying to find a version where it made sense. Wrong unit. A confused tech. An open door 3 apartments down. One soft knock mistaken by some guy with a clipboard who clearly hated his job for a final answer. I left another note. I am inside the unit. I have not left. Please come back. That night, something landed on my face while I was half asleep on the couch. A leg tap at my upper lip, a second little press at the corner of my eye, a feathery drag along my throat, and I came up swinging at nothing. In the bathroom mirror, my own face looked like it belonged to someone who'd had the actual worst week of her life. A bruise along my cheekbone I had zero memory of getting, and when I pressed it out of morbid curiosity, the way you poke a bruise even though you know better, it didn't hurt the way it should have. It didn't hurt at all, honestly. It really must have been the lighting in the bathroom. The lighting's been bad since the day I moved in. Bad light explains a lot. It did not explain what happened next. Something moved behind my right nostril. I stood there at the sink and waited for it to stop being a thing that was happening, the way you wait out a cramp during the middle of the night, white-knuckled and praying to nobody in particular. And instead, it kept on happening. And then a fly came out. It was the color of nothing and dragged itself along my upper lip before I flicked it down into the sink, where it sat there, trembling, wings still folded flat and see-through. I filed another request. It took 3 tries because of my shaking hands. Category: emergency issue, health hazard. Description: please send someone. I think something is wrong inside my apartment. The portal sat there loading for almost a full minute, and then, this request has been closed. Resident unavailable for entry. I wrote right back, I am available. I am here. This request has been closed. Resident unavailable for entry. I am in the apartment. This request has been closed. Resident unavailable for entry. I live here. Nothing. I thought I'd actually broken the portal. Then the page refreshed on its own, no input from me at all. And a new line came up that I've now read so many times I could say it in my sleep. Occupancy status pending verification. I checked my text messages that night, first time in what I'd have sworn was like a day and a half tops. 19 unread notifications. My mom 4 times, the last one nothing but my own name and 3 question marks, which is somehow worse than actual words. My landlord once, short, please call me back, we need to confirm something. A coworker asking if I was okay, because I'd apparently no-showed 2 full days. I tried calling my mom back. It rang and never once dropped to voicemail, which I didn't even know was possible. And then the call just ended on its own. I typed out a reply to all of them. I'm fine, sorry, phone's been acting weird. I remember my own thumbs moving, the little tap of the keys. When I went back to check if it sent, every thread under every name was just empty. Not unsent. Empty, like the conversation had never once been opened from my end. The flies had started up a kind of residency on the wall above my couch by then, gathered into a loose, shifting smear that never quite committed to a shape. I'll admit it, some small, hopeful part of me kept waiting for them to spell something out. Maybe red rum. At least then I'd have instructions. They never did. They just sat there, being a stain with wings, and that was worse than if they'd left me a note. Tonight there were voices in the hallway below mine. Heavy footsteps, a radio cutting in and out, static, then a voice, then static. Somebody said a unit number, and it took me a half-second longer than it should have to realize the number was mine. I stood up too fast and had to grab the wall. The room tipped, then righted itself, slow, like water finding its level. The smell was everywhere now, sweet and thick. I'd stopped really smelling it days back. I only knew it was bad by the way the air seemed to bend in front of it, the way blacktop shimmers in August. The voices stopped right outside my door. A man knocked and said, "Police department, maintenance is with us. We're coming in." I tried to answer him. I really did. I opened my mouth to say, "I'm here. I've been here the whole time. I have the request numbers. I have every note I left. I did everything a person is supposed to do." And what came out was not that. Wasn't anywhere close. A dry click in my throat. That's all. And then every fly in the apartment lifted off the wall and the sink and the couch cushions at once. The bedroom door was shut. I don't remember shutting it. I don't really go in there anymore, to be honest. I've been on the couch, though don't ask me since when. I genuinely couldn't tell you. The flies were coming out from underneath the bedroom door in a thick, steady stream. They kept forcing themselves through the gap. The front door opened behind me. Somebody made a sound like they'd been hit in the stomach. The bedroom door swung open. On its own, or somebody opened it, I honestly cannot tell you which. And there was a shape on the floor by the bed that I have been staring at for what feels like a really long time now. One of the officers said, "How long has she been here?" And I genuinely cannot understand why he's asking that about whatever's on the floor instead of just asking me, since I am standing right here, since I've been right here the entire 6 days. I opened my mouth again to finally lay the whole thing out. The requests, the dates, every note, every duplicate request error, the whole sorry record of it. But flies kept pouring out. I don't know why nobody will look at me when I talk. Why is nobody talking to me? My coworker saw child-sized bruises on my back and asked what I brought home. I found out at work that the marks on my back were shaped like a child's hand. That is not me trying to make it sound worse after the fact. Mei Chen from accounting saw them first. We were in the break room, waiting for coffee, and I thought she had stopped behind me because there was lint on my shirt or my collar was folded wrong. Then she pulled my collar down just enough to see the bruises below my shoulder blades and said, very quietly, "That doesn't look like an adult grabbed you." May and I were not close. She worked in finance, and most days our entire relationship was a nod in the elevator. That morning, she stood behind me for long enough that I turned around and asked if something was wrong. She asked if I had let a child ride on my back recently. I laughed because the question was so strange. I had been hunched over for weeks by then, so people had noticed. My manager asked if I was sick. A guy from design said I looked like I had slept in an airport chair for 2 nights. That was close to what I had been telling myself anyway. Jet lag, bad mattress, coming home from vacation wrong, getting older. Normal reasons. Reasons you can say out loud at work. May did not laugh with me. She told me to go look in the restroom mirror and not to rub the marks. I still thought she was overreacting until I stood in front of the sink, twisted my neck far enough to hurt, and saw them. There were 4 little ovals below my left shoulder blade, too even to be a bruise from a doorknob, and too small to be from backpack straps. Lower on the right side, near my ribs, was a darker, blunt mark that looked like a knee. I know bruises can look like anything if you stare long enough, but the first image that came into my head was a child clinging to my back, one hand in my collar, one knee pressed into my ribs. I do not have children. I had not carried anyone's child. I had not even gone to the gym since before the trip, unless dragging a suitcase through a connection counts. I took photos because I wanted proof that May had scared me into seeing shapes, but the shapes were clearer in the photos. When I got back to the break room, my coffee had gone cold. May did not ask where I had traveled. She did not ask if I had eaten something bad or slept badly. She looked at my face and asked, "Did you buy anything old while you were away?" That was when I thought of the bundle on my bedroom shelf. It had not been something I meant to buy. I picked it up in an old market near the water, wrapped in cloth and tied with black-red thread. Inside was a small wooden carving, about the length of my palm, shaped like a crouching child with its head tucked down and its arms around its knees. The wood smelled damp, like a drawer that had not seen sunlight in years. The seller had warned me about it. The market was loud, and I only understood part of what he said. I thought he told me not to put it near the bed. Then he tapped the cloth bundle with his fingernail and said 2 words in English. "No mirror." I kept it on the shelf in my bedroom for almost 3 weeks. By the time May asked me about it, the thread around the cloth had gone tight enough to bite into the fabric, and the figure inside felt lighter than it had when I bought it. I still tried normal explanations. I went to a doctor near my office. She asked if I had changed pillows, if I had been under stress, if I sat at a desk all day. Yes, yes, yes. She pressed 2 fingers along my neck and told me the muscles were tight. She gave me a list of stretches and told me to stop checking medical websites at night. For 2 days, I did the stretches. I slept with a towel rolled under my neck. I stopped drinking after dinner. I set my phone across the room so I would not scroll before bed. The sleep app said I got just over 8 hours on the second night. I woke up with my face in the pillow, both hands numb under me, and my shirt twisted backward like somebody had been pulling the collar while I slept. That morning, there was a new mark under my right shoulder blade. I did not tell May right away. I am not proud of that. I did not want to be the kind of person who brought a vacation souvenir to work because a coworker had made him nervous. So I waited until lunch, when the floor was half empty, and took the bundle out of my backpack. May's face changed before she even touched it. She did not gasp. She did not make a scene. She put her chopsticks down, wiped her hands on a napkin, and said, "Why did you bring it here?" "You asked what I bought." "I asked so you would leave it alone." That annoyed me more than it should have, probably because I was exhausted. I told her it was a piece of carved wood from a market, not a bomb. I unwrapped one corner of the cloth to show her. She reached across the table and pressed the cloth shut with 2 fingers. "Don't open it here," she said. "Don't put it back in your bedroom. Don't let it face a mirror." I asked her what she thought it was. She looked around the break area first. People were eating microwave noodles and checking Slack. Normal office noise. I remember that because her answer did not fit in that room. "I don't know exactly," she said, "but that kind of thing is not decoration." I asked if she meant a charm. "Not for you," she said. I wish I had listened then. I wish the worst part of this story was that I ignored a coworker and had a bad night. Instead, I went home and threw the bundle away. There is a trash room on the first floor of my building. You need a fob to get in. I took the cloth bundle in a grocery bag, carried it downstairs at arm's length, and put it inside the big black bin under 2 pizza boxes and a broken floor lamp. I took photos because I already knew I would not believe myself later. The weight on my back got worse before I reached my apartment. That is the part people misunderstand when I tell it. They assume I mean I felt guilty or scared or suddenly aware of my own posture. No, I mean my knees bent in the elevator. It felt like somebody had climbed onto me between the first and third floor. Not a full adult weight, not even close. More like a sleepy child being carried from a car, all their heaviness concentrated in the knees and arms. My shirt pulled tight across my throat. The skin under my collar prickled where the old bruises were. When the doors opened, I had to put one hand on the wall before I could step out. The bundle was still in the trash room. I checked the photo all night. I even went back down, moved the pizza boxes with a broom handle, and saw the grocery bag exactly where I had left it. The shelf in my bedroom was empty. My back was not. After that, I stopped sleeping normally. I could doze for 20 minutes sitting upright on the couch, then jerk awake because my head had dipped too far forward and something behind me seemed to shift. Lying flat was worse. The moment my shoulders touched the mattress, the pressure spread across me, warm and close, like small limbs settling into place. I moved the mirror out of my bedroom. I covered the bathroom mirror with a towel. Then I forgot one morning. I had taken a shower before work because I smelled sour from not sleeping. Steam covered the bathroom glass. I wiped a clear patch with my palm, shaved badly, brushed my teeth, and bent to rinse my mouth. When I straightened up, there were 2 cleared places in the fogged mirror. One was mine, at face height, where I had breathed. The other was lower, just behind my right shoulder. It was small. Not a full handprint or a face, just an oval cleared in the steam, low enough that it should have been in the air behind me, as if something there had leaned forward and breathed out. I left work early that day and called May from the sidewalk. She did not say, "I told you so." She asked where the bundle was. When I said I had thrown it away, there was a pause long enough for traffic noise to fill the line. "Can you stand straight?" she asked. I tried. I could not. May took me to Mr. Lin that evening. A woman at the counter called him Uncle Lin and waved us through a curtain. From the street, his place looked like a paper goods store wedged between a tax office and a nail salon. Not a temple, not a fortune teller's place. There were 3 plastic chairs, a kettle, a low cabinet, and an old mirror wrapped in faded cloth. No chanting, nothing theatrical. Mr. Lin did not ask to see the wooden figure first. He walked around me once, slow, hands clasped behind his back. He looked at my shoulders, then the base of my neck, then the way my knees bent when I tried not to lean forward. "How long since you brought it into your sleeping room?" he asked. "3 weeks?" He nodded like I had told him the weather. I asked if it was cursed. I wanted him to say yes, because cursed still sounded like the object was the problem. Objects can be thrown away. Mr. Lin shook his head. "You are thinking about the thing," he said. "The thing was only where it waited." May closed her eyes for a second when he said that. He unwrapped the mirror next. It was not large, maybe the size of a serving tray, with a dark wooden frame and cloudy glass. He set it against the cabinet and told me to stand with my back to it. I said I did not want to. "Good," he said. "Then you understand enough." May stood near the curtain, one hand over her mouth. Mr. Lin told me not to look over my shoulder, only into the mirror when he said. For a few seconds, all I saw was myself. Gray face. Bad posture. Shirt wrinkled across the chest from where it kept pulling back. I felt a stupid flash of relief. Then the glass changed. Not like a movie, no shadow rushing in, no face appearing behind mine. It was more ordinary than that. My shirt was bunched at the left collar, and in the mirror a small hand was holding it. 4 fingers, too thin, the color of wet paper. A dark little shape pressed between my shoulder blades, knees tucked up against me. The head was turned down so I could not see the face. One arm looped over my collarbone like it had been there a long time and had no reason to let go. I stopped breathing. The hand tightened. Pain went through both shoulders so fast my knees hit the cabinet. The mirror jumped. May made a sound behind me, not a scream, more like somebody had pushed the air out of her. Mr. Lin covered the mirror. "Do not call it a name," he said. That was the only time his voice sharpened. I sat in the plastic chair, shaking so badly the legs clicked on the floor. Mr. Lin poured hot water into a paper cup and made me hold it with both hands. He asked if the seller had warned me about the bed, if there had been a mirror nearby, if anyone else had slept in that room since I came home. No, no, no. Then he said the part I kept trying not to understand. "You cannot give it back by throwing the wood away," he said. "You already carried it out." I told him I would pay whatever it cost. He looked tired then. Not offended, just tired. "Money is not carrying," he said. He could make a place for it to go, he told me. He could mark the boundary. May could come along, but not close. He could not walk the last part for me. Nobody could. "It is on your back," he said. "You bring it down." We went after the shops on that block had closed. Mr. Lin took the bundle out of the trash room himself before we left. I do not know how May got my building manager to open it. The black-red thread around the cloth had snapped in one place. The wooden figure inside felt almost hollow when he handed it to me. He tied a new red thread around my wrist, then around the bundle. Not tight, just enough that I could feel every small swing of it against my palm. The route was only 2 blocks, down the service alley behind the shops and across a small parking lot to the canal. It should have taken 3 minutes. It took forever. May stayed behind me where Mr. Lin told her to stay. I could hear her shoes sometimes. Mostly I heard myself breathing and the small, wet breaths near my ear. Halfway down the alley, the weight shifted higher. I bent forward so far my free hand scraped the brick wall. Something pressed its face into the back of my neck. The thread around my wrist tugged, not away from me, but up, toward my shoulder, like the bundle wanted to climb. Mr. Lin had told me not to turn around. He had told me not to look in windows. He had told me not to apologize. That last one was the hardest. I kept wanting to say I was sorry. Sorry for buying it, sorry for putting it near my bed, sorry for trying to throw it away. The words filled my mouth until my jaw ached. At the end of the alley, under a security light, my reflection moved in a parked van window. I shut my eyes. The arms around my collar pulled tight. Not choking, holding. A child's grip, if a child could be desperate enough to bruise bone. I walked with my eyes closed until May said, very softly, "Curb." Mr. Lin had set a metal basin by the canal wall. There was ash in it, and folded paper, and a small square of clean cloth. He pointed to the cloth. "Put it there," he said. "Say only what I told you." I put the bundle down. For 1 second, nothing happened. Then the weight became so heavy, I made a noise I still hate remembering. Both knees hit the concrete. The red thread burned across my wrist. Something small and cold pressed its forehead between my shoulder blades. I said, "This is not your place." The hand at my collar tightened. I said, "Come down now." I expected a scream, or the basin to tip over, or the thing in the mirror to finally lift its face. What happened was quieter. My shoulders emptied. That is the only word I have for it. Emptied. The pressure slid down my back and was gone so suddenly I fell forward on both hands. Air went into my lungs without dragging past anything. My neck straightened by itself. Behind me, May started crying. Mr. Lin covered the bundle with the clean cloth. He did not let me see the wooden figure again. The bruises took 9 days to fade. The little finger marks went yellow first, then green, then disappeared. I slept 10 hours the first night after the canal and woke up on my back, arms loose at my sides, the way I used to sleep before the trip. At work, people stopped asking if I was sick. May still checks the back of my collar sometimes. She pretends she is fixing it. I let her. I never got a bill from Mr. Lin. He only told me to keep my bedroom shelf empty for a month and not to bring old things into a sleeping room again. He said it like my dentist telling me to floss, which somehow made it easier to obey. I travel with less luggage now. I buy postcards. I buy bottled water. Once, in a market in another country, I saw a tray of old charms under a glass case and felt my shoulders pull forward before I even stepped closer. Nothing followed me home after that. I have not seen a small hand in the mirror. My sleep app looks normal. The shelf in my bedroom has books on it again, but nothing secondhand, nothing wrapped, nothing I do not understand. People bring home things all the time. Most of them are just things. But if someone selling you an old little object tells you not to put it near your bed or not to let it see a mirror, do yourself a favor. Believe them the first time.
I found a weird house sitting ad. It might be the best gig I'll ever get. It seems like easy money. Wanted, weekend house sitter, 3 days, 2 nights. Will pay for food. $500 a day. Call Agatha. I should have been more suspicious, but at the time, I was fresh out of college, up to my ears in debt, and barely managing to pay rent every month. I'd been looking for steady work, basically anything that would let me get groceries without filing for bankruptcy, when I saw the ad stapled to a tree on one of the city streets. I'd house sat for friends and relatives before, and the flyer didn't mention anything about pet sitting, babysitting, or anything like that. Plus, the pay would cover next month's rent, and if I did a good job, I might be able to make the gig a regular thing. I called the number, thinking there was no harm in at least making sure the offer was legit. Agatha turned out to be an older woman who answered on the second ring. She understood that the ad seemed too good to be true and told me that she could prove the offer was valid, giving me an address to look up and her full name to Google. I put her on speaker and did so. As it turned out, Agatha had been a pretty big deal 10 years before. She'd been a fashion critic who was well known for her refined tastes and almost supernaturally good predictions about what would be in every season. Upon retiring, she turned into something of a hermit and almost never leaving her house, though the fact that delivery people regularly showed up at her front door proved she was still alive. And she was loaded. Born into a high-class family, she had more money in the bank than some small countries had in their treasuries. While this would be specifically for the weekend, Agatha continued after my Google search, I have a series of trips coming up that I simply cannot put off. If this weekend goes well, I may hire you back for a following weekend for double the current rate. My jaw dropped. I could be making $3,000 at a weekend? At the time, I thought she was either extremely generous or didn't know the value of a dollar. Looking back, I probably should have seen that as a red flag. But I was desperate, so naturally, I accepted the job. I was to arrive on Friday morning, specifically at 10 o'clock sharp. Once I'd stepped through the front door, I wasn't allowed to leave the house again until Sunday afternoon, when Agatha would return. Thus, I was expected to bring everything I would possibly need for my 3-day stay. Odd as I thought that was, I was not about to tick off the lady who could single-handedly end a few of my money troubles. Agatha's house was an absolutely gorgeous mansion. It practically screamed old money. It was 3 stories tall, painted a pristine white. A balcony overlooked the front lawn. The lawn and flower beds were immaculately cared for. A golden statue made up of numerous brass instruments stood proud at the center of the garden. All in all, I was starting to think this gig would be worth it, but I had to pause when I saw the dolls. Standing on poles, guarding either side of the porch, were 2 gigantic dolls. They looked like they were made of some kind of sackcloth, as their skin reminded me of burlap. Both of them were about 6 feet tall, though the poles they were attached to made them seem at least a foot taller. They didn't have mouths, but there were 2 massive black circles embroidered onto their faces to act like eyes. They had stringy black yarn to act as their hair, though how said yarn hair hadn't rotted away due to exposure to the elements was anyone's guess. They were made up to resemble a man and a woman. The male doll's yarn hair was made up to look like a mop-top haircut, and he was dressed in a black Victorian-style suit. The female doll was wearing a mauve ballet-style dress with black leggings, and her yarn hair was tied up into a sloppy bun. Both had a very Burton-esque feel to them. As surprised as I was to see the dolls, especially because of how out of place they were, I shrugged and played it off as a weird interest Agatha had. After all, she'd hardly be the first rich person to have an eccentric hobby. Agatha all but pulled me inside when I knocked on the door. She was a sharply dressed woman in at least her late 60s. I noticed that a suitcase was sitting behind her. She looked satisfied to see that I'd arrived on time and had a suitcase and duffel with me. "Got everything you'll need?" she asked in lieu of a greeting. "Everything I'll need," I reassured her. "Good, very good. Now, oh, my taxi's here." I looked out the still-open front door to see a taxi pull up right beside my beat-up Prius. "I'll pay you what you're owed as soon as I get back," she told me as she picked up her suitcase. "I don't have time to go over everything, so I left a list of rules for you on the kitchen table. Follow it to the letter and everything will be fine. See you Sunday." With that, she went out the door, shutting it behind her. I blinked, wondering if that was normal behavior for someone leaving their clearly expensive house to a total stranger. Setting my bags down in the foyer, I walked through the gargantuan house until I found the kitchen. As she'd promised, a list had been written down. It was written on custom stationery and left next to a sticky note that read, "Please follow all rules." I dutifully read over the list. Some of the instructions were rather self-explanatory, but others were just plain weird. 1. Please feed the goldfish in the library. The food is in a jar on the cabinet next to the tank. Just 1 pinch a day. 2. Every night at 9 o'clock sharp, you must be in the living room, staring out the picture window. You must watch everything they do. Do not look away. They like an audience. When they bow to you, clap 3 times and close the curtains. Be sure to open them again in the morning. 3. Please don't smoke or vape in the house. If you must, please only smoke or vape on the balcony. 4. If you touch any books in the library, please put them back where you found them. 5. If you are injured or feel sick, sleep on the couch on the back patio. Be there by 9 and you'll feel better by morning. 6. On Saturday night, leave a paper plate of frozen crinkle-cut carrot slices on the welcome mat. Be sure you do this by 6 o'clock at the latest. Don't worry about getting the paper plate. They never leave leftovers. 7. Ross, the gardener, comes on Saturday morning. Jeb, the special gardener, comes every Saturday evening. Do not speak to either of them, and do not let Jeb know I'm not home. 8. Do not make any noise while watching them. They will excuse a sneeze or coughing fit, but anything else will make them unhappy. 9. The streaming service is yours to use as you like. If you order any pizza or food for delivery, leave a note telling me where it was at and what it cost, and I'll cover it. Help yourself to anything in the fridge. The rules about feeding the fish, not smoking, and picking up after myself were easy to understand and follow. Fish were easy to please, and I'd never been a smoker. But the other rules were weird. Still, like I said, they were all pretty easy to follow, and Agatha was being more than generous. I decided to just grin and bear it. Though I have to admit that the constant mentions of they left me with a knot in my stomach. Friday was spent exploring the house and finding all of the rooms listed. The library was on the second floor, right next to my guest room, which looked like a luxury hotel suite. The back patio was a fully covered and furnished deck, with glass doors and windows keeping Mother Nature out, and a connected heating and AC unit keeping it comfortable. The living room was a surprisingly big room. You could have parked a car in there and still had room for 10 people. The picture window mentioned in the list was so big it took up most of the wall and was framed by red velvet curtains, which greatly reminded me of the curtains used in theaters. After a dinner of ordered pizza and a Mountain Dew, I saw that it was 10 till 9. Too curious to disobey, I went into the living room and looked out the picture window. The sun had set by that point, with the porch light and various lights in the garden illuminating the front. Then, at 9 on the dot, just when I was starting to wonder what the big deal was, it happened. The 2 dolls I'd seen earlier jumped off of their posts. There was no warning. One moment they were still and lifeless, and the next they were moving like it was the most normal thing in the world. The male doll offered its arm to the female one, who took it delicately. They walked over onto a bare patch of grass, one right in my line of sight. The male doll touched the statue of the orchestra I'd seen earlier. Eerie, unearthly music filled the air. Then, as I watched, they began to dance. It wasn't a waltz, or a salsa, or any kind of dance I'd seen before, but it was undeniably dancing. They stepped in time to the music, never looking away from one another. At times, the male doll would dip or whirl the female doll around before they began slow dancing once again. My heart hammered as I struggled to rationalize what I was seeing. My eyes were frozen on the pair. Finally, the music tapered off. The dolls stopped their dance and turned to face me. They'd known I was there all along. I was as still as a statue as their black, unreadable eyes focused on me. Then, perfectly in sync, they bowed at me. Remembering the rules, I gave 3 loud claps and closed the curtains as quickly as possible. Then I got out of that room as fast as I could. I made a break for my guest room, avoiding all windows. What if they were still watching the house? And taking the steps 2 at a time. I slammed the door when I got into my room, breathing heavily. Like a scared little kid, I darted under the bed, shaking. How in the name of sanity had that just happened? Did Agatha know it would happen? I had just pulled my phone out of my pocket, wondering what I should do, when it buzzed. It was a text from Agatha. I know you must be frightened, but don't be. They only want an audience, nothing more. Just follow the rules and you'll be safe. I sent her a few texts, most of them asking, or really begging, for answers, but she never replied. I spent most of that night under the blanket in my guest room, hugging my plush sea turtle and not daring to look out the window, lest I see one of those dolls staring at me. Morning eventually came. Exhausted from a fearful, sleepless night, I trudged down the stairs to make some coffee. I froze when I heard someone moving outside, until I remembered the list. One of the gardeners always came Saturday mornings, and I wasn't supposed to speak to them. Tempted as I was to see anyone real, to try and convince myself I wasn't crazy, I decided to abide by the rules. which meant I had to open those living room curtains. I held my breath as I pulled them apart and wasn't quite sure how I felt when I saw that the dolls were back on their poles, like nothing had ever happened. I had a bowl of cornflakes and a cup of very strong coffee for breakfast, deciding to try and binge comfort films until I could convince myself it had all been some wild dream. Unfortunately, that plan was dashed when, while walking back to the TV room, I tripped on my own discarded sneaker. While my landing was painful, it was nothing compared to the sprained ankle I got in the process. I bit my arm to keep from screaming and managed to hobble back into the kitchen for some ice. I wound up still going on a movie binge, but now it was because I was confined to the couch. I was wondering how I was going to get up the stairs that night if my foot was a mess until I remembered. According to Agatha, I had to sleep on the back patio if I was hurt, which meant that I wouldn't have to see those creepy dolls. While I still didn't know what was going on, I felt much better thinking that I might have a more normal night. I spent the rest of the day following the instructions as best as I could, leaving the chopped carrots on the welcome mat after the special gardener left. I understood why he was the special gardener when I saw him dusting those freaky dolls. After I'd fed the fish, I went about my nighttime routine, made more difficult with the busted ankle. By 8:50, I had gotten myself settled on the back patio. The patio's couch was as soft as a bed, and there were enough pillows for me to feel comfortable even after I used 2 of them to prop up my foot. After taking a blanket from the linen closet, I was ready to get a full night's sleep. I had just closed my eyes, starting to drift off, and then I heard it. That eerie, unearthly music. I pulled the blanket over my face, too afraid to think of doing anything else. As I listened, the music stopped mid-note. I froze, wondering what that meant. For a few minutes, it was dead quiet. Then I heard it. 2 pairs of unnaturally light footsteps. They walked in sync, slowly, as though they weren't in any kind of hurry. And they were walking towards the porch. Terrified tears rolled down my cheeks as I silently begged them not to come near me. The steps started walking onto the deck. And then the door to the back patio opened. My heart was in my mouth as I heard 2 sets of feet approach. Every instinct I had was screaming at me to run, but I couldn't, not with my... The blanket was ripped off of me. The female doll was standing right next to my head, holding the blanket in one hand as she stared at me. I was about to let out a scream when her hand dropped the blanket and clamped over my mouth. The other hand settled on my hair. She started rhythmically moving her hand through my hair like she was petting me. Her eyes never left mine. 2 hands grabbed my bad foot. I shot a glance towards the foot of the couch and saw the male doll holding at my swollen limb. Much like the female doll, he was staring right at me. He lifted his hand and snapped, and I lost consciousness. When I woke up, the sun was out. Everything that had happened came back to me in a flash, and I looked down at my injured foot. Only, it wasn't injured anymore. It looked like it had never been hurt. I got off the couch and stood on it to test it. It was perfectly fine. Agatha's text came back to me. They only want an audience, nothing more. Just follow the rules and you'll be safe. I guess part of keeping their audience meant keeping them healthy. Feeling physically better after a night of rest, I waited impatiently for Agatha to come back at 3 that day. When she finally walked through the door that afternoon, she had a resigned look on her face. She dropped her bags on the floor and gave a tired smile. I'll unpack, make us a pot of tea, and explain what I can. That was all the answer I got until she'd unpacked everything and put on her electric kettle. Only when we both had a steaming cup of chamomile in our hands did she start to explain. I don't know where they truly came from, she began, or even what they truly are. But when I turned 50, my health began to deteriorate, and with my wealth, I was a prime target for thieves or home invaders. Jeb's brother reached out to me shortly after my 50th birthday. He claimed that he had a way of making sure I was always healthy and protected. All I had to do was give them an audience. The day after I agreed, I woke up to find those 2 standing at attention in my yard. All their seller told me was that I must not remove them, and that I must always watch them dance at night. She took a sip from her tea. At first, I was as confused and petrified as you, but then, when I came down with a dreadful flu bug a week after I got them, they came into my house in the middle of the night and cured me. Since then, I've realized that they truly are protectors, as long as you serve as their audience. That's why I almost never leave. Someone has to be here to make sure they have an audience, that they don't stop protecting the house and whoever stays here. But last week, my brother-in-law was killed in a car accident, and my sister was distraught. I had to go and stay with her to make sure she was all right. That's why I was willing to pay a complete stranger so much money just to watch the place. Our conversation went on for a little while longer, but in the end, I more or less got it. I was still creeped out by the whole thing, but after the dolls had healed me, well, I wasn't as scared as before. Thus, I became Agatha's regular house sitter. It was a fair bargain. She finally got to travel and visit people she hadn't seen in years, while I got a steady, lucrative income in exchange for watching her place, and as a result, the dancing dolls, whenever she called me. I'd been her regular house sitter for about a year when Melanie called. Melanie was the kind of sibling you wish you didn't have to associate with. She'd been a little gremlin since the day she was born, and her behavior had gotten worse with age. It didn't matter how many times my parents put her in timeout or she got detention in school. No mistake she made was her fault. Anything anyone else got was something she had to have, and anything that didn't go her way was worth screaming herself hoarse over. When I got into college, she'd thrown fit after fit about not being able to go to college herself until they let her take an early admissions test. When she passed, I still think she bought the answers off of someone, she packed her bags and went straight to the enrollment office. She immediately made herself the bane of everyone on campus's existence. Any time she wasn't in class was spent hooking up with frat boys or getting blackout drunk. She constantly skipped classes, mouthed off to teachers whenever she bothered to show up, and she wound up having to rent an apartment off campus when she yelled transphobic slurs at a trans man and got herself banned from the dorms. She was eventually expelled, and my parents refused to let her move back in with them until she learned how to act like an adult. She swore she'd show them by marrying rich. In the 3 years since she'd made that deal, she'd gone through 4 different boyfriends and 9 different jobs, most of them at fast food joints. Refusing to admit defeat, she'd started trying to mooch off of any relative that didn't already hate her. So it shouldn't have surprised me when she called, talking in the sickly sweet way she always did when she wanted either money or a favor. And he totally left me for no reason and said I would never get a job at his dad's modeling studio, she whined, finishing a clearly falsified story and giving a few fake sniffles. So anyway, if you know any way I could get a job... Sorry, Melanie, I can't help you job hunt, I cut her off as I finished stuffing clothes and my plush turtle into my duffel. I have something really important to do this weekend. Liar, she screamed through the phone. Mom said you landed a cushy job working for a rich lady. I want in. I sighed. Mom didn't have a filter and always blabbed to everyone about everything. It's not that simple. This really is a one-person job and... Great, so quit and I'll take it. What's the address? I hung up. Melanie only ever heard what she wanted to hear. Given how completely insane my sister had always been, I really should have predicted what happened next. Agatha's brother was getting hip replacement surgery, and, since it was last minute, she was paying me $7,000 to watch her house for a whole week. Obviously, I said yes. The rules hadn't really changed, and by then, I had them memorized. I thought I knew what to expect. Other than keeping the fish fed and watching the dolls dance, my days watching Agatha's house were quiet. What I didn't expect was the knock on the door I got on the first evening of my latest week there. Agatha hardly ever got visits that weren't from people she'd hired, so naturally, I was startled. I looked at the clock. It was 8:30. I thought I'd have enough time to shoo away whoever was at the door before the dolls came alive. Unfortunately, when I opened the door, preparing to see a Jehovah's Witness or perhaps a salesman, I found my sister. Hey, Tiffany, thanks again for the job. Melanie didn't let me say that I had not gotten her a job, simply strolling in with her baby pink suitcase and self-centered attitude. She began chattering about how she managed to manipulate Mom into telling her what city I lived in and the name of the woman I was working for. From there, she just stalked Agatha's name online until she found out where she lived. From there, she started talking about how excited she was to work for a fashion critic and how she was more than qualified to critique people's outfits. I finally found my voice, though I had to shout to make myself heard. Melanie, I did not find a job for you, and I'm definitely not giving up my job for you. You need to go. She froze. I hoped that I'd gotten through to her and glanced at the clock. 8:50. I had to work fast. Maybe I could promise to book her a hotel room and... You self-centered slut. Excuse me? You know how badly I need a job. You knew I was perfect for the job of fashion critic, and you wouldn't give up your job for me, you selfish whore. Melanie, you've lost it. Why don't you... Are you trying to get rid of me? You are. I can tell. Mom and Dad got rid of me. Grandma got rid of me when I sold her car. Uncle Jake got rid of me when I broke his microwave. My boyfriend left me. My bosses all hated me. Now even my own sister? Well, tough. You're not getting rid of me that easy. She grabbed one of the antique bottles on Agatha's shelves and smashed it against the wall, sending glass shards to the floor before she came at me with the broken bottle. My self-preservation instincts took over, and I ran for the first exit I saw, the back door. As I ran, the doll's unearthly music began. I paled. I was too late. What would happen now that I'd broken the rule? Come here, you family-betraying whore. I forgot about the dolls as my sister came at me, screaming like a banshee. I tripped over one of the patio's footstools, landing flat on my back. She was on top of me in seconds, her eyes wide with madness as she tried to stab the broken bottle down into my neck. I pushed her back with all of my strength, my heart beating 1,000 miles a minute. She was stronger than me, stronger than I would have expected. She started pressing the bottle against my neck, cutting into the skin. Then Melanie saw something behind me and froze. What the... She was lifted off of me. My hands flew to my neck, gasping as I pressed against the cuts. I didn't have any trouble breathing, and to my relief, the cuts were only flesh wounds. Before I could get up, I felt someone's arms lifting me. I turned, but, for once, I was relieved to see the female doll. Muffled screaming turned my attention to the male doll, who was holding my sister. The female doll continued to hold me as she watched her partner walk out of the patio, the struggling Melanie in his arms. From the front yard came the sound of the eerie music. With the female doll and myself as the audience, the male doll held Melanie in a bridal carry as he went to stand on a bare patch of grass. Then he began a slow, single dance. It was a bit like a tap dance, only made more complicated due to carrying a struggling woman. As he spun her, though, Melanie seemed to enter a type of trance. He set her down, and she stood, a dopey smile on her face. Their dance became something more akin to a waltz, with him leading her in one dizzying turn after another. When the music began to crescendo, he took her into his arms again. She stared at him with wonder, a big smile on her face. The female doll then turned, making sure I was facing the door into the house instead of the male doll and my sister. There was the sound of ripping seams. Then a blood-curdling scream. Melanie's scream. Then, nothing. The female doll set me on the back patio's couch as the male doll came back. He was alone. The female doll put a hand on my throat, examining the cuts. Then she snapped, and I was out cold. The next morning, I turned on the news to find that the body of a woman had been found in the woods nearly a mile away. Her broken-down car had been right next to her. Judging by the state of the corpse, the general consensus was that she'd been driving through the woods, decided to stop for whatever reason, and had been mauled to death by some sort of animal, with most people thinking it was a bear. I had a feeling I knew, but I wasn't about to say anything. Seeing as how Melanie managed to tick off anyone who knew her for more than 30 seconds, no one was grieving especially hard. Agatha heard the news and called me. Apparently, that wasn't the first time the dolls had come to someone's rescue. Just be glad they enjoy an audience, she told me. Her tone was grim. If they ever find that you had no reason to miss a performance... A lump formed in my throat as I realized what she meant. Why am I saying all of this now? Agatha drafted her will yesterday. She's decided that she'll leave her house to me, to do with as I please. I've already decided to sell it. The money from such a sale would pay off the rest of my loans, and it's not like I need such a big house anyway. I finally managed to talk to Jeb, wondering if he could take the dolls when I sold the house. He said it was impossible. The house was now their home. It'll be a long while before Agatha passes, especially since she has a guaranteed way to recover if she's sick or injured. But when the time comes, be warned. If you happen to see a fancy mansion for sale and are told of a list of rules that must be followed, follow them. They won't like it if they lose their audience.